Chapter 91. Tang. He had initially taken his bout with Grandmaster Li quite seriously. After all, this was his first encounter with someone of the Grandmaster level since his release from prison. Although he didn't have high expectations, he had no choice. However, his release was like graduating from his apprenticeship, and this formal exchange was a way to test his own strength. After all, it was against a Grandmaster. No matter what, it wouldn't be a complete failure. But he never expected this. After Grandmaster Li had used 2 moves in succession, he had already guessed that his strength was not very great. In fact, it was weak. Could it be an illusion? A flicker of confusion flashed through Tang Yi's mind. Was he really that strong? But he quickly dismissed these thoughts. The distinction between strong and weak was no longer important. His purpose today wasn't to compete, but to quickly reclaim what belonged to him. After using 2 rounds of Tai Chi's cloud hands, Tang Yi adopted a defensive posture. He beckoned with his hand, signaling Grandmaster Li to continue his attack. Grandmaster Li gritted his teeth. The young man in front of him, dressed simply and without any airs, gave him a feeling of unfathomable depth. A large patch of his brown vest was already soaked with sweat. However, he still decided to try again with Kong Long Yo Hui. Boom! Grandmaster Li twisted his body, whipping up a whirlwind of sand and dust. The sandstorm formed the shape of a dragon's head, enveloping Grandmaster Li. A dragon, formed from his internal energy, coiled around Grandmaster Li's arm. Yeah! Grandmaster Li pushed off with his legs, using the floor for leverage. The green stone floor instantly cracked in 4 or 5 places. He threw a punch towards Tang Yi. Their fists were about to collide. Tang Yi suddenly changed his fist into a palm, gently twisting his wrist and using the strength of his arm to neutralize the entire force of Kong Long Yo Hui. Borrowing force to strike, trying to use Tai Chi to dissolve the fierce power of my dragon fist? Let's see whether you are soft or I am hard. Grandmaster Li's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly exerted more force. His other hand, behind his back, simultaneously struck out with Kong Long Yo Hui again. This was the highest realm of the Dragon Fist. Double dragons emerging from the sea, 2 dragons playing with a pearl. The power was more than doubled. Boom! Finally, Tang Yi also used his other hand. His hands opened and closed, spreading wide. In just an instant, he dissolved the fierceness of the Dragon Fist into his own fists. Tang Yi pushed away Grandmaster Li's hands, exposing a significant opening in his center. Tang Yi struck Grandmaster Li's chest with the power of 2 dragon fists. There was a loud bang. In an instant, the green stone floor beneath their feet shattered. And behind Grandmaster Li, a 10-meter-long crack extended all the way to Zheng Zhong's feet. Zheng Zhong felt his entire body tremble. It was hard to imagine. Their exchange actually had such power, but it only lasted for a moment. Grandmaster Li, like a stream of air in front of everyone. Puffed. He was suddenly sent flying backwards. Impossible. The instant he flew out, Grandmaster Li looked at Tang Yi. His eyes trembled, and a voice of despair echoed in his heart. At this moment, he finally understood what it meant to be a true master who doesn't show off. During their exchange just now, after the kid neutralized his internal energy with the first move, he originally wanted to stop, but he was unconvinced and struck out a second punch. The return force wouldn't have been so great, but the second punch used even more force than the first, so if it hadn't been reflected back, these 2 Kong Long Yo Hui would have been difficult to neutralize. Defeated by his own Kong Long Yo Hui, Grandmaster Li was completely subdued. However, what surprised him even more was that someone could still use Tai Chi to neutralize the extremely strong and powerful Kong Long Yo Hui. At this time, it's simply godlike. Nearby, the members of the Zheng family were all dumbfounded as they watched Grandmaster Li fly out. Although they were not martial artists at this moment, they all saw clearly that Grandmaster Li had been defeated in 1 move, and he didn't even have a chance to fight back. This was Grandmaster Li. Years ago, he had traversed the entire martial world, his strength already terrifying and daunting. Yet at this moment, he was easily sent flying by someone. Grandmaster Li. Lost? Zheng Zhong took a few deep breaths, his eyes trembling. He slowly turned his neck to look at Grandmaster Li, who had fallen to the ground behind him. No one knew Grandmaster Li's strength better than he did. He had personally witnessed Grandmaster Li fighting alone against older generation masters. According to Grandmaster Li, those masters were all of the Grandmaster level. But, in his hands, they couldn't even last 3 moves before being easily defeated. And now, facing an unheard-of kid, his proud dragon fist was easily neutralized and the force was reflected back. However, regardless of the shock of everyone around him, Tang Yi's gaze had already locked onto Zheng Zhong. "Where is it?" His eyes shone, a cold gleam in them. Tang Yi's purpose was simple. He wanted to get back what belonged to him. The previous exchange could at best be considered a warning. Even if he accidentally killed him, he wouldn't care. "Here! Here!" Hearing Tang Yi's words, Zheng Zhong's body trembled. He no longer dared to hide anything, and while trembling, he carefully took out an exquisite token from his body. On the token was written a large character dragon. It was unknown what material the token was made of, but it was extremely heavy. Tang Yi took the token and weighed it, then turned to look at Zheng Zhong. "Such a thing, it's useless for you to hold it. If you had taken it out earlier, would it have been so troublesome?" Zheng Zhong was sweating profusely, not daring to utter a word. "Didn't you say it wasn't with you?" I. Zheng Zhong's face was pale, unable to speak a word. After recognizing reality, in front of Tang Yi, he no longer dared to hide anything. "I don't know what this thing is." Ignoring Zheng Zhong's apology, he casually put the token away, and seeing this scene, the eyes of the Zheng family members nearby almost popped out of their heads. This token was of great significance to the entire Zheng family. It was no exaggeration to say that Zheng Zhong usually treasured this token. If anyone accidentally touched it, they could easily be beaten half to death by Zheng Zhong. And this token had caused the Zheng family a lot of trouble. Chapter 92. What use do you have for such a worthless trinket, carrying it around all day? Tang Yi glanced at the token in his hand, speaking with disdain. He couldn't understand. That person's token could only be used by that person. Even if someone else obtained it, no one would believe it was real. Even if they did believe it, it wouldn't stand up to scrutiny. A trace of surprise appeared on Zheng Zhong's aged face. Seeing Tang Yi speak so lightly of the token in his hand, his expression froze. Countless people dreamed of this token, yearning to even catch a glimpse of it. Because this was no ordinary token. The true name of this token was True Dragon Token. The token had a total of 36 owners, and each owner cherished the right to use it. It wasn't that having the token granted power, but rather that having power granted the token. So many people, so many generations. For this one token, they fought fiercely, leaving countless dead. But, in the end, only one person could obtain the token. Zheng Zhong also obtained it by chance, not by fighting for it. He had kept the token in his hand for years, never daring to let it go. The benefits this token had brought to the Zheng family were enough for dozens of generations to squander. In these few years, he had used the token only a handful of times. In fact, at most only once. That one time was enough to give the Zheng family the status, wealth, and power they had enjoyed for so many years. It was clear. The weight of this token was not to be taken lightly. Even Zheng Zhong used it only once, and he almost lost his life. He saw Tang Yi today, speaking so lightly of the token. He felt his worldview was distorted. "Master, this token is..." Zheng Zhong said eloquently. Before he could finish, Tang Yi interrupted him. "This token, it's just Izzo. In your hands, it might be a treasure, but in my eyes..." This. Zheng Zhong's face paused. He wanted to say something, but he held back. He swallowed, then asked, "Master, since you've taken the token, then my punishment is..." "You." Tang Yi looked up at him, saying with interest, "You've guarded the token for so many years. This wealth is your reward." Seeing Tang Yi say this, Zheng Zhong's anxious heart relaxed. Perhaps, at this moment, he also realized that this young man in front of him might truly be unfathomable. Today, this young man only came to take back what was his, and not to hold him accountable for the crime of using the token. It seemed that he was lucky. At least he survived. Just then, the sound of flowing water came from nearby. The sound of water attracted Tang Yi's attention, and he looked at a building in the middle of the water. This building seemed to disgust him. A sculpture of a beauty was carved on the building, a natural beauty. Although it was only made of stone, Tang Yi saw a soul in it, an inviolable soul. The appearance of this statue was simply stunning, graceful, and elegant. Tall nose, big eyes. At this moment, Tang Yi's brows suddenly furrowed. This statue looked too much like a person who existed in his memory. Once, this woman made him suffer a lot, and even gave him the worst mockery. Tang Yi took a deep breath, and there seemed to be a cold breath in his mouth. This statue. With these words, everyone's eyes turned to the statue. Zheng Zhong did not see the change in Tang Yi's face, and smiled. Master, you also think this statue is beautiful, right? At first, I wanted to build a beautiful sculpture on top of this pool to match the beauty of this fortress. Unfortunately, I searched all over Hangzhou and found that those women were all bejeweled and very vulgar. Once I attended a media event, I suddenly found that the Gao family had a daughter who was very beautiful and could be called a fairy, so I printed her image. In our pool, we built this sculpture according to her beautiful appearance. Bang! Just as Zheng Zhong was still stunned, Tang Yi circulated the natural inner strength in his palm and punched the sculpture. The sculpture broke in two from the middle, and the upper body was directly smashed into scattered fragments. The security guards around were startled and sat down on the ground in a daze. Zheng Zhong rubbed his hands, stepped forward and asked, Master, what are you doing? This sculpture does not match the beauty of the scenery here. You should replace it, Tang Yi said, looking at the scattered pieces of the sculpture. Replace, replace, replace. As long as the master doesn't like it, we will replace it immediately. Zheng Zhong turned around and said to the bodyguards behind him, Didn't you hear what the master said? Immediately arrange for someone to come and replace this sculpture. The security guards lowered their heads. They quickly left the place in 2 or 3 steps. They never dared to disobey Zheng Zhong's orders. But when they left, they saw Zheng Zhong's terrifying expression. They knew in their hearts that Zheng Zhong rarely showed such an expression. Unless he must have encountered something very scary. This young man in front of him may really be very powerful, and they may not be able to afford to offend him. These security guards quickly left the place. Beside, Master Li climbed up from the ground, clutching my chest in pain, wiping the blood from his mouth. Although it hurt, he still had to force himself to stand up. Zheng Zhong took a deep breath. Today was really difficult for Master Li. He didn't know in advance that this young man in front of him was so powerful. He was very afraid that Master Li would not be willing to give up. He immediately stepped forward and supported Master Li. Master Li, let's stop here today. It was my negligence. The money will be transferred to your account on time. Zheng Zhong said earnestly. Master Li pushed Zheng Zhong away and staggered to Tang Yi's side. Tang Yi turned his back to him, looking at him coldly out of the corner of his eye. Zheng Zhong took a deep breath and closed his eyes. It's over. If Master Li made another move, their Zheng family would be completely finished. The next moment, this junior has eyes but failed to see. I didn't know the master's strength. What happened just now was my fault. Please don't hold it against me. My name is Li Xingyan. May I know your name, senior? Master Li said, cupping his hands. My name is not worth mentioning. I'm just a nobody. Tang Yi jumped down from the pool. He dusted off his hands and then walked past him, without a trace of dust. Chapter 93. Watching his retreating figure, Master Li couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. The martial world was truly full of hidden masters. He felt like a frog at the bottom of a well, having stayed within his sect for too long. Today, he had learned a valuable lesson. Tang Yi's figure disappeared from the Zheng family courtyard after he left. Only then did the head of the Zheng family breathe a sigh of relief, his legs turning to jelly as he sat on the ground. At this moment, the shadow Tang Yi had cast over him was not something that could be easily erased. As the head of the Zheng family, he had seen many powerful figures. But today, to be suppressed by such a young man with just a few punches and kicks was something he had never experienced before. He wasn't afraid of losing face. He was afraid that perhaps that person hadn't disappeared after all, and that all of this was orchestrated by him. Thinking of this, a cold sweat broke out on the back of the Zheng family head. Terrifying, it was truly terrifying. Zheng Zhong clenched his fists, his face grim. Go! Investigate this kid's background thoroughly. Master, I think we should just let it go. You saw it just now. This kid is not an ordinary person. If he finds out we're investigating him, we might not be able to handle the consequences. The security guards were so scared that they knelt on the ground. The scene from earlier was still vivid in their minds. Even Master Li was no match for this kid. How could they, a few security guards earning a meager salary, dare to deal with such a powerful figure? Wouldn't that be sending them to their deaths? Zheng Zhong narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "Such a powerful person. We were too disrespectful to him earlier. This time, we must thoroughly investigate his movements. I must apologize to him in person. Even if it costs a fortune, we must spare no expense." As the saying goes, people have seen those who seek revenge at all costs, but this was the first time someone was going to such great lengths just to apologize. The security guards were also shocked to hear this. The former head of the Zheng family would never utter the word apology. This time, it seemed that he had truly been subdued by this young man. Having just left the Zheng family's main gate, Tang Yi took out the token in his hand and glanced at it. "I really don't know what this token is for. Why go to such lengths to snatch it?" Tang Yi sighed as he looked at the token. Then, a cold aura suddenly emanated from the token. Although this aura was not very strong, Tang Yi could easily control it with one hand. However, the cold aura on the token was bone-chilling. His internal cultivation was profound. Yet, this kind of aura could actually penetrate his skin, making him feel the cold deeply. Tang Yi frowned, knowing that this token was not an ordinary object. Of course, since it was something that belonged to that old guy, it definitely wouldn't be simple. Tang Yi was just curious. What did that old guy in prison need this thing for? "It seems I have to go back to prison. Take this thing to that old man and let him have a look." Tang Yi put the token in his pocket. Then he hailed a taxi and headed towards Black Dolphin Prison. Black Dolphin Prison. It was known as the darkest prison in all of Hangqing. In this prison, there was no so-called fairness, no so-called law, only supreme power. If the big shots outside of Hangqing seemed powerful one by one, every single person in the prison was someone they couldn't afford to offend. Once, when Tang Yi entered the prison, he was also young and ignorant and offended many people as soon as he entered. Fortunately, that person helped him secretly, otherwise he probably wouldn't be much better off now. The overall area of this prison was about the size of a small town, with tens of thousands of prisoners locked inside. Even the prison gate was made of alloy, and usually only one police officer was left to guard it. This was done to ensure the security of the prison gate. To this day, no one has ever been able to escape from the prison. The taxi stopped at the entrance, surrounded by a desolate and uninhabited area, a large square. Tang Yi got out of the taxi and paid the fare. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he suddenly noticed someone standing nearby. The person was wearing a white dress, a pair of black high heels, long black hair draped over her shoulders, and carrying a bag. Just from the side profile, Tang Yi recognized her. Who else could this person be but Gao Manuel? "What are you doing here?" Tang Yi stepped forward and asked. At this moment, Gao Manuel suddenly turned around, the wind blowing her hair into disarray. The moment she saw Tang Yi, her expression became flustered. But soon, she calmed her inner emotions. "What? Can I come and see the place where you used to live?" Tang Yi couldn't help but smile at Gao Manuel's appearance. This was the first time he had smiled since he was released from prison. However, this smile did not contain any mockery or ridicule. It was just a simple, genuine smile. He never expected that after so many years in prison, the Gao family had ignored him. Now that he was out, Gao Manuel would actually come here alone. This caught Tang Yi off guard, but he wasn't against her doing this, and in fact, he found it quite interesting. "Tang Yi, what are you laughing at? In your eyes, I'm a cold-blooded and heartless person who would definitely not come to see you, right?" Seeing Tang Yi smile, Gao Manuel mistakenly thought it was mockery directed at her. She knew that she hadn't visited him in prison for all these years, but she had no choice. And today, she wanted to come and experience what Tang Yi's time in prison was like, as a way of making amends to him. But this man didn't seem to care at all. His first reaction was to mock her. For Gao Manuel, this was undoubtedly an insult. "No," Tang Yi answered in a low voice. Suddenly, the atmosphere between the two of them calmed down. Gao Manuel, who had been lost in thought just a moment ago, had her train of thought interrupted. Gao Manuel's eyes trembled slightly, and she suddenly saw a hint of tears in Tang Yi's eyes. Actually, sometimes Tang Yi wasn't so hateful. It's just that this person's words were too sharp and cutting, making it easy for her to misunderstand him. Then you, Gao Manuel said tentatively. Tang Yi showed a rare smile. Since you're here, I'll show you where I used to live. If I remember correctly, I have a few old friends in prison who often heard me talk about you. They would also like to meet President Gao. Oh, your old friends? A look of surprise appeared on Gao Manuel's face. Chapter 94. He had known Tang Yi for so many years, but he had seldom heard that Tang Yi actually had friends. Although the Gao family didn't like Tang Yi before, Gao Yu knew very well that Tang Yi was actually a very proud person at heart. If he could be called a friend by him, this person must have something extraordinary. Moreover, this place was not just anywhere. This was the Black Dolphin Prison, a gathering place for big shots. Gao Yu was an entrepreneur, and a common mistake entrepreneurs make is to offend others, leading to the downfall of their companies. An entrepreneur not only needs to have good leadership skills, but also needs to have even more well-rounded communication skills. With strong backing, an entrepreneur doesn't need to do anything. He just needs to put his name out there, and he can make his company reach a peak that many people in the whole city can't touch. This is also the purpose of many corporate families intermarrying. They only see the resources behind the other party, and powerful companies marry weak companies. Conversely, they see the great prospects of weak companies. In short, it's all a relationship of mutual exploitation. And if one of them offends a more powerful family, even those who are already married will get divorced at any time. And in this prison, a large number of the criminals in this prison were once big shots in the business world. If their names were put out in Hangzhou today, they would be existences that would make Gao Yu's hair stand on end. At this moment, Gao Yu couldn't help but wonder if the things Tang Yi said he had helped her with before were true. Maybe Tang Yi really had a big shot behind him. Maybe he really had strength that others couldn't match. Your friends, are they willing to see me? Gao Yu still asked cautiously. In case Tang Yi's friends were all big shots, it would be very embarrassing for her to go there rashly. In order to be able to attract more funding and sponsorship in the future, these opportunities to contact big shots would become her family's resources in the future. As an entrepreneur, Gao Yu was always thinking about how to elevate the Gao family's status in Hangzhou. Tang Yi didn't want to have so many schemes. He just felt that the sun was shining brightly today, and he was fulfilling an agreement with an old friend. As for him and Gao Yu, the matter between them was long over. If they have any relation now, their relationship has been limited as friends. Since you're here, let's go in and take a look. They don't know you, but they will definitely give me face. Tang Yi said very calmly. At this moment, Gao Yu was even more certain of Tang Yi's identity, because in this prison, people who don't do well generally don't have face. In this prison, although there are thousands of people, but they're also divided into levels. Only those at the top of the food chain have face. Since Tang Yi said so, it proves that he must be doing well here. Maybe Tang Yi had helped her solve many of the things that had happened since her release from prison. And she had been foolishly thinking that Han Anfei had helped her, which caused her to misunderstand Tang Yi all along. Thinking of this, Gao Yu couldn't help but bite her lip. A trace of pain of feeling very sorry for Tang Yi sprouted in her heart. If there was a chance, she still hoped that Tang Yi could forgive her, and they could still be a loving couple. The two looked at each other and showed a long-lost smile. Then they walked side by side towards the gate of the prison. The 30-meter distance was short, and neither of them said a word. But Gao Yu was very happy in her heart. It seemed to be a kind of joy of a long drought meeting sweet rain. When they arrived at the gate of the prison, there was a booth in front of the door, and a policeman was sitting in the booth. The policeman seemed to have noticed the two of them long ago. Tang Yi stepped forward and knocked on the glass window of the booth. After a minute of silence, the glass window was opened, and a middle-aged man wearing a police cap popped out. What? The man's face didn't look very good, and his tone was very arrogant. But Tang Yi was revisiting an old place, so relatively speaking, his mood was much calmer. Hello, I used to be in this prison. Please help me open the door. I'm going in to visit an old friend. Tang Yi pointed to the iron door and said, Who do you think you are? Do you know the rules of this prison? If you don't have an appointment, you can't go in. The prison guard glanced at Tang Yi and was not polite to Tang Yi at all. Tang Yi was stunned. However, because this was a place where he had stayed for several years, he felt that the prison guard in front of him looked very unfamiliar, as if he had never seen him before. Maybe he was new. Tang Yi took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He said coldly to this person, "Call your Warden Ching now and tell him that someone named Tang Yi is looking for him." Warden Ching? The prison guard frowned, wondering how this kid knew their Warden Ching. But in order to avoid any trouble, the prison guard politely opened his mobile phone and then dialed the phone. During the gap when the prison guard was making the call, Tang Yi returned to Gao Yu's side. "Wait a minute, I've arranged for someone to come out and meet us." Gao Yu had seen everything just now. Tang Yi was treated so rudely by a small prison guard, but he still chose to swallow his anger. How could a person with such a life have a strong background? In this prison, how dare he say that others will give him face? Gao Yu realized at this moment. A person like Tang Yi, who likes to be cunning and deceitful, his friends may also be the kind of people who can't get on the stage. Maybe they are just like him, full of lies, and can do anything for the sake of face. Gao Yu took a deep breath and directly turned her back and said, "Tang Yi, I originally thought that the things you did before were forced by circumstances. But you don't need to be so far gone as to still be talking nonsense here, pretending to be amazing. You know, a truly powerful person will not keep his power on his lips. A person like you, who has to be scolded when you return to prison, do you think the people in prison will give you face?" The words Tang Yi wanted to explain suddenly stopped at the edge of his mouth. He found Gao Yu's appearance at this moment was still the same as before. That look of looking down on him, as always, made Tang Yi instantly feel disgusted. "All right, you don't need to say any more. I won't go in with you and lose face." Chapter 95. Gao Manuel glared fiercely at Tang Yi, still as disappointed in Tang Yi as ever. At this point, he was still lying. She had originally thought that after so much time, Tang Yi would have changed and become more restrained. She didn't expect that, even with the facts laid out in front of him, he would still put on an act. "Manuel." Tang Yi was caught off guard by the sudden outburst. A hint of confusion surfaced on his face. He looked directly at Gao Manuel, but she folded her arms and refused to meet his gaze. "Don't call me that. I think we should keep our distance. There's no need for us to continue being friends." Gao Manuel glared at Tang Yi, biting her lip tightly. Tang Yi, completely bewildered, racked his brains and asked, "What happened? Weren't you fine just a moment ago?" "That was then. This is now. I'm already disgusted by your character. You don't need to keep pretending in front of me." Gao Manuel's eyes inadvertently flicked towards the prison guard beside them. Tang Yi caught this moment and realized what had happened. Tang Yi immediately said, "Manuel, listen to me. The prison guard here must have been changed. I already had him contact his boss. It won't be long before someone comes out to greet us." Gao Manuel gave a cold laugh, raising her beautiful, yet icy eyes to look calmly at Tang Yi. At this point, what's the use of saying all this? Tang Yi, it doesn't matter if a person is poor, without power, or without ability. But what matters is that this person should know shame and have the most basic ambition. You'll get nothing by spouting nonsense all day. Do you think you can win my heart by deceiving me? Let me tell you, you'll only make me more heartbroken." Gao Manuel's face darkened, and she quickly left with her bag. Tang Yi reached out to grab her, but his hand stopped midair, hesitating. At this moment, he also clearly realized that he and Gao Manuel might not be from the same world. There were already many misunderstandings between them, misunderstandings that couldn't be explained in just a few words. Even if he went up to stop Gao Manuel now, it would only make Gao Manuel look down on him even more, and he'd just end up with egg on his face. Tang Yi suddenly withdrew his outstretched hand, giving a self-deprecating laugh. He was truly ridiculous. For a moment there, he actually thought that Gao Manuel was feeling sorry for his 4 years of sacrifice. He didn't expect that after hearing him suffer humiliation, she would immediately abandon him. Although it was only a fleeting moment, it left an unbearable pain in Tang Yi's heart. Tang Yi sighed deeply. He stood alone at the entrance of the prison. He felt as if he had returned to the moment he was just released, that feeling of loneliness. As if he had returned to the scene where he wanted to give Gao Manuel a better life, but was once again mercilessly abandoned by her. Such is the trickery of fate, the will of heaven. Bang! Just as Tang, he was feeling frustrated. One of the towering prison gates beside him suddenly and slowly opened. The gate was a full 10 meters high, and the sound of it opening was enormous. It instantly grabbed Tang Yi's attention. Tang Yi quickly recovered from his sadness. He looked up at the prison gate. As the gate slowly opened, a grim face appeared before him. The two exchanged a glance. The face behind the prison gate seemed terrifying. His eyes were like those of a fierce tiger, staring intently at its prey. Below his heavy eye bags were two fierce, character-shaped lines. Legend had it that only those with extreme misfortune in their lives would have such terrifying lines. These people were born with a domineering aura, an aura that could intimidate and command respect. The wider the gate opened, the more men appeared behind this person. There were two full columns of men in military uniforms, and a 2-meter-wide red carpet stretched from the man's feet to Tang Yi. To be able to mobilize so many people at the prison gate indicated that this person's power within the prison was not simple. Ordinary people did not have the authority to arrange for their subordinates to handle matters within the prison. In this instant, to be able to mobilize so many people just to put on a show, to have such power in the prison, he must be a top 1 or 2. Long time no see. Master Tang. The man extended a hand, speaking to Tang Yi. All the bodyguards and prison guards behind him immediately bowed, performing a sincere 90-degree bow. At this moment, Tang Yi was like a VIP in their eyes, treated with the utmost respect. Tang Yi was stunned, a helpless look flashing in his eyes. If only Gao Manua had been willing to stay 5 minutes longer, she would have seen this scene and there wouldn't have been so many misunderstandings. And, at this moment, Chung Wentong had already started walking towards Tang Yi. Master Tang, I didn't expect you to return to Black Dolphin Prison. He came to Tang Yi's side, his face full of excitement, and said, Why didn't you notify me in advance, so we could prepare properly? Chung Wentong's heart was filled with excitement to see Tang Yi again. I just came back to take care of some things. There was no need to notify you in advance. Looking at the scene before him, Tang Yi shook his head. He had come to Black Dolphin Prison on a whim, and they had put on such a display. He had no idea what it would have been like if he had notified Chung Wentong in advance. Just then, Tang Yi also made a new discovery. Not only the prison guard at the gate, but all the prison guards at Black Dolphin Prison, except for Chung Wentong, were new faces. He didn't recognize a single prison guard he had known before. By the way, what happened to the prison guards at Black Dolphin Prison? He looked at Chung Wentong and asked his question, Why don't I recognize anyone? Master Tang, this is all to protect your safety. Hearing this, Chung Wentong stood up straight and answered seriously. Because of concerns about your information leaking after your release, all the prison guards who were previously employed at Black Dolphin Prison have been dispersed to other prisons. When they left, they all signed confidentiality agreements, prohibiting them from revealing any information about you. This is a new batch of prison guards. Chapter 96. Tang Yi had no idea what those 2 words meant, nor did he understand the token in his hand. At the very end of the letter, there was a small line of text, roughly saying that Tang Yi shouldn't overthink things, and that when the time came for him to know, he would naturally understand. Tang Yi shook his head, gave a wry smile, and then pocketed the letter. That old guy really has a strange temper. Tang Yi's eyes lit up, and he looked at Chung Wentong beside him, asking, Did that old guy say where he was going? Master Tang, we don't know either. Chung Wentong also looked embarrassed, scratching his head. He thought for a moment, then said, If I remember correctly, he left in a great hurry that day and didn't seem to leave any message. All right. Tang, he hadn't expected that after all the twists and turns, after so many things, and then returning to the prison to visit this guy, he would find that he had already been released early. He hadn't even had a chance to see him again. He had no idea what the old guy was up to. He was truly an unpredictable person. This old guy had shown Tang Yi a great kindness, and Tang Yi's skills had also been taught by him. He should have known that with Tang Yi's intelligence and honed mind, it wouldn't be long before he guessed where he would go. That's why he hadn't explained it clearly in the letter. Master Tang, since you're here, please come in and sit down. Chung Wentong said with a faint smile. You haven't been back in a long time, and I've missed you very much. This is a good opportunity for us to have a few drinks and reminisce about the time in prison when you took such good care of me. Tang, he looked back at Gao Manuel, who had already disappeared down the street. The empty road was blowing a chilly wind. If Gao Manuel hadn't been so impulsive just now, perhaps she could have witnessed this scene as well. All right. Tang, he also wanted to cultivate his sentiments. What would it feel like to drink again in the prison where he had spent several years? In the KTV, Song Qin was drinking with some important clients. She was almost drunk, and the clients were leaving one after another. She came out of the restroom, mostly sobered up, and just then, her younger sister, Song Bingbing, also arrived at the KTV. Song Qin had told her earlier that she might have to drink some wine with the clients today, and if she got too drunk, she should ask her sister to pick her up. As soon as Song Bingbing arrived at the KTV, she sat down on the sofa. Song Qin leaned on her shoulder, her face slightly red, as if the intoxication had surged to her head, occasionally muttering something. Sister? Song Bingbing shook Song Qin's head and called out softly twice. Seeing that Song Qin didn't respond, Song Bingbing shook her again and said, Sister. What are you saying? Tang Yi. In an instant, Song Bingbing's face changed drastically, and she puffed out her cheeks in anger, saying to Song Qin, So, you won't let me pick you up? You only want Tang Yi? Really? I'm going to call Tang Yi right now and tell him to come get you. Then, Song Bingbing really took out her phone and dialed the number without hesitation. However, she didn't have a very good impression of Tang Yi, so she quickly hung up and switched to text message mode. She told Tang Yi that her sister was in trouble at the KTV, not directly saying that she was drunk. In her eyes, Tang Yi was a heartless person. If she just said that she was drunk, he definitely wouldn't come personally. After receiving the text message, Tang Yi quickly arrived at the KTV. He entered the KTV, pushed open the door of the private room, and sure enough, he saw two women sitting on the sofa. One was wearing a delicate OL uniform, her makeup plain and not overly elaborate, yet she still had a look of intoxication, without losing her beauty. Of course, this was Song Qin. The other was wearing a small JK uniform, with two thin pigtails like willow branches, tied with ribbons, and revealing a fair belly button. She looked at Tang Yi with a huff. Naturally, this person was Song Bingbing. Why are you so late? Song Bingbing said to Tang Yi, not in a good mood. My sister is already so drunk. Don't you know it's dangerous in a KTV? If anything happens to the two of us, we won't let you off the hook. Oh. Tang Yi's answer was still cold. He hadn't stopped all the way here, coming directly to the KTV, even using his fastest speed, thinking that something had really happened to Song Qin. He hadn't expected that she was just drunk. What do you mean by that answer? Song Bingbing immediately stood up, came to Tang Yi and scolded, You'd better watch your attitude in front of me, or when my sister wakes up, I won't let her forgive you. Can you be quiet? Tang Yi glanced at her, not wanting to waste any more words on her. He went directly to Song Qin, took out two silver needles from his clothes, and casually tossed them, inserting them into two acupoints on Song Qin's body. When the silver needles were inserted into Song Qin's body, they vibrated slightly. Song Qin suddenly felt very nauseous, quickly opened her eyes, and rushed to the bathroom. What are you doing? Seeing this scene, Song Bingbing screamed wildly. Song Bingbing's voice was that of a cute girl, sharp and sweet, and with that one cry, it completely drowned out the singing in the KTV. She hadn't expected that she just called Tang Yi to help her, but this kid actually used silver needles. Song Qin was drunk now, and if anything happened to her, she would be the only witness present. Song Bingbing picked up a wine bottle, came to Tang Yi, and prepared to attack. But Tang Yi's eyes were very cold, and just one look from him made her slowly put down the bottle in her hand. Don't worry, Bingbing. At the door of the bathroom, Song Qin was leaning against the door, looking very weak. Master Tang just made me vomit all the alcohol. I feel much better now. Song Bingbing pouted. She hadn't expected Tang Yi to have such amazing skills. With just two silver needles, he made Song Qin vomit all the alcohol she had drunk. She looked behind Tang Yi. The look Tang Yi had given her just now made her feel inexplicably afraid, but it also made her feel very strange. Chapter 97. It seemed that Tang Yi, despite his bad temper and shabbiness, still had some redeeming qualities. After all, he had saved her sister twice. The first time, he had displayed incredible medical skills, directly dispelling the drug from her sister's body. And this time, he had effortlessly thrown out 2 silver needles, causing her to vomit all the alcohol. Come to think of it, she hadn't observed him closely before. Although Tang, he was usually grumpy, he was reliable at critical moments. Much more reliable than the boyfriend she had dated abroad. Huff! Huff! The next moment, Song Qin lay directly on the sofa in the private room, falling fast asleep. Surname Tang. Why did my sister faint again? Song Bingbing was shocked to see Song Qin fall asleep so quickly. Her good impression of Tang vanished at this moment. She pointed at Tang, angrily saying, "Is there something wrong with those 2 silver needles of yours?" What could be wrong? Tang Yi's expression remained cold, and he just glanced at her and said, "After drinking so much, even if she vomited it all out, it's impossible to avoid being numb from the alcohol. Just sleeping is the mildest outcome. At least she won't be suffering from vomiting and diarrhea." Tang Yi's words suddenly stopped. He turned to look at Song Bingbing beside him. "What are you looking at?" Song Bingbing felt uncomfortable under his gaze, thinking that Tang Yi had some ulterior motive. Song Bingbing couldn't help it and clenched her pink fists, saying, "Don't have any improper thoughts about me. I won't fall for you like my sister. What are you thinking?" Tang Yi looked at her with speechless eyes and said plainly, "I was wondering how a small frame like yours would carry your sister back later." Song Bingbing was stunned for a moment. "What? I called you here to carry my sister back? Why else would I call you?" "Ridiculous." Tang Yi put his hands in his pockets, not wanting to deal with her. Tang Yi was very disgusted with Song Bingbing's attitude. He couldn't understand why Song Qing, such a gentle woman, had such a domineering sister. Tang Yi turned and left, completely ignoring Song Bingbing, who was pointing and gesturing behind him. In his eyes, this woman was like a child who hadn't grown up. Although she had studied abroad for a few years, her mind was still filled with unrealistic ideas. Asking Tang Yi to carry her sister back, there was no relationship between the two of them. If others saw it, it would be even more difficult to explain. Not to mention whether Song Qin had this idea, Song Bingbing definitely wouldn't. She was, besides the Gao family, the one who least wanted to see Tang Yi doing well. So it could only be said that this woman was very inconsiderate. "Tang Yi, you have no gentlemanly manners," Song Bingbing said angrily, pursing her lips. Tang Yi ignored her words. Gentlemanly manners were nothing in his eyes. Creak. As soon as Song Bingbing finished speaking, the door of the KTV private room was suddenly pushed open. Since the music had been turned off, the entire private room was very quiet, and the sound of the door opening quickly alerted everyone. Song Bingbing's voice also came to an abrupt end. A heavily drunk man, followed by a few henchmen, pushed open the door of the private room. This man had short hair and looked very thin, with a strange lewdness in his eyes. The moment he pushed open the door, his gaze fell on Song Qin lying on the sofa. "I heard that the eldest daughter of the Song family is here to discuss business today." The man pointed at Song Qin, grinning from ear to ear. "Today, let me taste what this Miss Song is like compared to the girls in the KTV." The man's mouth was drooling. The henchmen behind him all followed suit. They were all drunk, just feeling very excited and happy. They were seeking the kind of excitement that was usually hard to come by. "Definitely better than your mother." At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in the man's ear. It immediately silenced the revelry of the few people. The man clenched the bottle in his hand, glanced around, and glared fiercely at Tang Yi standing beside him. He hadn't noticed when he came in that there was another man here. "Damn it!" The man held up the bottle in his hand, waving it in front of Tang Yi, and said, "Kid, what the hell did you just say? Say it again." The man's tone was full of threats. Although he was drunk, he could still see, albeit shakily. Under the colorful lights of the KTV, he could see Tang Yi clearly. He thought he would be some kind of young master, but he didn't expect him to be just a young man wearing jeans. A look of disdain appeared on the man's face. In his eyes, young people like this were like insignificant ants. He could crush a few with just a stomp of his foot. "Get lost!" The man shook the wine bottle in his hand and gave him a look. "Don't let me see you in Hangzhou again, otherwise I'll cut off your leg." At this moment, Song Bingbing, who was beside him, also took a deep breath. Her beautiful eyes suddenly shook, and she recognized who this person was. This thin man was Qin Jinan from the Tiandahui. Others might not be familiar with the Tiandahui, but the Song family was very clear about this name. As one of the top 3 underground organizations in Hangzhou, the Tiandahui had a vast sphere of influence, covering various industries. Even some of the projects that Song's group had done in the past could not be started without the approval of the Tiandahui. The only son of Chen Shou, the president of the Tiandahui, seemed to be called Chun Jinan. Song Bingbing stepped forward and grabbed Tang Yi's arm, whispering a few words in his ear. "What the hell? Never heard of it." After hearing Song Bingbing's words, Tang Yi looked even more disdainful. It was better not to say it, but saying it made him look down on him even more. Song Bingbing was also stunned. No way. Tang Yi was so fierce? This person, usually their Song family, had to give him some face if they offended him. Then it would be difficult for the Song family to expand their business in Hangzhou. "Young Master Chun, don't be angry." Song Bingbing hurried up to apologize, clasping her hands together and saying, "Our family servant is ignorant. Please bear with him." Servant? Hearing that it was a servant, Chun Jinan became even angrier. However, he was soon attracted by the cute Song Bingbing in front of him. He grabbed Song Bingbing's hand and said lewdly, "How about this? You spend the night with me, and I'll let you go." Chapter 98. Chun Xiao. Song Bingbing recoiled in shock, quickly pulling her hand back. "Please don't do this, She had seen many handsome, blonde, blue-eyed men abroad, and her standards had risen considerably. Although she didn't have a boyfriend yet, she certainly wouldn't look twice at this ugly, alcohol-reeking man who lacked any semblance of gentlemanly conduct. Even if he was influential, she still wanted to marry someone rich and handsome. "Little sister." Chun Jinan leered, taking a step closer to Song Bingbing. "Don't think I can't tell. You're the second Miss Song. Why would you risk your life to save a servant?" Chun Jinan licked his lips. In his eyes, Song Bingbing, dressed in her JK skirt, looked like a delectable treat. "I'm guessing this is your fellow villager, huh? If you're willing to spend a night with me, I'll let him go. Otherwise, I'll kill him, then strip you 2 girls naked, let my men have their way with you, and finally throw you out on the streets naked." Chun Jinan's tone suddenly turned sinister. His words were menacing. Song Bingbing sobbed. She hadn't expected things to turn out this way. She had only come to pick up her sister. Now Song Qin was unconscious, and she didn't know what to do. She regretted speaking up for Tang Yi. Maybe this sleazy man wouldn't have noticed her otherwise. Song Bingbing retreated to a corner, speechless, her eyes filled with terror, her whole body trembling. Chun Jinan chuckled, rubbing his dirty hands together, reaching out to touch her. Song Bingbing held her breath and squeezed her eyes shut in fear. Bang! At that moment, a strong hand shot out, gripping Chun Jinan's wrist tightly. The grip was so strong that Chun Jinan's wrist bone ached. The unexpected pain sobered him up instantly. He looked up, expecting to see some fool who didn't know any better, but it was the servant from before. "Let go!" Chun Jinan commanded Tang Yi. However, the only response was a crisp cracking sound from his wrist. Bang! At that moment, Chun Jinan was completely sober, gasping for air. His arms seemed numb, but Tang Yi's grip remained firm. The scream startled Song Bingbing, who hid behind Tang Yi. She slowly opened her eyes, never expecting Tang Yi to be her rescuer. Looking at the back of his head, her heart pounded like a drum. She had never felt so safe. Song Bingbing had no shortage of suitors, but in her eyes, they were all ordinary. At this moment, she finally understood her own heart. Wealth and looks weren't what she desired. She craved the security of being rescued by a hero. However, even though she was captivated by Tang Yi's charm, she still knew how to weigh the pros and cons. This man was the son of the Heaven and Earth Society's leader. If Tang Yi continued to torment him, it would make doing business in Hangzhou very difficult for the Song family. Tang Yi. Song Bingbing quickly grabbed Tang Yi's arm and pleaded, "Let him go. You can't afford to offend him." "Did you hear that?" Chun Jinan groaned, fighting the pain. "She's right. If you cripple my arm, I won't let you off the hook." "Let go!" Chun Jinan roared at Tang Yi. He had never been humiliated like this in front of so many people, especially in front of his own men. His wrist gripped so painfully that he felt like a pathetic dog. Tang Yi's eyes were filled with cold indifference, disdaining to even look at him. Bang! Tang Yi's leg shot out, hitting Chen Jinan squarely in the abdomen. He flew back like a baseball, landing near his men. Get out! Tang Yi put his hands in his pockets, a playful smirk on his face. Heaven and Earth Society. Never heard of it. You. Chen Jinan was helped up by his men, pointing at Tang Yi, his eyes burning with rage. But the memory of that kick was still fresh, and he knew charging forward would only lead to another beating. Get him! Chen Jinan commanded his men. With a wave of his hand, 6 men rushed into the private room, each armed with several bottles. Dressed in suits, they were wolves in sheep's clothing, eager to have a taste of the Song sisters. They had thought today would be their lucky day, but this man had ruined their fun. Even the underlings resented Tang Yi. Seeing the overwhelming numbers, Song Bingbing grabbed Chen Jinan's arm and pleaded, Chen Xiao, please don't be angry. I couldn't control him. I'll discipline him when we get back. Please let us go. Tears streamed down Song Bingbing's face, forgetting all pretense of composure. But Chen Jinan, in his rage, brushed her hand away, cursing, After I'm done with this punk, I'll have my fun with you. Tang Yi grabbed a nearby glass bottle, his figure moving like the wind, smashing it directly onto Chen Jinan's head. You think you're worthy? Bang! The bottle shattered, sending glass flying. Ah! Chen Jinan, jolted fully awake, clutched his head and collapsed, howling in pain as blood flowed from his wound. He hadn't anticipated Tang Yi's speed. You're asking for it. The underlings, stunned by Tang Yi's speed, nevertheless charged at him with their own bottles. However, they were fast, but Tang Yi was faster. Bang, bang, bang. Several thuds echoed as the charging men crumpled to the floor in pain. Tang Yi. Song Bingbing was stunned by what she was witnessing. Tang Yi, stop. This is the son of the Heaven and Earth Society's leader. If you hurt him, we're doomed. Song Bingbing tried to stop Tang Yi. Tang Yi had already grabbed Chen Jinan by the throat. Chapter 99. Song Bingbing was aghast at the scene, her face instantly paling. She hurried forward, grabbing Tang Yi's arm, and urgently said, Tang, what exactly are you doing? Doing what? Tang Yi revealed a disdainful smile and said, I want this brat to know the price of offending me. Song Bingbing had not expected Tang Yi to have such a ruthless side. It was a complete departure from his previous taciturn and silent demeanor. The hand she held Tang Yi's arm with slowly loosened. Tang Yi, this is the only son of the Heaven and Earth Society's leader. Song Bingbing said with a worried look, If anything happens to him, you and my sister will be in deep trouble, and our Song family will be ruined. Please, Tang Yi, it wasn't easy for our Song family to get where we are today. Spare his life. Although the Song family had no relationship with the Heaven and Earth Society and generally had no dealings with them. However, she was very clear about the strength of the Heaven and Earth Society. If he accidentally killed the only son of the Heaven and Earth Society, would the leader let the people present today off the hook? Did you hear that? My dad is the leader of the Heaven and Earth Society. Although Chen Jinan was being choked by the throat, he was still very arrogant. If you dare to touch me, my dad will definitely not let you go. Chen Jinan became arrogant, thinking that he had a powerful father. The kid in front of him would definitely be wary of his father. He would even immediately release him and wait to kneel down and apologize to him. Heh, your dad, the Heaven and Earth Society? Tang Yi smiled. His concerned expression was shrouded in a layer of coldness, and he said coldly, the Heaven and Earth Society. I'm so scared. Scared? Chen Jinan laughed. Then why don't you immediately let go, kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, and I'll consider letting you go. Chen Jinan knew it. His father's reputation was very useful everywhere. This Tang Yi must have been scared silly by him. Tang Yi's fingers slowly loosened, and Chen Jinan finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the side, Song Bingbing was also stunned for a moment, a look of disappointment in her eyes. Although she did not want Tang Yi to end Chen Jinan's life, she still thought that Tang Yi was just a bully who was afraid of the strong when he compromised with powerful forces. Kid, you let go, but you still haven't kowtowed 3 times. Now, I don't want you to kowtow 3 times. As soon as Chen Jinan finished speaking, a look of surprise appeared on Song Bingbing's face. Could it be that Chen Jinan had discovered his conscience, and after being taught a lesson by Tang Yi, he was afraid and dared not speak anymore? Song Bingbing was puzzled. This was not like the Chun Jinan she remembered. There had been some people in Hangzhou who had taught Chun Jinan a lesson, and they had beaten him even harder than today. But he did not feel the slightest fear. How could he become so kind in such a short time? The next moment, Chun Jinan, who was opposite Song Bingbing, pointed to the translucent floor, straightened his back, and said, "3 is too few. Count out 300 times for me." "Oh no, 3,000 times." 3,000 times? Song Bingbing said in surprise. 3,000 times is a bit too much. Chun Jinan grinned and said, "Offending me? Chun Jinan, is 3,000 times too many? Let me tell you, even if you break your head today, I still won't let you go. I will even play with the 2 girls in this room in front of you." Chun Jinan's finger slid across Tang Yi's eyes. He had not noticed that Tang Yi's face had turned extremely dark at this moment. "Are you not awake?" Tang Yi asked coldly, exhaling a cold breath. "What did you say?" Chun Jinan frowned, suspecting that he had misheard. A ruthless look appeared on his face, and he raised his palm and slapped Tang Yi. "I still have to teach you a lesson." Bang! Chun Jinan's palm slapped over at an extremely fast speed, but Tang Yi dodged it by tilting his head. And in the next moment, Tang Yi raised his foot and directly kicked Chun Jinan's jaw. Ah! Chun Jinan fell to the ground like a turtle, with his limbs facing the sky. Tang Yi did not hesitate, went up and kicked him fiercely. He delivered a set of combination kicks to Chun Jinan's thin face. Song Bingbing was also stunned. For a moment, she actually forgot to go up and hold Tang Yi. "I'll let go to break your jaw, so you can never talk nonsense again." Tang Yi's feet became more and more forceful, and he couldn't stop kicking. Blood flew from Chun Jinan's nostrils. The translucent floor was already a bloody mess. "Tang Yi, stop it!" Song Bingbing just wanted to go up and hold Tang Yi, when a loud sound of footsteps came from outside the private room. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, more than a dozen men in suits surrounded Tang Yi, and several men quickly fell to the ground, blocking Tang Yi's feet from kicking Chun Jinan. At this time, a man with a dignified face and a square face walked out of the crowd, holding a cigar in his hand, and said horizontally, "Kid, I'm here. Why don't you let go?" The man's voice was full of reprimands. However, Tang Yi was kicking enthusiastically and did not hear him at all. How unreasonable! It was not until Song Bingbing, who could not bear to watch any longer, ran up and grabbed Tang Yi's arm, pulling him into the private room. She whispered, "This person is the leader of the Heaven and Earth Society, Chen Shou. The one you beat is his son. Now that he's here, the few of us are all done for." "Dad!" Chun Jinan lay in a pool of blood, roaring to the sky. Only then did Chen Shou lower his head to look at his son. His son's thin face was beaten so swollen that it looked like a pig's head, bruised and purple. The area around his nose looked like it had been stung by a wasp, and it was already as thick as an old wooden stick. "Son!" Chen Shou immediately ran over, helped Chen Shou up, and looked at him like this. His heart ached with pain. This precious son, who he usually doted on more than anyone else, was beaten by an unknown person in this KTV. If this got out, his old face would be lost. Chun Jinan roared directly and was supported by the crowd. "Dad, it's this little bastard. He's trying to kill me. If you hadn't come quickly, I would have been beaten to death by him." Hearing Chun Jinan say this, Song Bingbing's heart suddenly panicked. Chun Jinan would definitely not let them go, and with Chen Shou's arrival this time, they were even more unable to leave. Song Bingbing came to Tang Yi's side and smiled apologetically at Chen Shou. "President Chen, we didn't do it on purpose. There was a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding? If I beat your head into a pig's head now, can I say it was a misunderstanding?" Chapter 100. Chen Shou's eyes flashed with a dangerous glint. "You dare to lay hands on my son? Do you even know who I am?" The entire corridor of the KTV fell silent instantly. The singing from the other private rooms also stopped. It seemed that the people from the Tiandahui had cleared them all out. And now, in the corridor, there were only men dressed in suits, holding strange-looking weapons in their hands. Brass knuckles, spike clubs, control knives. Anything dangerous, they had it all. And all these people looked at Tang Yi with murderous intent. Song Bingbing's heart trembled. She was sure they were going to die today. Looking at Chen Shou in front of her, she thought of the Song family's considerable power and influence. She never imagined they would offend the Tiandahui here. Honestly, at this moment, Song Bingbing felt that her death was nothing, but if the entire Song family was implicated because of her, that would be a grave sin. Song Bingbing knew that her own influence was insufficient, so she stepped aside. And at this moment, Song Qin suddenly woke up. It seemed that the alcohol's numbness had worn off. She stood up unsteadily, quickly surveyed the scene, her gaze lingering on Tang Yi's back for a moment, before suddenly focusing on Chen Shou standing in front of them. Chen Shou? President Chen? Rather than Tang Yi being here, she was more surprised. How could the president of the Tiandahui be here? President Chen, why are you here? Song Qin's voice quickly drew the attention of several people. It's President Song. Chen Shou recognized Song Qin at a glance. Instead of properly discussing business at your home, you're actually condoning others to beat my son. Song Qin was stunned when she heard this. She felt like after about a drinking, she had woken up to a ticking time bomb. The Tiandahui was before her, a figure even the Song family's elder didn't dare to provoke. How could she dare to condone others to beat his son? I think there must be some misunderstanding. Song Qin immediately put on a smiling face and approached Chen Shou. President Chen, you know my character. How could I be so reckless as to harm your son? Look at this. Chen Jingnan stepped forward and pointed at the bruises on his face, the swollen and discolored appearance, roaring directly at Song Qin. Are you blind? Can't you see that I've been beaten to this state? Chen Jingnan's roaring appearance startled Song Qin. For a moment, Song Qin hadn't recognized who this man was, until she looked closely in a daze and realized that it was actually Chen Jingnan. Song Qin took a sharp breath and said, Young Master Chen, you can't say such things recklessly. Do I look like I'm joking with you? Chen Jingnan turned his head and pointed at Tang Yi, who was standing aside. It's you who condoned your family's servant to beat me to this state. If you don't give me an explanation today, I won't let you leave this room alive. Ah? Song Qin's gaze shifted to Tang Yi. She then realized that the only person she knew who could strike so heavily, regardless of the other party's identity, in all these years, was Tang Yi. And Song Qin glanced at this young man's injuries. He had only suffered some superficial wounds. Song Qin couldn't help but feel that Master Tang had gone easy on him. If Tang Yi had been a little more ruthless today, he might not even have the chance to speak now. I heard that this young man is not your family servant, but your family's savior recently. If it weren't for him, the Song family's elder might not have lived to this day. Chen Shou's gaze became fierce with a puzzling smile. Don't think that just because your Song family hasn't fallen yet, you can disregard the law. Even if you bully me, I'll still deal with you. Song Qin smiled and said, President Chen, you are overthinking. Our Song family is not one to cause trouble. The right and wrong of this matter are still unknown, so you shouldn't be so quick to jump to conclusions. Humph! President Chen sneered. So, your Song family intends to go against our Tiandahui. Before Song Qin could answer him, his gaze turned to Tang Yi behind him and said to Tang Yi, Don't think that just because you have the Song family backing you, I can't kill you. Man, attack! With Chen Shou's roar, his group of underlings immediately picked up their weapons and prepared to rush into the private room. President Chen, we really didn't mean it. You don't need to hurt our harmony over this matter. Song Bingbing burst into tears. Where had she ever seen such a scene? Used to being pampered in the Song family, she was also very afraid of this scene of killing. But no matter how much she begged, Chen Shou did not pay her any attention. President Chen, why are you so eager to take action? Don't you know that our Song family is not to be trifled with either? If this small matter turns into bloodshed, it won't be easy to clean up. What then? Song Qin wasn't afraid of President Chen at all, and said with a serious face, I know that your Tiandahui is very powerful here, but our Song family also knows a lot of people. Can you, for the sake of Master Hu, let bygones be bygones today? Afterwards, our Song family will definitely visit to express our apologies. And even in business cooperation, we will simultaneously concede a large portion of profit to represent our Song family's determination to cooperate with Chen's Tiandahui. Master Hu. Hearing Song Qin's words, Chen Shou was stunned. He looked at Song Qin and frowned. Although the Tiandahui was known as one of the three major underground organizations in Hangzhou, but the underground emperor of Hangzhou, the one who could be called master. There was only one, and that was Huya. The reason why Hangqing had three major forces was not because the three forces were comparable, a three-way standoff. It was just because Master Hu was too lazy to unify Hangqing. Master Hu's power not only extended throughout Hangqing, but also spread to the entire Long province. Compared with Master Hu, the Tianhui was not even worth a fart in their eyes. After all, behind Hangqing, there was also an old man who was respectfully addressed as teacher by Master Hu. That old man was the real anchor. If Master Hu really had a connection with Song Qin, then today's situation might really be difficult to handle. But Chen Shou thought again, such a powerful figure like him could not meet Master Hu, so the Song family's strength was not weak either. But in the past 2 years, all their developments had been secretly monitored by Chen Shou. Chapter 101. As for what Song Qin said, in Chen Shou's ears, it was nothing more than a panicked attempt to buy time and save his life. Master Hu. A twitching smile crossed Chen Shou's face, and he said with a sneer, "If Master Hu knows you, then Lu Qingyun is my old man." Song Qin was also stunned when he heard Lu Qingyun's name. It wasn't because Chen Shou didn't believe he knew Master Hu, but because Lu Qingyun's prestige in Hangzhou was extremely impressive. Chen Shou's current position was due to a bit of Lu Qingyun's influence. In his earlier years, he was a servant under Lu Qingyun, because he was perceptive and helped Lu Qingyun with household chores for several years. Lu Qingyun saw that he was sensible and arranged some errands for him. Among the things Lu Qingyun arranged, he struggled and finally created the Tianhui. Although the Tianhui's reputation was great, it was like a drop in the ocean compared to Lu Qingyun's Baji sect. It could even be said that Lu Qingyun had never even heard of it. Chen Shou stepped forward and sneered at Song Qin. "Let's not talk about Lu Qingyun for now. Let's talk about Master Hu. Nowadays, who doesn't have some dealings with Master Hu? Do you think that meeting him once or twice, saying a few words, counts as knowing him? I'm telling you, using Master Hu's name like this, if word gets out, it will cause trouble for Master Hu. Just for that, I can't let you go today." "Do it." Behind him, a man in a suit took out a dagger from his clothes. The dagger flashed with a cold light, frightening Song Qin. Song Qin took 2 steps back and said, "President Chun, you should think carefully. Once you make a move, there's no turning back." "Bah!" Chen Shou raised his finger, glared at Song Qin, and then looked at Tang Yi beside him. "You ganged up to bully my son. I have nothing to say to you. Today I want this kid to come in standing up and go out horizontally." The man in the suit's dagger gradually approached Tang Yi, but Tang Yi's expression remained calm. On the side, Song Qin didn't have any worries because he had witnessed Tang Yi's strength. In short, these people were definitely no match for him. But Song Bingbing grabbed Tang Yi's arm, trembling with fear. A part of her was worried about Tang Yi. The scene where Tang Yi saved her just now had already made her like him very much. He was much more handsome than many men. It was rare for her to have a good impression of a man, and she didn't want them to be separated so soon. "Wait!" At this moment, Tang Yi, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. His eyes were like torches, and he said with a half-smile, "Is the Lu Qingyun you're talking about from the Baji sect?" As soon as these words came out, a look of surprise appeared on Chen Shou's face. This kid actually knows about the Baji sect? Every time he heard this name, Chen Shou would break out in a cold sweat. Thinking back to when he worked under Lu Qingyun, he had witnessed his tyranny. He would go all out, even on his own disciples. He had seen Lu Qingyun send a person flying 10 meters with one palm, killing them instantly. He had also seen various underground bosses entrenched in Hangzhou make way for Lu Qingyun. Some bosses even found it difficult to get a meeting with him. "You also know about the Baji sect?" Chen Shou pretended to be calm and said, "There aren't many people who know the name Baji sect now. Since the Baji sect entered commercialization, it was officially renamed Beiman Group, although they were not primarily a business. However, Beiman Group was also considered a first-tier large group in Hangzhou. More people only knew about Beiman Group and not Baji sect. In this era, those who still knew about Baji sect were either related to Lu Qingyun or were people of very high seniority. Therefore, when Chen Shou heard Baji sect, a meaningful look flashed in his eyes towards Tang Yi. He didn't believe that this kid, so young, could be an elder. But knowing Lu Qingyun was even more impossible, because he himself was just a handyman under Lu Qingyun. Tang Yi. Even more impossible. Is old friend Lu's Baji sect so unknown? Tang Yi smiled and asked. The last time he went to the Baji sect, he also saw people from various sects competing in martial arts. He originally thought that with Lu Qingyun's strength, although not very strong, his reputation in Hangzhou must not be small. Now listening to Chen Shou, it seemed that he was not from a big family. You call him Master Lu. Old friend. Chen Shou's expression changed drastically, and his voice was choked for a moment. You kid. Who gave you the guts to insult Master Lu like that? For Chen Shou, Lu Qingyun was someone who had recognized his talent. Although Lu Qingyun didn't remember Chen Shou now, Chen Shou was very grateful for his help. In public, calling Lu Qingyun an old friend, and being called that by someone unknown like Tang Yi. For Chen Shou, that was a great humiliation. You said, old friend Lu. Tang Yi looked at Chen Shou with a half-smile and said, he told me to call him that. As soon as these words came out, surprise appeared on the faces of Song Qin and Song Bingbing. Song Bingbing was not as nervous as before, because she had also heard of Lu Qingyun's great name from her family. This person was like an underground emperor in Hangzhou. If he said one, no one in Hangzhou dared to say two. He had connections in both the underworld and the legitimate world, and even government officials had to respectfully salute him when they saw him. But Tang, he didn't know any of this. He even always thought that Lu Qingyun was just an ordinary martial artist. I didn't expect old friend Lu to have a dog thief like you under him. Tang Yi sighed and said, I really feel it's not worth it for old friend Lu. Kid, if you keep calling him old friend Lu, don't blame me for knocking your teeth out. Chen Shou was riddled with anger, staring at Tang Yi with a ferocious expression. He usually didn't even dare to look up when he saw Lu Qingyun, and this kid kept calling him old friend. Obviously, he didn't take him seriously. Moreover, Lu Qingyun was already 70 years old, and Tang Yi looked no more than 20-something. Knock my teeth out. You have to have the ability to do that. A gust of wind blew by. The well-dressed man beside him was instantly subdued, the whole person lying flat on the ground. Chapter 102. You. Chen Shou was stunned. A trace of lingering fear emerged on his originally stern face. Such fast footwork, it's even faster than Grandmaster Lu's. Tang Yi looked at the person lying on the ground and smiled. He's fine. But, can you help me check something? Is the Lu Qingyun I know the same person as the one you know? Tang Yi took out a business card from his clothes. I remember, when I left Lu Qingyun's house, he gave me a business card. Tang Yi glanced at the card in his hand, then looked up at Chen Shou. It seems to have Lu Qingyun's phone number on it. I don't know if this Lu Qingyun is the same Lu Qingyun you're talking about. Do you need to call him and ask? If Chen Shou hadn't tried to show off his power, he wouldn't have mentioned Lu Qingyun this time. If Tang Yi hadn't heard the name Lu Qingyun, which sounded familiar, he would have forgotten that he had such a thing in his pocket. However, the moment Tang Yi took out the card, Chen Shou's face instantly turned pale. Even the mocking expression from earlier hadn't faded and froze on his face. His eyes widened, and his gaze was filled with horror. Chen Shou recognized the card in Tang Yi's hand at a glance. It was Grandmaster Lu's business card. But unlike Tang Yi, Chen Shou was fully aware of the meaning of this card. This card, made of special materials, was extremely precious, and there were only 3 in total. Anyone who could get Chen Shou's card was definitely a powerful figure in Hangzhou. And that Master Tiger, whom Song Qin had mentioned, was also fortunate enough to get such a business card from Lu Qingyun, and only then was he able to develop so rapidly in other places. To this day, he still didn't dare to come back and show off in front of Lu Qingyun. This item of Lu Qingyun's, as long as it could be recognized, no one could reproduce it, and no one dared to forge it. Chen Shou's gaze lingered on the business card. The crumpled business card in Tang Yi's hand seemed to possess an infinite power. Chen Shou felt a hollowness, as if someone had shot him in the back. He felt a sense of powerlessness all over his body, as if he had made some terrible mistake. Nearby, Chen Jinan's vision was blurry, and he couldn't see what was happening at all. He hadn't even heard of Lu Qingyun's name. Dad, stop talking nonsense with him. Quickly chop this kid up. I'll take the remaining 2 women to the hotel and enjoy them to make up for today's losses. He was full of disdain. Immediately after, Chen Shou's expression changed rapidly. But Chen Jinan didn't notice it at all. Before he could finish speaking, he saw Chen Shou suddenly turn around. The next moment, smack! Chen Shou raised his hand and slapped Chen Jinan hard across the face. If you don't want to die, shut your mouth. His body trembled, and he gritted his teeth with a ferocious expression. Dad! His eyes widened, and he froze on the spot. Chen Jinan was directly stunned by Chen Shou's sudden slap. The entire KTV suddenly fell into a dead silence. Song Qin and Song Bingbing stared at everything in front of them with wide eyes, their eyes filled with disbelief. Song Qin had always known that Tang Yi was very capable, but she didn't know that he was so powerful. Facing Chen Shou, who everyone feared, he only needed a business card to settle things. And this business card wasn't just anyone's. It was actually Lu Qingyun's, who was very powerful in Hangzhou. For a moment, they couldn't even figure out what was going on. She didn't even dare to think about what kind of complicated relationship was behind this. Chen Jinan was even more confused. Why did Chen Shou suddenly hit him? He covered his face, completely baffled. After slapping Chen Jinan hard and interrupting him, he hurried over to Tang Yi, gasping for breath. Mr. Tang, I'm really sorry. We were blind and didn't recognize your identity. Coming to Tang Yi's side, Chen Shou was like a child who had made a mistake, admitting his fault to his parent. I really didn't know that you were Grandmaster Lu's friend. This. Behind Tang Yi, Song Bingbing, who was holding Tang Yi's arm, was also dumbfounded. The previously arrogant Chen Shou was actually apologizing to Tang Yi here. Her beautiful eyes were as big as copper bells, round and bulging, and she couldn't see what the problem was. Tang Yi put the business card back in his pocket, then raised his head and looked at Chen Shou in front of him. He asked calmly, You were going to break one of my legs just now, right? Compared to now, Tang Yi still preferred his arrogant appearance. That kind of unruly snobbery looked much more dignified than he did now. Chen Shou's heart skipped a beat. What had he done today? He had actually offended Lu Qingyun's friend. If Lu Qingyun found out about this, wouldn't he be skinned alive? Chen Shou smiled apologetically and said, Master Tang, I was blind. He raised his head and showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Those words just now were just us joking. You are Grandmaster Lu's friend. How dare we do anything to you? Right now. Chen Shou's intestines were turning green with regret. He never dreamed that this unassuming fellow would have such a close relationship with Lu Qingyun. If he had known this would be the case, let alone kicking Chen Jinan a few times, even if he had killed his son, Chen Shou wouldn't dare to say a word. If he really provoked Lu Qingyun, Grandmaster Lu wouldn't even need to appear. Master Tiger alone could make their Tiandahui disappear from the Jianghu. A misunderstanding? Tang. He narrowed his eyes slightly. His gaze swept over the crowd of Tiandahui members in front of him, and he said lightly, Is this the misunderstanding you're talking about? All of you get out, and wait downstairs. Seeing this, Chen Shou's body trembled again. He suddenly turned around and said to the Tiandahui members in the private room. The Tiandahui members in the KTV private room, and even in the corridor, quickly turned and left. Mr. Li, are you satisfied now? Immediately after, Chen Shou raised his head again and looked at Tang Yi nervously. Satisfied? Tang Yi smiled slightly and said lightly, You were going to make Song Qin and Song Bingbing kneel, and you were going to take one of my legs. Satisfied? Hearing Tang Yi's words, Chen Shou suddenly froze. Kneel down for me. The next moment, he turned around and kicked Chen Jinan's knee. Chapter 103. The next moment, Tang Yi lifted his leg and kicked Chen Jinan in the face. Chen Jinan fell to the ground, completely overturned. Nearby, Chen Shou saw this scene, lowered his head, and let his son be beaten without daring to say anything more. Kid you. Chen Shou just wanted to stand up and resist, pointing at Tang Yi and cursing. Are you tired of living? How dare you? Chen Shou lowered his head and scolded, his whole body trembling, his voice full of authority. Master Tang, kicking you is showing respect for our Qin family. If you dare to say another disrespectful word to Master Tang, you will never acknowledge me as your father again. Chen Jinan's face froze. He didn't understand why his father would say such absurd words at this moment. Had his father gone mad? On the contrary, Chen Shou was not crazy, and at this moment his mind was extremely clear. The person in front of him had Lu Qingyun's business card, and the material of this card, as well as the phone number on it, were all from the legendary 3 remaining cards. Ordinary people would consider it the culmination of their lives to just see it. To see it in the hands of a young man today was unimaginable. This young man must have an extraordinary relationship with Lu Qingyun. Not to mention whether Tang Yi really had a relationship with Lu Qingyun, just being able to produce the business card was not something he could touch. Master Tang, my son was truly disrespectful today and offended you. Chen Shou felt his knees with a thud and kowtowed heavily to Tang Yi. As long as it can relieve your anger, this son will have nothing to do with me from now on. So please, show mercy and spare the life of our Tiandahui. Tang Yi looked at the person in front of him, who was willing to disown his own son in public in order to save his own life. The corners of Tang Yi's mouth rose slightly, his face full of mockery and ridicule. This is your own son. In this cruel and realistic society, even one's own son must pay for the mistakes he has made. Chen Shou, who was kneeling, raised his head, his eyes filled with a desire for survival, and said, "Please, Mr. Tang, spare the life of our Tiandahui, and do not show mercy to this unfilial son who offended you." At this moment, Chen Jinan, who was standing nearby, finally changed from ignorance to terror after hearing his father's words. No matter how stupid he was, he could certainly see the situation clearly. Tang Yi in front of him had a firm grip on his father, and his father didn't even dare to stand up while kneeling on the ground. He was willing to sacrifice his own life in exchange for the survival of Tiandahui. Master Tang, I was wrong. Finally, Chen Jinan also came to his senses and knelt in front of Tang Yi. Like Chen Shou, father and son kowtowed to Tang Yi at the same time. Chen Jinan pleaded bitterly, "Master Tang, I was unintentional just now. Please don't be angry and spare my life. You unfilial beast, you offended Master Tang. What's the use of knowing you were wrong now?" Chen Shou raised his head and angrily reprimanded Chen Jinan twice, then looked at Tang Yi and said, "Please, Master Tang, punish this reckless thing, but please don't take it out on Tiandahui." Tiandahui was single-handedly built by Chen Shou, and the existence of Tiandahui was older than Chen Jinan. He could have more sons in the future, but if Tiandahui ceased to exist, wouldn't all the enemies he had offended over the years chop him in a dumpling filling? Tang Yi's expression was calm. He just watched the two of them beg for mercy, but his heart was very calm. "Which one of you said you wanted to take off one of my legs just now?" Tang Yi's gaze swept over the two of them. They both remained silent. A playful expression appeared on Tang Yi's face. "Today, only one of you can walk out of here alive." Upon hearing this, a look of confusion rose on the faces of Chen Shou and Chen Jinan. What did this mean? Tang Yi stepped forward and kicked the 2 daggers that had fallen on the ground towards them. "Pick them up," Tang Yi said to the two of them with a faint smile. "As long as you kill each other, you can leave here alive and well." This? Chen Jinan was stunned. Looking at the 2 daggers on the ground, he had mixed feelings. As the saying goes, even a tiger does not eat its cubs. He would rather Chen Jinan die at Tang Yi's hands. As his father, he absolutely could not bring himself to do it. "Master Tang, can you let this unfilial son commit suicide?" Chen Shou said with longing eyes. "After all, blood is thicker than water. It's still a bit unbearable for me to do it myself. A person like you still cares about this?" Tang Yi squatted down, picked up the dagger on the ground, and said with a smile, "A soft-hearted person. Even if I let you go, you won't live for long. Why don't I send you on your way ahead of time?" Upon hearing this, Chen Shou was so frightened that he immediately picked up the dagger on the ground without hesitation and looked at his son with a gloomy gaze. "Son, don't blame your father. It's really because you offended someone you shouldn't have." The cold light of the dagger, at this moment, cast aside all so-called blood ties. All that remained was fratricide. Chen Jinan saw that his father's condition was not right, and immediately picked up the dagger on the ground. Since his father was reluctant, don't blame him for being unjust. It was all for survival. At this moment, Chen Jinan just wanted to live, since Tang Yi gave him this opportunity, and it was his own father who made the first move. It seemed, from now on, there would be no more Tiandahui. The two of them held daggers in their hands, their eyes meeting. In their eyes, they seemed to be saying their final goodbyes to each other. Nearby, Song Qin was also frightened and terrified when she saw this scene. She didn't expect Tang Yi to be so ruthless. Fratricide, no matter who won, would be uncomfortable for the rest of their lives. She looked at Tang Yi's back, and a trace of fear arose in her heart. Sister, Song Bingbing tugged at Song Qin's clothes and said weakly, "Who do you think will survive in the end?" "I don't know," Song Qin said with a worried expression. The momentum of Taihui in Hangzhou had always been high. This time, she hoped even more that Chen Shou would end his life here, even if Chen Jinan walked out alive later. Then, Taihui would not listen to him. Even if he wanted to come back for revenge, Song Qin wouldn't take him seriously. After all, over the years, the forces within Tiandahui had also fallen apart. Only when Chen Shou, the founder, was present could they be unified. If Chen Shou was gone, Chen Jinan's reputation alone would not be enough to accomplish anything. Tang Yi's expression was calm. He just watched the two of them beg for mercy, but his heart was very calm. "Which one of you said you wanted to take off one of my legs just now?" Tang Yi's gaze swept over the two of them. They both remained silent. A playful expression appeared on Tang Yi's face. "Today, only one of you can walk out of here alive." Upon hearing this, a look of confusion rose on the faces of Chen Shou and Chen Jinan. What did this mean? Tang Yi stepped forward and kicked the two daggers that had fallen on the ground towards them. "Pick them up," Tang Yi said to the two of them with a faint smile. "As long as you kill each other, you can leave here alive and well." This? Chen Jinan was stunned. Looking at the two daggers on the ground, he had mixed feelings. As the saying goes, even a tiger does not eat its cubs. He would rather Chen Jinan die at Tang Yi's hands. As his father, he absolutely could not bring himself to do it. "Master Tang, can you let this unfilial son commit suicide?" Chen Shou said with longing eyes. "After all, blood is thicker than water. It's still a bit unbearable for me to do it myself. A person like you still cares about this?" Tang Yi squatted down, picked up the dagger on the ground, and said with a smile, "A soft-hearted person. Even if I let you go, you won't live for long. Why don't I send you on your way ahead of time?" Upon hearing this, Chen Shou was so frightened that he immediately picked up the dagger on the ground without hesitation and looked at his son with a gloomy gaze. "Son, don't blame your father. It's really because you offended someone you shouldn't have." The cold light of the dagger, at this moment, cast aside all so-called blood ties. All that remained was fratricide. Chen Jinan saw that his father's condition was not right, and immediately picked up the dagger on the ground. Since his father was reluctant, don't blame him for being unjust. It was all for survival. At this moment, Chen Jinan just wanted to live, since Tang Yi gave him this opportunity, and it was his own father who made the first move. It seemed, from now on, there would be no more Tiandahui. The two of them held daggers in their hands, their eyes meeting. In their eyes, they seemed to be saying their final goodbyes to each other. Nearby, Song Qin was also frightened and terrified when she saw this scene. She didn't expect Tang Yi to be so ruthless. Fratricide, no matter who won, would be uncomfortable for the rest of their lives. She looked at Tang Yi's back, and a trace of fear arose in her heart. "Sister," Song Bingbing tugged at Song Qin's clothes and said weakly, "Who do you think will survive in the end?" "I don't know," Song Qin said with a worried expression. The momentum of Tiandahui in Hangzhou had always been high. This time, she hoped even more that Chen Shou would end his life here, even if Chen Jinan walked out alive later. Then, Tiandahui would not listen to him. Even if he wanted to come back for revenge, Song Qin wouldn't take him seriously. After all, over the years, the forces within Tiandahui had also fallen apart. Only when Chen Shou, the founder, was present could they be unified. If Chen Shou was gone, Chen Jinan's reputation alone would not be enough to accomplish anything. "Son, don't blame your father for being cruel." Chen Shou stabbed Chen Jinan directly in the abdomen. Bang! Chapter 104. A sneaker kicked up. At this moment, Chen Shou only noticed a dark shadow flashing before his eyes. The dagger he was thrusting towards Chen Jinan was kicked away. The dagger flew out and stuck into the hallway outside the door, with half of its blade embedded. "Master Tang." Chen Shou looked up at Tang Yi, who was standing nearby. His eyes were filled with confusion. Enough! Tang Yi glanced at the two of them and then walked into the private room. I've seen enough of this father-son bonding act. Tang, he had already achieved the effect he wanted. You were the ones who started this. He squatted down in front of the two of them, his eyes unervingly calm, but his smile was chilling. The father wants to kill the son, and the son wants to kill the father. Well done. Tang Yi's words made the father and son look at each other with suspicion. Chen Jinan had indeed felt the terrifying killing intent from his father, just now. If Tang Yi hadn't stopped him, he might have been killed. This old man, he didn't expect him to actually go through with it. Nearby, Song Qin, who was watching the show, couldn't help but admire Tang Yi's clever methods. From now on, it would be difficult for the father and son to get along as harmoniously as before. Chen Shou would definitely be wary of Chen Jinan at all times. Master Tang, you are? Chen Shou's pale face finally recovered, and he looked at Tang Yi and asked, What do you mean? Nothing. Tang Yi picked up another dagger on the ground and said with a smile, Be more low-key in the future and cherish this opportunity I'm giving you to live. When Chen Shou heard this, a touch of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. He immediately kowtowed to Tang Yi, thanking him. Master Tang, thank you for sparing my life. From now on, I will serve you like a dog. Not only Chen Shou, but also Chen Jinan. The two kowtowed at the same time, continuously, until blood appeared on their foreheads. All right, Tang, he said calmly. Get out of here before I change my mind. Yes, yes, yes. Chen Shou quickly stood up and left the KTV by himself. Behind him, his son Chen Jinan was completely forgotten. What are you still doing here? Tang Yi held the dagger in his hand and waved it in front of Chen Jinan, saying, No food today. Chen Jinan wanted to say something. His gaze turned to Song Qin, seemingly still reluctant to give up. However, in Song Qin's eyes, he was a complete scumbag, and he was only met with Song Qin's contemptuous gaze. What are you looking at? Tang Yi raised an eyebrow and said, Should I gouge out your eyeballs and leave them here so you can keep looking? Hearing about gouging out eyeballs, Chen Jinan swallowed in fright. He immediately stood up and ran out quickly. The KTV suddenly fell silent. Song Qin looked at Tang Yi's back, and her heart was filled with mixed feelings. She originally thought that Tang Yi was only skilled in medicine and a good fighter, but she didn't expect that someone like Lu Qingyun would call him old friend. You know, even the old master of their Song family wouldn't have this opportunity. Back at the gathering, the old master of the Song family could only watch Lu Qingyun from afar and didn't even have the chance to go up and talk to him. At this moment, Song Qin seemed to realize that she would be hit hard. Master Tang, when did you meet Lu Qingyun? Song Qin's beautiful eyebrows furrowed, and she asked with a worried look, I've never heard of it in Hangzhou before. You mean old friend Lu? Tang Yi stood up and sat on the sofa, saying, We discussed martial arts before. I gave him a few pointers and saved his life. Hearing that, Song Qin took a deep breath. Lu Qingyun's martial arts attainments were among the best in the entire Hangzhou. Ordinary people couldn't last 3 moves against him, and his Badgerman was also quite famous in the circle. She didn't expect that Tang Yi had actually given him pointers on martial arts. If this were to be spread, it would be a slap in Lu Qingyun's face. Moreover, Lu Qingyun would have to admit that this slap was well-deserved. Master Tang. After this incident, Song Bingbing's opinion of Tang Yi had undergone a 180-degree change, and she even learned from Song Qin to address him respectfully. You're so amazing than before you. I didn't dwell on what happened before. Tang Yi said calmly. After all, you had your reasons. At this moment, Song Bingbing had only one opinion of Tang Yi. That was, Tang Yi was more generous and capable than she had imagined. No wonder Song Qin had always defended Tang Yi, even lying at the family gathering that Tang Yi was her boyfriend. Perhaps Song Qin had long guessed Tang Yi's hidden strength. Song Bingbing looked at Song Qin with suspicion. She was charming, yet so elegant and likable. It turned out that Song Qin wanted to capture Tang Yi's heart and conquer this man, so that he would work for the Song family in the future. I have to say my sister's methods are really brilliant. Although the Song family's business influence in Hangzhou had always been at the forefront. However, it was inevitable that they would be suppressed by the underworld forces. It was easy to dodge open attacks, but hard to guard against hidden arrows. She had seen countless underworld organizations during her years abroad. If one day the Song family was really in trouble, she would need someone to rely on. Moreover, she had always been a concubine in the Song family and could not become the successor of the Song family. If something really happened one day, no one could protect her. It seemed that she had to find a man like Tang Yi, just like her sister. However, a man like Tang Yi was already hard to come by. Sister, if you can't win him over, don't blame me. Song Bingbing's heart had already begun to pay attention to Tang Yi. Today's events are almost over. I should go back. The series of events that had happened today had already made Tang Yi feel tired. He didn't want to stay in this place of feasting and revelry any longer. Master Tang, let me treat you to a meal. Song Qin stopped Tang Yi and said shyly, thanks to you today. Otherwise, I don't know what would have happened. Everyone knew what Chen Jinan would have done to Song Qin if Tang Yi hadn't come today. Song Qin was too embarrassed to say it. No need. Tang Yi put his hands in his pockets and walked out of the private room without looking back. It was just a convenient thing to do today. Although Tang Yi said so, in his heart, he also considered Song Qin to be a friend. After all, the two of them had been through so much. Originally, these were all things he should have experienced with Gao Manuel. Chapter 105. Master Tang. A gentle voice, the likes of which he had never heard before, caused Tang Yi to halt. Song Bingbing blurted out, this is also a token of our goodwill, Master Tang. Please don't refuse us. Behind Tang Yi's cold exterior, Song Bingbing was like a shy young girl, a stark contrast to the domineering and arrogant young lady she usually was. This behavior also surprised Song Qin, who was standing beside her. When did her cousin become so polite to Tang Yi? It was so good that it made her feel a little uncomfortable. I'm sorry. Although the two's request was sincere, Tang Yi did not seem to accept it. He said calmly, I have no interest in this kind of repayment. I have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Tang Yi politely declined the two and walked out of the private room. When he reached the door, Tang Yi stopped. You should leave as soon as possible. I can't guarantee that these people won't come back to take revenge on you. After saying that, Tang Yi walked out the door with a calm expression. After Tang Yi left, the private room was quiet with the two women. Sister. Song Bingbing's legs went weak, and she sat on the sofa, taking a long breath. Was everything that happened just now real? What are you referring to? Song Qin glanced at Song Bingbing, who was sitting on the sofa, already out of her wits. She had experienced too much today. She couldn't tell which event had surprised Song Bingbing. Everything is quite shocking to me. Song Bingbing slowly raised her head, looked at Song Qin, and slowly said, what shocked me the most was Master Tang. Is he really that powerful? Faced with Song Bingbing's question, Song Qin thought for a moment and replied, this is probably just the tip of the iceberg. Song Qin narrowed her eyes and looked in the direction Tang Yi had left. She understood that Tang Yi seemed to be hiding some secrets. He did not seem to take any of the big shots he knew seriously. He was very low-key in his dealings with people. This kind of person was too terrifying. Thinking back carefully, in all this time of interacting with Tang Yi, she had never heard of Tang Yi's past. Song Qin now strongly suspected that it was not that Tang Yi did not want to talk about it, but that he was afraid that she would not be able to accept it if he did. After leaving the KTV, Tang Yi returned to the floating cloud villa. Since Tang Yi moved here, he had been living alone, dismissing all the bodyguards and servants. He went to the second floor and sat on the sofa in the living room. He did not turn on the bedroom light. Taking advantage of the dimness of the room, he closed his eyes and rested. Too much had happened today. It was indeed a bit tiring. If someone could share some of the burden for him, he wouldn't have so many tedious matters to deal with. However, Tang Yi was troubled again. In this vast Hangzhou city, there was basically no one he could use. While he was thinking, Chun Shou's snobbish face flashed through his mind. Chun Shou? Tang Yi closed his eyes, took a breath, and muttered to himself, he's quite ruthless. I can consider him. At this moment, a vibrating sound came from Tang Yi's chest. At first, he thought it was his phone on silent, which was why it was vibrating. But when he put his hand into his clothes, his eyes suddenly trembled. Token! Tang Yi took the token out of his clothes and placed it in front of his eyes. Instantly, a green light shone from the token, like a green dragon circling between heaven and earth. The entire room was suddenly illuminated. The light passed through the glass on the balcony until the entire floating cloud villa was lit up. Fortunately, there was no one here. Otherwise, they would have thought it was dawn because of this powerful light. The light was fleeting and disappeared suddenly. Tang Yi witnessed this scene and clenched the token tightly in his hand. Although he didn't know what material the token was made of, it must be something special since Elder Longjing asked him to retrieve it. Tang Yi secretly made up his mind that when he found Longjing, he would never let this token leave his side. After putting away the token, Tang Yi took a hot shower. After taking a shower, he came to the courtyard of Floating Cloud Villa. This was the most essential part of Floating Cloud Villa. The first rays of light from the sun and the moon shone diagonally upwards when they emerged from the mountains. Therefore, this place gathered the essence of the sun and the moon and was the best place to cultivate and strengthen oneself. Tang Yi calmed his breath and concentrated his mind. He gathered a burst of strength in his hand and threw a powerful punch. He seemed to feel that his strength had improved a bit. After a few punches, Tang Yi finally made a closing move. At this moment, Tang Yi's cell phone suddenly rang. It was almost midnight. Who would call him at this late hour? Tang Yi took out his phone and took a look. When he saw the phone number clearly, he immediately knew. It was Song Qin, who had parted ways with him this afternoon. Why was she calling him at this hour? Could it be that she hadn't returned from the KTV and had encountered trouble again? Tang Yi answered the phone. Master Tang, do you remember the donation that our Song family made in your name before? Song Qin's words were as restrained as possible. Yes, I remember. Tang Yi thought for a moment and continued. If I remember correctly, I did not accept it at that time. That's right. Song Qin on the other end of the phone nodded. But we privately wanted to thank you for your help, so we still made this donation in your name. Hearing this, the expression on Tang Yi's face softened. It seemed that it was not a big deal. However, in this donation, we found that some children were sick, and it seemed very difficult to treat them. Then someone gave us a prescription, saying that it could save people. Speaking of this, Song Qin suddenly frowned. However, the Zhao family's pharmaceutical company found out about this matter. They said that this prescription is theirs. Now the two families are in a dispute. The Zhao family? Tang Yi seemed to recall something. When he was in prison, he heard that person tell him that the Zhao family's pharmaceutical business in Hangzhou was very important. The Zhao family had basically monopolized almost all the pharmaceutical industries in the country. In the market, some large medical companies or famous hospitals in Hangzhou obtained their medicinal materials from the Zhao family's pharmaceutical company. Although their medicinal materials were very expensive, it had to be said that they were of top-notch quality. Chapter 106. So, what do you plan to do? Tang Yi frowned, asking plainly. On the other end of the phone, Song Qin was silent for a long while. I think we can go and talk to the Zhao family to understand the situation. Song Qin's tone softened. Hopefully we can resolve this matter peacefully, from beginning to end. Are you sure? Tang Yi asked in a deep voice. Song Qin was silent. She didn't give a proper answer. Finally, Tang Yi couldn't wait any longer, and he spoke. What if they refuse to budge? Then, we have no effective way to obtain the prescription. And before that, it hasn't even been confirmed whether the prescription is real or fake, so there are plenty of chances for them to turn around and accuse you. As soon as Tang Yi finished speaking, Song Qin, on the other end of the phone, blurted out, this prescription has already been seen by a master in Hangzhou. After examining it, he guaranteed that there were no problems with it. A master? Tang Yi narrowed his eyes. In his mind, a face suddenly appeared. It was a very old face with a mustache shaped like the character Ba. 8, under the nose, mostly white hair, bright and piercing eyes, a short stature, wearing a blue robe, and often playing with 2 iron balls. The master you mentioned. Tang Yi paused for a moment, then continued. Is it the one known as Master Yao? How did you know? Song Qin's voice was full of doubt. She didn't even have time to think. Quickly, she calmed down and then thought about it carefully. That's when it hit her. For someone like Master Tang, even if he knew 1 or 2 famous people in the pharmaceutical industry. What was so strange about that? That's right, Song Qin replied. All right. Tang Yi seemed very disappointed and said calmly, This man is a complete fraud. Never mind the prescription. You may have been caught in their trap from the very beginning. Huh? Song Qin's mouth opened wide. She couldn't believe it. This was a famous master in Hangzhou, worshipped by many. Some even were willing to spend a lot of money to erect a memorial archway for Master Yao, on which were written the words, virtuous and skilled in medicine. How could such a person be a fraud? Master Tang, could you be mistaken? Song Qin still asked, even though she didn't want to believe it. In her heart, whatever Tang Yi said, no matter how unbelievable, she would still try to understand. The key was, after understanding, basically everything Tang Yi said would be confirmed. I'll go with you to the meeting tomorrow. Tang Yi sighed, then said, if you go alone, I'm afraid you'll be taken advantage of. Okay. Faced with Tang Yi's offer to accompany her, Song Qin agreed without hesitation. Moreover, a faint smile hung on Song Qin's face. After that, Tang Yi hung up the phone. He returned to his room in the floating cloud villa. After turning off his phone, he fell into a peaceful sleep. His breathing was even, and while he slept, it was as if he were practicing his cultivation. Living in the floating cloud villa, Tang Yi's cultivation increased faster than when he was in prison. From time to time, Tang Yi could feel that his strength was increasing more than before. The next day, a taxi stopped in front of a pharmaceutical factory. The sign next to the factory read Zhao's Enterprise. The factory covered an area of 1 or 2,000 square meters, the largest enterprise base in Hangzhou, with more than 10,000 employees. A production line stretched from Hangzhou to all parts of the world. Media and reporters at the gate held cameras, waiting for Zhao's group to give a reasonable explanation. Because, after all, it was related to the Song family, one of Hangzhou's enterprises, it was bound to alarm the entire Hangzhou media, which was a considerable expense and a piece of valuable news. Song Qin wore a mask and dressed casually, so she wasn't recognized by the reporters. Seeing the taxi, she quickly stepped forward and opened the car door. Tang Yi slowly got out of the car, looked at Song Qin, and asked directly, where are they? Inside the factory, it seems like they're having some kind of meeting. Song Qin's expression couldn't be seen, but the way she spoke, one could feel that she was gritting her teeth. Those bastards, they must be discussing the disposal of the secret prescription, thinking about how to get more benefits. Take me in. Okay. Compared to Song Qin, Tang Yi's attire could be described as even more plain, even it could be called unimpressive. He felt that he was there to deal with the prescription, not for a formal occasion, so there was no need to dress formally. The reporters looked back at the two of them, but didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Inside the factory's conference room, a cold voice resonated throughout the room. The disposal of the prescription is crucial to our entire group, so we must be extremely cautious. The profit from this prescription and its widespread use in the market could reach around 300 million this time, so we must avoid any problems at all costs. Zhao Ruilong slammed his pen heavily on the table. He frowned and said, I don't want any unexpected incidents. If anyone tries to interfere, you must eliminate them at all costs. The others at the long conference table all had sharp gazes and nodded firmly. For them, the group's interests were related to each of them. If they could profit 300 million, then the personal assets of everyone in their group could at least double. I don't need to tell you, you should all know who the biggest problem is for our Zhao family in this project, right? Zhao Ruilong's gaze swept across everyone present. Of course, they certainly knew. Without a doubt, it was the Song family. They also knew very well that this prescription was obtained from the Song family. In the corner of the conference room sat an elderly man with white hair. He had been listening to the meeting the whole time, but hadn't said a word. But Zhao Ruilong's gaze would occasionally turn to him, his eyes seemingly filled with a kind of tension, a tension that arose from within. And, at this very moment, bang, the door to the conference room was suddenly kicked open. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat, and then they looked at the doorway of the conference room. In this pharmaceutical factory, despite the large number of workers, no one dared to enter this conference room. Even when Zhao Rui was there, they didn't dare to see Zhao Ruilong's true face. Chapter 107. Are you talking about me? Song Qin's tone was very cold, filled with a kind of anger. Everyone was wondering who it was, but when they saw Song Qin, Zhao Ruilong's face relaxed. What? Zhao Ruilong said with a half-smile. Since when did the Song family have the habit of eavesdropping by the wall? I always thought the Song family was an upright and honorable family. Seeing President Song's behavior today, it really makes me feel a strange sense of shame. Shame. Hearing these two words. A cold smile appeared on Song Qin's face. You have the nerve to talk about shame? Song Qin pointed at Zhao Ruilong, her face contorted with anger, and said, Don't you feel ashamed of the dirty tricks you're playing behind our backs? Ashamed? Zhao Ruilong heard this. He burst into laughter, and the people behind him followed suit. The entire office was then filled with laughter, a mockery clearly directed at Song Qin. I thought a company as big as the Song family wouldn't have such naive ideas. Seeing this today really makes me lower my expectations. Which entrepreneur doesn't have some dirty tricks up their sleeve? Today, your Song family can show off your power. You can go back and ask your old man how he persecuted our Zhao family back then. Zhao Ruilong gritted his teeth when he said these words. Business tactics should stay within the realm of business. But you persecuted some of the children we were going to sponsor. Don't you think that's shameful? Using other people's kindness and compassion to make a profit. This kind of tactic is illegal in the eyes of others. Song Qin was still trying to reason with him verbally. But no matter how much Song Qin said, it only sounded ridiculous to them. Illegal. A look of disdain appeared on Zhao Ruilong's face. He spread his hands and said with a smile, Our Zhao family is such a big enterprise. Are we afraid of the law? Do you think your Zhao family can cover the sky with one hand? Song Qin's face was also full of disdain, and she said calmly, In front of our Song family, no matter how powerful your connections are, they are useless. Zhao Ruilong nodded, first acknowledging that what Song Qin said was certainly correct. In terms of financial strength and background, although the Zhao family had made a qualitative leap in the past 2 years, there was still a gap compared with the Song family. But this small gap was enough for the Zhao family to dig a hole for the Song family. But we didn't break the law in this matter. This pharmacy was originally ours, and we have already had it appraised by a master. It is accurate and effective, and it can indeed treat diseases. Zhao Ruilong spoke with great certainty, as if he was not at all guilty. At this moment, after Song Qin heard this, she felt a strange sense of doubt. It was as if she herself was the liar. How is that possible? I have already had Master Yao appraise this prescription, and it is still missing a few ingredients. Song Qin was now unsure of herself and said softly, If you have already published it, you will either be rejected or detained. Suddenly, a figure flashed behind Zhao Ruilong. An old man with white hair and a beard pinched his mustache and revealed a sinister smile. And when Song Qin saw him, she was stunned. Master Yao, why are you here? Song Qin asked in disbelief. President Song, what do you mean? Master Yao's face was full of cold smiles, and he said, What do you mean? Have we two met? When Song Qin heard this, she felt a surge of anger, and her eyebrows furrowed tightly. Of course we've met. You were the one who told me there was something wrong with this prescription. President Song, don't say such things. Master Yao immediately denied it. I have never seen you, let alone mentioned anything about the prescription. The first time I saw the prescription was when Zhao Ruilong, President Zhao, showed it to me. And if I'm not mistaken, there are still some serious hidden dangers in this prescription. President Song, I advise you not to steal other people's things to benefit your Song family. It's one thing to make money that goes against your conscience, but if your prescription doesn't work and it harms people, then your Song family will also be finished. You. Song Qin pointed at Master Yao, biting her red lips tightly. She did not expect that this person, who was known as a master, would turn against her at this moment and side with the Zhao family. How could he be worthy of his lifelong reputation? Was he really, as Tang Yi said, a complete fraud? It seemed that there was no need to verify what Tang Yi had said. The facts were already in front of her, and she had no time to think about anything else. Song Qin directly took out the incomplete prescription and threw it on the ground. At this moment, this prescription was useless in her eyes. And facing these people with human faces and beast hearts, the anger in her heart had already arisen. President Song, I don't think you need to struggle. Zhao Ruilong grinned and said, The facts are already in front of us. If we use the reputation of this prescription, we will open up a huge market from now on, and your Song family will never have a chance to surpass us. That's right, and I won't give your Song family that chance." And just then, behind Song Qin, a muttering voice sounded. "Angelica, polygonum multiflorum, Qing feng mai liu shou." The eyes of the people were drawn over. "Among these herbs, if I'm not mistaken." Tang Yi's voice suddenly stopped, and then he looked up at Master Yao beside him and said, "What's missing is wolfberry and niangxi, right?" Hurt. Master Yao's face was no longer calm. "How did you know?" At present, everyone in the conference room, except Tang Yi, basically already knew the two missing herbs in the prescription. "Master Tang, how did you know?" Song Qin was very surprised. She remembered very clearly that she had never told Tang Yi anything about the prescription. How did Master Tang know about this prescription? No wonder you want to take this prescription for yourselves. However, Tang Yi did not respond to Song Qin's words, but turned to Zhao Ruilong. "What? What did you say?" Zhao Ruilong's face was pale, and he said sharply, "This prescription was developed by our company, and it cost a lot of money. How can you deny us with just a few words?" Zhao Ruilong said, gasping for breath. Chapter 108. Absolute Nonsense. Zhao Ruilong immediately denied Tang Yi's words. He seemed extremely agitated and promptly said, "This prescription was passed down from my ancestors." "That's right." Beside them, Master Yao also nodded his aged head, his expression very serious. "That's right." Song Qin held her breath and pointed at Master Yao, her face stern. "Master Yao, I truly never expected you to say such a thing. With such a great reputation, why are you engaging in such underhanded activities? This prescription is meant for impoverished children. If you use it for profit, will they still have a chance to survive?" As Song Qin spoke, her body trembled, and she clenched her fists tightly. "This is something that saves lives, and you dare to embezzle it?" The people in the conference room were dumbfounded, staring at Song Qin. For a moment, the entire conference room fell silent, with everyone looking at each other in bewilderment. Finally, "Ha ha ha!" A furious laugh echoed through the conference room. "Money that saves lives?" A disdainful smile appeared on Zhao Ruilong's face. "I earn this money because I'm looking out for them. If these kids can say some nice things to me, beg me, maybe I'll be in a good mood and reward them with a few bites of food. Whoever dares to offend me, don't blame me for being impolite. Otherwise, this money will be their death sentence." Upon hearing this, Song Qin was so angry that she couldn't speak, glaring fiercely at Zhao Ruilong. His enormous waist and the arrogant smile on his face were very imposing. "You." Song Qin's words were stuck in her throat. "Let me handle it." Tang Yi patted Song Qin's shoulder from behind and stepped directly in front of her, leaving her with a solid back. "Huh?" Song Qin was stunned for a moment. She wanted to say something, but the words were stuck in her throat. She truly hoped that Tang Yi would step up and handle things, but Tang Yi's way of solving problems was to kill everyone in his way. However, today, although it was indeed very infuriating, and Song Qin also wished she could get rid of them all, but there were too many people present today, and the Zhao family's power in Hangqing was not weak. If the news spread, then it would inevitably cause some trouble, and this trouble could become the biggest problem for the Song family. Recently, it was a critical moment for the Song family. If a single problem arose, then the Song family would have to pay a great price to continue operating normally. "Master Tang." Song Qin called out. Tang Yi didn't pay attention to her, but directly bypassed Zhao Ruilong and came to Master Yao. Zhao Ruilong looked displeased. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Tang Yi. He was actually treated like air. "Since you recognize this prescription," Tang Yi held up the prescription in his hand and said calmly, "Do you know what this prescription is called?" "This." Master Yao suddenly felt greatly insulted. He was a famous master in the martial world. How could he not know the name of this prescription? And Tang Yi, who looked like an ordinary nobody in front of him, what qualifications did he have to question Master Yao? Master Yao's gaze was very high, and he didn't look directly at Tang Yi. He said in a disdainful tone, "Of course, I know. But you, young man, are so ill-mannered. Don't you know that you should be polite when speaking to your elders? It is indeed necessary to be polite when speaking to elders." Tang Yi's gaze fixed on the center of his brow, and then he said with a faint smile, "But your reputation is about to be ruined in the martial world, so it doesn't matter whether I am polite to you or not. Master Yao gasped, shocked, and said, You dare to speak such wild words. President Zhao, I don't think you need to give them any face. Just have them beaten to death with sticks and dragged out to feed the dogs. Master Yao felt disgraced. The eyes of the people around him turned to the enraged Master Yao. However, Zhao Ruilong remained unconcerned and simply waved his hand, saying, Master Yao, don't be angry. Let's see what tricks this kid can pull. After all, he was brought here by President Song. If he makes a fool of himself, it will be President Song's face that is lost. Upon hearing this, Master Yao's expression finally softened a little. Master Yao stroked his mustache and said, The name of this prescription is 9 Revolutions Soul Returning Soup. When Master Yao said the name of this medicine, he looked profound. When everyone heard such a profound name, they all sighed in admiration, feeling that Master Yao was truly knowledgeable. Looking at Master Yao's righteous appearance, everyone cast envious glances. That's right. Tang did not deny what he said, nodded, and said, Then do you know which book this prescription comes from? This. At this point, Master Yao was stunned, because when he learned about this prescription, it did not appear in a book. It was because Zhao Ruilong showed it to him. He searched through a large number of ancient books and finally only found the 5 words, 9 Revolutions Soul Returning Soup. Of course, Master Yao knows, Zhao Ruilong said with a haughty smile. You, a mere brat, dare to test Master Yao? You're really not afraid of being laughed at. Everyone ignored Zhao Ruilong's words, and Tang Yi's gaze was also fixed fiercely on Master Yao. Looking at his stammering appearance, Tang Yi revealed a meaningful smile. Have you remembered, Master Yao? Tang Yi asked calmly. This. However, under everyone's attention, Master Yao did not give an answer. Enough! Tang Yi interrupted him directly, and then said in a stern voice, You don't need to say it. This prescription comes from the Yongle period, extracted from the Yongle Encyclopedia, a widely circulated prescription from the Medicine Immortal Record. And this Medicine Immortal Record is also the legendary 9 Revolutions Soul Returning book. It contains all kinds of ancient medical secrets. However, this prescription is only a preface to it. You haven't learned the essence, yet you dare to use such a prescription to swindle people here. Do you know the consequences of doing this? Tang Yi's voice became colder and colder, making people feel as if the temperature had dropped below freezing. And Song Qin, who was behind him, was also equally shocked when she heard this. This prescription was clearly given to her by chance by someone, and no one else had seen it. It was only shown to Master Yao for a glance. How could Tang Yi know it inside and out? Could it be that Tang Yi knew the origin of this prescription? Or, Chapter 109, Master Yao snorted coldly, straightened himself, and said, Of course I know that. Do I need you to tell me? The people around him all breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Master Yao's answer, everyone believed that with his extensive knowledge, he would certainly know that this book came from the Yongle Encyclopedia. This brat who appeared out of nowhere dared to talk nonsense here, and he seemed to have no respect for Master Yao. Even if he was a junior in the medical field, it was still very rude. Moreover, in the martial world, great importance was placed on the relationship of courtesy between seniors and juniors. Just the 1 or 2 sentences Tang Yi had just said were enough to make the world spurn him. Since you know, Tang Yi finally revealed a smile, and then said coldly, Then you should know that this prescription is not actually from the Yongle Encyclopedia, but was created by a man surnamed Liu during the Kangxi period. It is not the Zhao family's ancestral prescription. After Tang Yi said this, Zhao Ruilong's face was instantly disgraced, and Master Yao also took a sharp breath, realizing that he had fallen for this kid's trick. Just now, because of his guilty conscience, he blurted it out without any precautions. He didn't expect to fall into this kid's trap. Chinese medicine, it can be said that every family has similarities, and curing diseases and saving people is based on using locally grown herbs, so the prescriptions are naturally similar. Master Yao pinched a small mustache and said proudly, Could it be that after Shinnong tasted hundreds of herbs, the one surnamed Liu dares to say that if you drink too much wolfberry, won't you get internal heat? As soon as these words came out, Zhao Ruilong felt relieved. On second thought, what he said was very reasonable. Wolfberry has the effect of tonifying essence and enriching blood, but drinking too much will also be accompanied by internal heat. So what Master Yao meant was that all the medicinal materials in the world came from Shenong tasting hundreds of herbs. Could it be that only the one surnamed Lu that Tang Yi mentioned could create a unique herb? Song Qin bit her red lips tightly after hearing this. She didn't expect that even at this point, this guy could still quibble to such an extent. It seemed that they had really taken great pains to earn these 300 million. The facts are already in front of you. Song Qin's voice sounded again. Do you still want to deny it? Deny it. Master Yao looked at Song Qin with a playful look at this moment, and was also full of sarcasm towards this little girl. This kid's question is obviously tricky and weird. How can you say that we are denying it? President Song, I think you'd better not find this kind of third-rate doctor to test me here. Otherwise, if it spreads out, people will say that this old man is bullying the younger generation. Ha 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 ha. The conference room burst into laughter again. As long as they mocked Song Qin once, these people would feel very proud. Because they were not mocking an insignificant ordinary person, but the eldest lady of the Song family, the most powerful family in Hangzhou. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for everyone. They liked to see Song Qin's furious but helpless look. From today on, you may not even have the chance to be a third-rate doctor. Suddenly, the whole room fell silent. Their eyes were fixed on Tang Yi, especially Master Yao. His back molars were already deeply crushed. Kid. Master Yao's voice was full of murderous intent, and he asked Tang Yi in a low voice. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Today you have violated my scales several times, and I can pull out your tongue at any time. With my medical skills, I will definitely not let you die a pleasant death. Tang Yi looked up and smiled. This was the best joke he had ever heard. He took the prescription in his hand and said, This prescription is not something that ordinary people can make. Even if you get the prescription, you can't make the medicine in it. Just a prescription, it's difficult for you to adjust the dosage. If you get one ingredient wrong, the probability of causing death is very high. Of course I know, Master Yao said impatiently. This is the most basic thing for a doctor. I don't know what you want to do by telling me these things. Do you want me to make this medicine? You can't make it. Tang Yi raised his finger and pointed at Master Yao's old-fashioned nose bridge. Master Yao shook his head and smiled bitterly after hearing this. Kid, if I make this prescription today, what then? Just as Master Yao's voice fell, before Tang Yi could answer, Zhao Ruilong interrupted. If Master Yao makes the prescription today, then take this kid's head and soak it in the soup to give our project a good start. Good! As soon as these words came out, everyone in the conference room applauded. Today, this kid really made a scene in the conference room, and everyone present was already unhappy with him. If he hadn't been chattering endlessly here, they would have arranged for someone to beat him out with sticks. Song Qin stepped forward and tugged at Tang Yi's clothes. Master Tang, Song Qin said softly with concern. I know you are very capable, but this is Master Yao. If you say he is a liar, then at most he is cheating some money, but he is the top existence in the entire Hangzhou in terms of prescription making. If you bet with him, it is undoubtedly hitting a rock with an egg. You should go. There is no need to risk your life for me here. After hearing this, the people of the Zhao family were also delighted. Did you hear that? Stinky boy, why don't you get out of here? But Tang Yi looked calm. Turning around, his face was very calm, and he said to Song Qin, Today, it is no longer your problem, but a bet between me and this Master Yao. Even if I lose, I have no regrets. After that, Tang Yi turned to look at Master Yao, handed him the prescription in his hand, and said, If I lose, I will soak my head in the medicine hall. If you lose, what will you do? Me. Master Yao's hand pinching his mustache suddenly stopped, and a mocking smile was slightly outlined at the corner of his mouth. For so many years, no one has been able to defeat me in prescriptions. Didn't you say that this old man is a liar? If I lose today, then I will immediately go out and announce to all the media in the world that I am a complete liar. Let my reputation be ruined from now on. Chapter 110. Good. Tang Yi's eyes lit up, and then he said with a smile, Master Yao is a renowned miracle doctor. Just based on your reputation, even if you say this out loud, you definitely won't go back on your word. Hearing this, Zhao Ruilong, who was standing nearby, chimed in with a sneer. Someone like Master Yao definitely won't go back on his word. His gaze then turned to Song Qin, who was also nearby, and he said with a cold smile, "It's just uncertain whether some people will go back on their word. Since we're willing to bet," Song Qin also said without hesitation, "then we naturally won't go back on our word." Actually, Song Qin felt unsure at this moment. However, Tang Yi had already made bold claims, and if she were to back down now, it would definitely be a huge loss of face. Moreover, everyone present today was waiting to see the Tang family make a fool of themselves. If Song Qin faltered at this moment, then tomorrow's news would report that the Zhao family had risen to prominence, and the Song family would decline from then on. Although this was just empty fame, in Hangcheng it would inevitably be believed by others. Naturally, in the future, there would be some inexplicable opponents in the clashes between the Song and Zhao families. Song Qin, for one thing, wanted to protect the face of the Song family. On the other hand, mainly, she didn't want some families in Hangcheng who were eager to make a move to covet the Song family's position in Hangcheng. Someone, Zhao Ruilong's loud voice shouted towards the door. "Quickly, bring all these medicinal ingredients out and arrange them for Master Yao to choose from." This place was originally a factory for making medicinal ingredients. The ground was covered with prepared medicinal ingredients. Whatever was needed could be obtained at any time. It could be said that everything available in Hangcheng was here, and even things not available in Hangcheng could be found here. After a while, more than a dozen medicinal ingredients were placed on the table. Afterward, a Chinese medicine-making machine was ready. The Chinese medicine-making machine was not very large. A good one was about the size of a chair. It was placed in the conference room, and everyone stepped aside, staring in amazement at Master Yao's back. A faint smile appeared on Master Yao's lips. "I think the last time I brewed a medicinal soup was 10 years ago. At that time, it was also a bet like this. Guess, what happened to the person who bet against me?" His gaze was cold as he looked at Tang Yi, who stood nearby with an expressionless face. A thought-provoking smile was on his lips. What happened? It wasn't Tang Yi who answered him, but Zhao Ruilong, who was standing nearby. That person has now been made into a humandru. Humandru? Hearing this word, a look of confusion appeared on Song Qin's face. The so-called humandru. Master Yao's gaze on Ly turned to Song Qin. "It means cutting off both legs, then cutting off both hands, gouging out the eyes, cutting off the tongue, plugging the ears, plucking out all the hair, and placing the person in a jar used for soaking wine." Hiss! Not only Song Qin, even those from the Zhao family gasped after hearing this. But Master Yao thought he could elicit a reaction from Tang Yi. Sadly for him, Tang Yi's face didn't show any change. This unusual calmness initially puzzled Master Yao, but he secretly smiled inwardly, thinking, "Just a young punk trying to act tough. Just a young punk trying to act tough. Let's see how long you can keep up this act." Whoosh! Master Yao, with his white sleeves, swept across the table. A white shadow flashed across the tabletop, and instantly, 2 liang were missing from one of the medicinal ingredients. So fast. Everyone was also amazed by this speed. This unexpected speed was completely unlike what a nearly 100-year-old man could unleash. Even an adult could not fully achieve it. Humph. After seeing this, Tang Yi couldn't help but feel a tinge of shock in his heart. In that instant, the speed wasn't enough to surprise him, but the fact that he could accurately grasp the amount of medicinal ingredients he took with just a flick of his hand. 2 liang. Exactly, no more, no less. If a person could turn his eyes into a ruler, then this person could be said to have transcended the ordinary. If a person could train his hand to become a steelyard, then this person not only possessed talent, but had also undergone continuous refinement under the blessing of that talent. Master Yao in front of him, in Tang Yi's understanding, was known to be a fraud. But seeing his skill now, it could be seen that he still had a tiny bit of ability. Afterward, Tang Yi smiled again, his eyes instantly returning to calmness as he watched Master Yao put the dangui and heshu into the medicinal soup at the same time. "Start the fire!" With a command, the automatic medicine brewing machine emitted a buzzing sound, which increased the temperature. Not long after, 3 bowls of medicinal soup were placed steadily on the conference room table. The entire office was filled with the bitter smell of medicinal ingredients. and from this bitter smell, everyone could tell. Especially the Zhao family, who had been making medicinal ingredients for many years. They could clearly tell from this smell that only such a light scent, mixed with a hint of bitterness, could show that the brewing of the medicine had reached its peak, and the technique was deeply ingrained. How is it? Master Yao looked at the 3 bowls of medicinal ingredients in front of him and pinched his Chao-Cheetah beard. His sharp gaze turned to Tang Yi, who was nearby. The medicine has been brewed. What else do you have to say? Song Qin's face was very pale. At this moment, her heart was in her throat. She hadn't expected that Master Yao was not, as Tang Yi had said, a fraud, and his skills were also incredibly impressive. Then Xin and Oi looked at Tang Yi's back and took a light breath. You. Just as Song Qin was about to argue, she was suddenly interrupted by Tang Yi. Your medicine has not been successfully brewed. Tang Yi pointed to the 3 bowls of medicine in front of him and said calmly, Don't you know the rules of the bet? Brewing the medicine is one thing. Whether the brewed medicine is drinkable is another. The medicinal ingredients used are indeed correct. But if you can drink it today, then I will naturally admit defeat. Bang! Zhao Ruilong was so angry that he blew his beard and glared, slamming his palm heavily on the table. You damn it, don't talk nonsense to me here. I've been putting up with you all day, not to let you push your luck. You want us to test the medicine? I think you're tired of living. Somewhat. Soon, a large group of security guards rushed in from outside, each holding a baton. Beat this person to death with clubs and throw him out to feed the dogs. Just as Zhao Ruilong was giving the order, Master Yao, who was standing nearby, suddenly stopped him. Chapter 111. Hold on. Master Yao quickly stopped Zhao Ruilong. Master? Zhao Ruilong was stunned. He turned to look at Master Yao, his face full of confusion. Master Yao, why keep someone who insults your prestige like this? Master Yao's face was filled with satisfaction at this moment. He thought he had already won the bet and wanted to put on a show in front of the crowd. He slowly opened his aged mouth and said, Since this junior says that my medicine is not drinkable, then today we will test the medicine with our own bodies. If we remain unharmed, then we will follow the terms of the bet. How about it? Master Yao's gaze shifted to Tang Yi. Since you have no problem, then I have no problem either. Tang Yi agreed very readily. Afterwards, Master Yao took one of the 3 bowls of medicine and handed it to Tang Yi, while the other bowl was handed to Zhao Ruilong. Since you two are witnesses, then today you should also test the medicine with your own bodies, he said, picking up the last bowl of medicine and placing it near his mouth. Of course, this old man, am the one who made this medicine, so I certainly can't escape. If there's a problem, I will bear it with you. Zhao Ruilong waved his hand and said heroically, Since it's medicine made by Master Yao, then of course there's no problem. With that said, Zhao Ruilong poured the bowl of medicinal soup in his hand down his throat without hesitation. The moment the soup entered his stomach, he suddenly felt refreshed and clear-headed, his eyes shining. It was as if he had returned to the world anew, and his understanding of his body had opened a new door. He had never felt so energetic, as if he had inexhaustible strength throughout his body. Zhao Ruilong thought, could this be the legendary rebirth? Just this moment alone was enough to make him feel like he was about to ascend to immortality. Master Yao, Zhao Ruilong said excitedly, Usually, I manage such a large medicinal herb enterprise, and I have seen many good medicinal herbs. Today, I finally understand what a divine hand in the medicinal herb world is. To be able to cook medicine with such precision and without losing the heat control. In the entire Hangzhou, and even in the entire history, it is also unique. Master Yao stroked his beard, his face filled with pride. At this moment, he answered Zhao Ruilong's praise with silence. When everyone saw Zhao Ruilong's appearance, they all expressed deep admiration. Because, for a person like Zhao Ruilong, who was usually arrogant and could not tolerate a single grain of sand, to be able to give such praise to Master Yao today, it was clear how divine this batch of medicine was. It's a pity everyone sighed in their hearts. They were not the ones who drank such good medicine just now. Presumably, they would never drink the medicine personally prepared by Master Yao from now on. Wouldn't this also be a regret in life? Brat! Zhao Ruilong pointed to the bowl of medicinal soup in Tang Yi's hand and said to Tang Yi mockingly, Drink it quickly, and let yourself die a convinced death. With that said, Tang Yi gently raised his arm and took a sip of the medicinal soup. Seeing this, Master Yao didn't say anything more and drank the medicinal soup in his hand in one gulp. The three of them put down their bowls at the same time. How is it? Seeing that everything had settled, Master Yao finally spoke. Then you should now admit defeat, right? However, before Master Yao could finish speaking, he heard a cold, mocking voice from across the conference table. It's about time. After hearing this, Zhao Ruilong immediately raised his head and looked at Tang Yi. But the smile on Tang Yi's face was unfathomable to him. What do you mean? Hearing this, Master Yao's eyes suddenly widened. But at this moment, a sudden pain, like a platinum hammer smashing down, came from his chest. The pain made him immediately fall to the ground. And it seemed that tens of thousands of ants were constantly squirming in the blood vessels of his body, and his eyes began to blur. Even his throat, as if stuck with a chicken feather, made a sound like a duck quacking. In just a moment, Master Yao also instantly collapsed to the ground, writhing like a worm. Tang Yi lowered his head and looked at the two of them indifferently. The time for the effect of this medicine is about right. This. Master Yao braced himself, and a trace of blood suddenly flowed from the corner of his mouth. He saw a drop of blood dripping in front of his eyes. He lowered his head, and the blood stain was very close to his gaze. Finally, Master Yao endured the stinging pain all over his body and shouted, "You despicable villain! You dare to poison us?" Poison? Upon hearing the word poison, Zhao Ruilong's eyes immediately became fierce, staring at Tang. Despicable, I didn't expect the dignified Song family to play the trick of poisoning. Brat, do you think you can walk out of here alive after poisoning us? The security guards outside the door. Seeing this scene, they all rushed in, their batons aimed directly at Tang Yi. One security guard took the lead and aimed a baton at Tang Yi's head. Bang! The next second, in front of everyone, Tang Yi slowly retracted one foot, and the security guard from just now had already been pinned to the wall behind him. The wall was torn, with several cracks appearing, and the rest of the security guards were so frightened that they did not dare to make a move. Poison. A mocking smile finally appeared on Tang Yi's face. Only you would use such a despicable and shameless trick. With your medical skills, you still dare to call yourself a master? Tang Yi's cold gaze looked at Master Yao, who was struggling for his life, and then he pointed to the medicinal herbs beside him. Do you think your method can be applied to these kinds of medicinal herbs? What do you mean? Zhao Ruilong was puzzled. It was recorded in the Yongle Encyclopedia that the method of decocting medicine should be matched with the appropriate medicinal herbs. Although your method has reached the level of perfection, it is so fast that it is amazing. However, you didn't notice that among these medicinal herbs, there are He Shou Wu and Dangui. When these two medicinal herbs are put in, they cannot be cooked quickly, but instead require slow hands and slow fire. Tang Yi walked to the two herbs, He Shou Wu and Dangui, took two from the table, and threw them in front of Master Yao. If these two herbs are drunk by someone who is emotionally agitated, then they will naturally suffer the consequences. Chapter 112. Nonsense. Zhao Ruilong cursed directly. Bullshit. I've been in the medicinal herb business for so long, and I've never heard of any emotions affecting the efficacy of herbs. It's clear that you poisoned it, and you're still talking nonsense here. A touch of displeasure appeared on Song Qin's face. The facts are right in front of you, and you're still trying to deny it? Bah! Zhao Ruilong glared at Song Qin and said, "What damn facts? I don't admit it. Quickly remove the poison from my body, or else don't blame me for being rude." As soon as he finished speaking, an old voice sounded from the side. "Mr. Zhao." Master Yao, after being silent for a long time, finally spoke. "It is indeed my technique that was the problem. If the He Shou Wu and Dangui were put in at the same time, it would definitely damage the original source. If a person is emotionally agitated, it would cause even more severe damage. You should not get angry anymore." Hearing this, an expression of disbelief appeared on Zhao Ruilong's face. Could the renowned Master Yao really have lost to this young brat? Master you? Obviously, Zhao Ruilong still didn't believe it. His gaze turned to Tang Yi, and then he said with a defiant expression, "Even if you know there's a problem with Master Yao's technique, it doesn't mean you can do better than him. In the entire Hangzhou city, if Master Yao can't do something, can you still do it?" Hearing this, Master Yao's face became a bit calmer. That's right. In Hangzhou city, he didn't believe there was anyone who could surpass him in the technique of compounding medicine. You said before, if Master Yao couldn't make the medicine according to this prescription, then you would lose. Now, what do you mean by saying this? Song Qin couldn't bear it anymore. She stood up and said sharply. Although his body was in great pain, Zhao Ruilong still forced a smile and said, "The prescription is now in our hands. Why should we listen to you? I'll decide how we compete." You. Song Qin bit her red lips tightly. Her blood boiled with anger, and she wished she could go up and kick Zhao Ruilong, that treacherous businessman, in his face. But she couldn't do that now. The prescription was still in their hands. If they fell out now, then those people would have no chance of being saved. What if I can compound the medicine? From the side, Tang Yi's deep voice exploded in the crowd. Zhao Ruilong's eyebrows furrowed, and he looked at Tang Yi with a shocked expression. Silence. The entire conference room fell into an extreme silence. Ha ha! The next moment, loud laughter resounded throughout the conference room. Not only every senior member of the Zhao family, even Master Yao, who was standing beside him, showed a disdainful look. At present, he was the only one who could decoct this medicine, and because of his mistake in technique, they had become like this. So it could be said that in this world, it was impossible for a second person to decoct this medicine just right. Young man. Master Yao's mood seemed to have improved a bit, and he said coldly to Tang Yi, "It's not that I'm mocking you, but if you can decoct these herbs today, I'm willing to kowtow to you 3 times to apologize for my previous impoliteness." The corner of Tang Yi's mouth slightly curled into a disdainful smile. Finally, he walked to the table where the medicinal herbs were placed. Under the hesitant gazes of the crowd, Tang Yi gently waved his arm. Without a single unnecessary movement, he instantly grabbed more than a dozen herbs in an instant. Only the Dangui and Shou Wu were left. Using a gentle fire to gather and boil, the peak of the herbs cannot be reached in a short time. There is still room for the others to exert their effects, and I have left this room for the Dangui and Shou Wu. You were too impatient, so you didn't realize the power of this. It's normal for you to be poisoned like this. Tang Yi turned on the gentle fire on the decocting machine and slowly proceeded. After a while, he noticed that warm bubbles began to appear in the decocting machine. Tang Yi's eyes were quick and his hands were fast, his eyebrows furrowed, and he instantly threw in the remaining 2 herbs. He turned on the intense fire to boil it. Under the intense fire, the decocting machine was already boiling hot with bubbles. Another half an hour passed. Originally, a portion of the water had been boiled down by more than half. Only less than a bowl of medicinal soup remained. Ha! Zhao Ruilong stood up with the support of the crowd. After looking at the little bit of soup left in the decocting machine, he laughed uproariously. So, you're not that great either. To be able to boil the medicinal water down to this point, it's the first time I've seen it in history. It's really a big joke of the ages. Before Zhao Ruilong could finish speaking, Master Yao's expression instantly became uneasy. Boiling down the excess medicinal soup and controlling the remaining essence within a reasonable dosage. Colorless and tasteless, it is of the highest quality. Master Yao's one sentence of highest quality instantly made Zhao Ruilong's face astonished. Then Zhao took out 3 unused bowls and poured the medicinal soup into them. The size of these 3 bowls was just enough to be comparable to the previous large bowl. First, Zhao handed a bowl to Song Qin, and then he handed another bowl to Master Yao. He didn't need to hand it to him, but in order to make him admit defeat wholeheartedly. After Master Yao received the soup, he directly drank it down. The medicinal soup slid down his throat like a lubricating liquid, and it had already entered his stomach without any sensation. He only felt a hot stream of air on his spine, surging from bottom to top, rushing through him fiercely. Suddenly, his whole body was filled with power, and this old bone seemed to have returned to its youth. Could it be? Could this be the limit of this medicine? What I decocted just now didn't have this feeling at all. Seeing that this medicine had cured him, Master Yao's words were full of admiration. Hearing this, Zhao Ruilong's eyes were bloodshot, and he was extremely irritable. He directly pushed away the security guards who were supporting him and threw himself on the table, saying to Tang Yi, "You're talking nonsense. There's no problem with my prescription. There's absolutely no problem with my prescription. It's you, it's you. It's you who poisoned me." For a moment, everyone in the conference room looked at Zhao Ruilong as if they were looking at a madman. At this moment, Zhao Ruilong's face was ferocious. The bowl of medicinal soup he had just drunk had already caused mental problems. It could be said that in this short moment, Zhao Ruilong had become a complete madman. "I originally wanted to save you, but the things you've done are simply outrageous." Chapter 113. Insane. He's insane. President Zhao has lost his mind. Nearby, several people from the Zhao family quickly approached, helped Zhao Ruilong up, and escorted him out of the conference room. Along the way, he was cursing and swearing. The security guards at the door felt a lingering fear after seeing this. The once invincible President Zhao had actually become a madman. Was this a hoax? Tang Yi also finished a bowl of medicinal soup, placing the empty bowl in front of the others. "How is it? If there are no problems, I'll take this prescription with me. In the future, don't do such sneaky things." "Master Tang, there's another bowl of medicinal soup here. What should we do with it?" Song Qin suddenly placed the bowl of medicinal soup from earlier in front of Tang Yi and said, "Should we give it to President Zhao? I think he's already lost his mind. Maybe drinking this medicine could help him recover." "No need." Tang Yi waved his hand and said, "He's overly emotional, and the poison has already reached his brain. One bowl of medicinal soup won't be enough to save him." Tang Yi looked at the bowl of medicinal soup in Song Qin's hand and said, "This bowl is for you. Haven't you noticed that you've been overworking your body lately? This bowl of tonic is just what you need to replenish yourself." "Oh." A hint of doubt appeared on Song Qin's face. She knew her own body best. How could Tang Yi know in an instant that there was something wrong with her body? "Master Tang," Song Qin said with a puzzled look, "there's nothing wrong with my body? Have you been staying up late frequently lately?" Tang Yi raised an eyebrow with a slight smile and said, "Your dark circles can no longer be concealed by foundation. There's no need to pretend to be strong. You can actually ask someone else to share your burden." "I." Only then did Song Qin realize that Tang Yi had always cared about her, and he also noticed that her health had been poor lately. Without further hesitation, she drank the medicinal soup in her hand in one gulp. "Master Tang." Master Yao strolled over to Tang Yi's side. Even though he was over 50 years old, embarrassment still showed on his face. He slowly said, "Today, I thank you for your mercy. But I wonder, why did you save me?" A meaningful smile appeared on Tang Yi's face. "If I hadn't saved you, how would you have kowtowed to me and gone out to tell those reporters that you're a fraud?" Although Master Yao had 10,000 reluctances in his heart, he still gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, saying, "A real man knows what to do and what not to do. Since I lost, I won't say any more. I'll go and expose my own evil deeds right now." "Master Tang, isn't this a bit harsh on Master Yao?" Song Qin said with a concerned look. "After all, he's an 80-year-old man. If his reputation is ruined now, then his whole life will have been for nothing. What does it have to do with me?" Tang Yi's tone was full of coldness. Looking at his retreating figure, Tang Yi at this moment seemed like a different person, completely opposite to the Tang Yi who had just cared about her. Song Qin stopped talking and watched helplessly as Master Yao lowered his head and walked out. At the entrance of the pharmaceutical factory, dozens of media outlets finally saw someone come out. Today's big news was finally coming. The figure got closer and closer, and they finally saw clearly who it was. It was actually Master Yao. Master Yao? The media reporters all craned their necks in disgust. How could it be Master Yao? This time, it's Master Yao who's coming out to talk to us media. Tomorrow's traffic will definitely be national headlines. Maybe we won't have to work for our performance this month. Master Yao's reputation was very famous throughout Hangqing. As long as such a figure was exposed to the public eye, the media benefits gained would be enough to support a month's operation. But people like this cherish their reputation even more. If their reputation was damaged even a little or a tiny bit, it would be more painful than cutting a piece of flesh from their bodies. But today, such a master was going to expose himself as a fraud in front of all the media. That would undoubtedly negate Master Yao's entire first half of his life. Everyone, Quiet down, please. Master Yao came to the front of the media and signaled for everyone to be quiet. Then, he spoke slowly, taking a deep breath. Today, I have something to confess here. I am a fraud. I am ashamed of my reputation and colluded with the Zhao group to defraud the investment in the Orphans Fund prescription. As soon as these words came out, all the media reporters present were stunned. Even the cameras in their hands stopped abruptly at this moment. What was wrong with Master Yao? What nonsense was he talking about? Master, we're here today to inquire about how the Zhao group plans to deal with the prescription. You said you are ashamed of your reputation and defrauded the prescription. What exactly is going on? The media raised their microphones, but they were no longer as eager as before, afraid of missing any important details or some shocking words. At this moment, Master Yao took a gentle breath and patiently explained to them. The Zhao group's prescription was obtained from the Song family through my underhanded manipulation. Now they have found out, and I have to admit it in front of the media before they will let me go. The media fell silent for a while. They stared at Master Yao with wide eyes, as if they had 1,000 words they wanted to ask him. But when some media outlets opened their mouths, they didn't know how to ask. At this time, Song Qin and Tang Yi walked out of the pharmacy. The two of them were still dressed in simple, plain clothes, but in the eyes of the others, they were also employees of the Zhao group. The media ignored the two of them and continued to point their microphones at Master Yao. Master, please tell us in detail how you defrauded the Song family of their prescription. Can your act of defrauding the Song family of their prescription be basically defined as illegal and criminal? Master, what are your thoughts on your reputation from now on? Master Yao ignored all the questions from the media. His gaze met with Tang Yi, who was leaving. It seemed Master Yao's gaze was expressing gratitude to Tang Yi, thanking Tang Yi for giving him a chance to remove this heavy burden of shackles. The two of them left the noisy crowd and got into Song Qin's Mercedes-Benz Maybach. Master Tang, do you think anyone will believe Master Yao from now on? Chapter 114. It's hard to say, but one thing I'm sure of is that those who are wrong always have to pay for their actions. Tang Yi put his hands in his pockets, withdrew his gaze, and walked straight out of the yard. He got back in the car. As the second car started, an unprecedented silence fell upon the vehicle. Finally, Song Qin spoke, breaking the quiet. Master Tang, do you think this prescription is suitable for children? Song Qin drove, glancing at Tang Yi in the back seat through the rearview mirror. Tang Yi's gaze was fixed on the scenery outside the window. Then he spoke, this prescription isn't quite right for children. I suggest you reconsider and look at other prescriptions. After this incident, how can I trust anyone else? Song Qin's voice dropped noticeably. There are countless people opposing the Song family now. If even one thing isn't handled properly, our Song family will be truly finished. And it's not like we'll always have Master Tang to help us out in time. Song Qin spoke earnestly. Tang Yi looked out the window for a long time and finally took a breath. I'll write you a prescription. Tang Yi took a pen and a small notebook from one of his pockets. Song Qin watched through the rearview mirror as Tang Yi wrote down several medicinal ingredients on the notebook. He tore off the page and placed it on the passenger seat. Following this prescription, the dosage is beneficial and harmless for children, but there's no need for anyone over the age of 16 to take it. Tang Yi gave a few instructions, then returned his gaze to the window. Song Qin glanced at the small yellow piece of paper on the passenger seat. Master Tang, are there any special techniques for preparing these herbs? No, any traditional Chinese medicine practitioner can prepare it. Tang Yi said without any expression. The cost of these herbs is much lower than the previous one. It doesn't require a high price to achieve the corresponding effect. Tang Yi added a few more sentences. Cost is not an issue. This project was established for you, after all. The car drove on, until it disappeared at the gate of the pharmaceutical factory. At the Gao family home, in the living room, Gao Manuel, wearing a floral dress, lay on the sofa watching TV. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her fair legs. She glowed, as beautiful as an angel in the sunlight. Ding dong. Her phone suddenly made a sound. She picked it up and looked at the screen. Instantly, she sat up, her expression becoming unnatural. Oh my God! The famous Master Yao has exposed himself as a fraud? At this late stage in his life, losing his integrity. What a pity. Gao Manuel put down her phone, looking worried. Recently in Hangzhou, there had been a series of news reports about prominent figures having problems. And the timing all coincided with Tang Yi's release from prison. Gao Manuel couldn't help but connect the two events. Gao Manuel, what are you thinking? Tang Yi is just a complete fraud. How could he possibly deal with these powerful people? Gao Manuel suppressed herself from overthinking. Just then her phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was her grandfather calling. The Gao family patriarch hadn't called her in a long time. Usually, if he had something to say, it was about her company. After all, the company was built by the old man, so his concern was understandable. Hello, Grandpa. You still have the nerve to call me Grandpa? Do you know what you've done? The herbal medicine business deal with the Zhao family has been exposed. It involved fraudulent activities. Even Zhao Ruilong of the Zhao family has gone mad. The media is full of it, and there's evidence of our Gao family's involvement. The old patriarch didn't mince words, immediately scolding Song Qin. Although he had retired, he still had some friends in Hangzhou. He could easily get the inside story with a few inquiries. Today, fortunately, the Zhao family's affairs were exposed in time. Otherwise, the Gao family would also be implicated. Grandpa, Gao Manuel was a little stunned. She hadn't yet realized what had happened. But in the next second, the TV started broadcasting news about Zhao Ruilong, the general manager of the Zhao Group, being arrested on suspicion of fraud. The number of other arrested Zhao family members reached more than 30. The Zhao Group, at this moment, vanished directly? Grandpa, listen to my explanation. Gao Manuel, having reacted, wanted to say something, but was interrupted by her grandfather. Enough! I think you've been tired lately. From now on, hand over the company to your younger brother. Although Chungbin is quite stingy, at least he won't push the company into dire straits. With that, the old patriarch hung up the phone. Grandpa! Gao Manuel wanted to struggle a bit more. But before she could speak, she heard the sound of the phone hanging up on the other end. Gao Manuel felt like the sky was falling. The Zhao Group had always been a legitimate group. After so many years, why would this happen? Gao Manuel took out her phone and started searching for news. But what she found shocked her. There were over 6,000 headlines about the Zhao Group's fraudulent activities, including some companies that cooperated with the Zhao Group. There were also some companies that had been defrauded by the Zhao Group. Seeing this, Gao Manuel felt a chill run down her spine. Fortunately, their involvement with the Zhao Group wasn't too deep. Otherwise, they would have ended up like the other companies, being universally condemned. While looking at the news photos, she suddenly saw Tang Yi in a photo of Master Yao being interviewed at the gate of the Zhao Group's pharmaceutical factory. Yes, that's right. It must be Tang Yi. She would never mistake him. And the person next to Tang Yi, although dressed like an ordinary person. But it couldn't hide her beauty. This person was instantly recognizable. Gao Manuel had seen her before. It was the eldest daughter of the Song family, Song Qin. Rumor had it that the Song family and the Zhao family had always been at odds. Now, the eldest daughter of the Song family appeared in the Zhao family's pharmaceutical factory, and the next moment, Master Yao exposed himself as a fraud. The Zhao Group was in the headlines. There must be something fishy going on. Tang Yi, it must be because I said a few words to you at the prison that day, and you are deliberately taking revenge. You bastard. You are such a petty person. Gao Manuel, no longer caring about her ladylike image, slammed her phone onto the ground. Chapter 115. Meanwhile, on the other side, in a bar, Gao Chungbin received a call from his grandfather. He pushed away the woman who was twerking and shaking her bare bottom, and partied even harder with the flashing lights of the bar. He kept partying until the early hours of the morning. Gao Chungbin returned home. Gao Manuel was not in the living room. Only Chen Lanxiang was sitting there with several delicious dishes and a pot of good wine on the table, waiting for Gao Chungbin. Son, you're finally back. I heard from your grandfather that you are now in charge of the company. Chen Lanxiang beckoned Gao Chungbin to sit down and massage his shoulders. Yeah, if it weren't for my sister's poor performance, I wouldn't bother cleaning up her mess. Gao Chungbin threw his car keys on the table without hesitation. He said with a look of disdain, I knew my son would be successful in the future. The Gao family's company must remain in the hands of the Gao family. Your sister is a woman after all. It won't be long before she gets married. So you must take good care of the company. This is the guarantee of our mother and son's livelihood for the rest of our lives. Chen Lanxiang said proudly. Got it, got it, Gao Qingbin replied impatiently a couple of times. Then he picked up his chopsticks and took a few bites of the dishes. After dinner, Gao Qingbin left the Gao family residence, claiming he had to meet some guests. Gao Manuel, who was on the second floor, was not asleep. She had overheard the entire conversation. Watching Gao Qingbin slowly drive away, she sighed deeply. Early the next morning, Gao Manuel got up and went to the company for the handover ceremony. She also wanted to give Gao Qingbin some advice on the company's development direction and some important projects. But as soon as Gao Manuel arrived at the company, she saw that her office secretary had been replaced. She thought to herself, where is Li Shanshan? Where is the previous secretary? Gao Manuel walked up to the new secretary and asked. She looked at the blonde girl in front of her, wearing black stockings, a tight-fitting hip-hugging skirt, and the strong scent of perfume, which could be smelled clearly from 3 meters away. Moreover, this blonde girl not only smelled of perfume, but also of alcohol. Her eyes were dull, and it was obvious that she was a frequent visitor to various nightclubs. Who are you? The blonde girl said arrogantly. What right do you have to question me? I am Gao Manuel, the president of this company. Gao Manuel frowned and raised her voice. Damn it. What the hell, she doesn't even know her, yet she dares to come to work? Raw! The blonde girl pointed a finger horizontally and squinted. You are the former president. Now our president is Gao Qingbin. If you don't have an appointment, please leave. What? I'm his sister. Why do I need an appointment to see him? All right, you can leave now. All personnel unrelated to the company, please leave on your own. Otherwise, when Mr. Gao arrives and sees you, he will blame me. The blonde girl was about to escort Gao Manuel out. He hasn't arrived yet? It's already this late, and there's a cooperation meeting with Dongfang Enterprise this afternoon. He hasn't even come to the company to prepare? Gao Manuel was almost furious. She could tolerate her secretary being replaced. She could still tolerate not being allowed into her office. But it was already this late, and he still hadn't come to the company. The meeting with Dongfang Enterprise this afternoon was a crucial one. She had solicited for a long time and put in a lot of effort to get this opportunity. She didn't want it to be wasted. She immediately took out her phone and called Gao Qingbin. At first, the first 2 calls went unanswered, and she was mocked by the secretary. Finally, the third call connected after ringing for a long time. Hello? Gao Qingbin's tone was very impatient. Why are you calling so early in the morning? Don't you know I'm still sleeping? Gao Qingbin, watch your words. I am Gao Manuel. Regarding Gao Qingbin's attitude, Gao Manuel directly revealed her identity. But it didn't seem to make Gao Qingbin change his attitude. I know it's you. So what? I have this attitude towards anyone who wakes me up. I don't want to argue with you. Why haven't you come to the company yet? There is an important meeting this afternoon, and we must be fully prepared. This opportunity is very important to us. Gao Manuel said patiently. She didn't want to delay today's cooperation project because of such a trivial matter. Gao Manuel, are you teaching me how to do things? Don't forget, it's not you who is managing the company now. It's me. When did it become your turn to give orders here? Gao Qingbin's attitude was very tough. This stunned Gao Manuel on the other end of the phone. What did Gao Qingbin mean? You leave the company immediately and don't interfere with my arrangements. Otherwise, I will call Grandpa now and tell him that you are obstructing my work. Beep, beep, beep. Gao Qingbin hung up the phone unceremoniously. Sigh. Gao Manuel glanced at the blonde girl, the arrogance on her face. After sighing, she left. After hanging up the phone, Gao Qingbin directly picked up his wine glass. 2 plump women were lying in his arms. Drink! Damn it, stinky woman. Now that you have no value, you still dare to call me. Gao Qingbin thought that Gao Manuel was just trying to show off her authority in the company, and he didn't take the project cooperation this afternoon seriously at all. He continued to indulge in drinking and revelry. Soon, it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. A car stopped at the entrance of the company. The door opened, and 2 men and a woman stepped out. All of them were wearing neat suits and carrying briefcases. A man with gold-rimmed glasses and slicked-back hair glanced at his watch. It is indeed 2 o'clock. Logically, mister, Gao should have arranged for someone to greet us. Do we have to navigate our way up ourselves? The man's tone was full of dissatisfaction. Obviously, he was skeptical about Gao Manuel's attitude. Another man in a suit took a deep breath. This man was different from the other two, and he seemed more shrewd. He was also the leader of these people. The Gao family begged us to do this project. They will definitely not neglect us. Maybe Mr. Gao has other urgent matters at the moment. You two don't need to be anxious. It's okay to wait a little longer. The man turned around and instructed the other two. Chapter 116. Hello. Excuse me. When will General Manager Gao be free? A sharp-looking man, unable to wait any longer, inquired of the receptionist. Our General Manager Gao has some business to attend to today and is not in. Please come back another day. As soon as the receptionist finished speaking, the man's expression froze. It was clearly their Gao family who had requested this meeting to discuss a collaboration, and they were already a full hour past the agreed-upon time. Outrageous. It was simply too outrageous. Evening. The Gao family members, in a show of unity, held a gathering. Relatives who were usually inconspicuous, upon hearing that Gao Qingbin had taken over the company, all wanted a piece of the pie. At the Gao family dinner table, some elders raised their glasses and approached Gao Qingbin. Qingbin, we always knew you were more capable than your sister. That's right, that's right. Speaking of which, it's reassuring to have the Gao family's assets in the hands of a Gao family member. From now on, we relatives will look up to Qingbin. He can lead us to prosperity. The relative's words made Gao Qingbin unable to contain his joy. He immediately raised his glass and said with a hearty laugh, "Don't worry, uncles and aunts, as long as you are a member of the Gao family, I will arrange a position for you in the company." Really? One of the aunts, even more enthusiastic upon hearing this, raised her glass, walked around the table, and came to Gao Qingbin's side saying, "If you can arrange a job for your second cousin, then your aunt will truly think highly of you." Just a job? Gao Qingbin waved his hand grandly and immediately said, "He can start working at the company tomorrow. The position of chief financial officer happens to be vacant." The people at the table, upon hearing Gao Qingbin's arrangement, instantly raised their eyebrows. Everyone was as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and they took turns toasting Gao Qingbin. Seeing her son so respected, Chun Lanxiang also smiled with satisfaction. She had always wanted to prove their family status in front of these relatives. Especially the previous marriage of Gao Manuel and Tang Yi, which had always been the subject of gossip among these relatives. This time, she had finally gained enough face. At this moment, a clear voice rang out at the dinner table. When did the position of chief financial officer become vacant? Gao Manuel stood up and asked with a cold expression. In this joyful atmosphere, her cold temperament seemed out of place. Silence, dead silence. The toasting stopped, and facing the former president of the Gao family relatives still felt a trace of fear. They all knew that Gao Manuel had inherited Chun Lanxiang's meanness and ruthlessness. Once her interests were touched, she would definitely defend them fiercely. "I fired the previous chief financial officer. Is that not allowed?" Currently, only Gao Qingbin dared to speak like this. "Fired?" A trace of astonishment flashed in Gao Manuel's eyes. She had personally promoted this chief financial officer, and he was also a very capable person. So many developing companies like theirs dreamed of having such an employee, but Gao Qingbin had fired him in less than half a day after taking office? What mistake did he make? Gao Manuel clenched her fists, her brows furrowed, and said, "On what grounds did you fire him?" Hearing this, Gao Qingbin raised his head arrogantly and said justifiably, "On the grounds that I am now the president of the Gao family, and I am in charge of the company. Gao Manuel, it's not your turn to interfere in the company's affairs. Who I employ is my freedom. You." Gao Manuel was so angry that she clenched her fists and took a deep breath. At this moment, she was speechless. Nearby, some relatives, seeing that Gao Manuel had lost, immediately straightened their backs. Some people just can't stand to see others doing well. Qingbin is so sensible, knowing to help us. It's still better to have a son than a daughter. A daughter's heart is always with outsiders, employing only outsiders and not their own family. The relatives directly launched a sarcastic attack on Gao Manuel. Gao Manuel, however, remained calm. She knew that if she really followed their wishes and let these relatives into the company, That would be the real end. The second aunt's son, who graduated from junior high school and had been living at home ever since, was in his 30s and had never thought of going out to work. And the eldest uncle's daughter, who had just graduated from college this year, spent her days hanging out with gangsters and causing trouble. She couldn't even imagine what these people would do to the company she had built with her own hands if they were placed in it. I'll only say this once. If your children are capable, they should find their own jobs. Our company doesn't accept just anyone. I advise you to give up this idea. Don't forget, I still have a say in the board of directors. Gao Manuel's words were very cold. She would not allow anyone to tarnish the company she had built with her own hands. Otherwise, it would just be a matter of fighting to the death together. You. Chen Lanxiang almost fainted from anger at Gao Manuel's arrogant attitude. You unfilial daughter, your brother finally has the opportunity to take over the company, and you are using the board of directors to pressure him. What are your intentions? Mom, do you see my sister's true intentions now? Gao Qingbin also said excitedly, my sister just wants to keep control of the group in her own hands, and she never thought of me. How can you be so vicious? This is your brother. Are you trying to anger me to death? Chen Lanxiang gritted her teeth and pointed at Gao Manuel. In front of so many relatives, she didn't care about her face anymore. Even if she lost face, she couldn't let Gao Manuel get away with it. For the sake of her son, she was going all out today. Mom! Gao Manuel called out to Chen Lanxiang aggrievedly, trembling. How could I harm my brother? Bah! You just can't stand to see me doing well. You vicious woman. Today is my first day at work, and you called to lecture me, clearly wanting to control me under your thumb and not giving me any chance to develop. Gao Qingbin's emotions became more and more agitated as he spoke. Nearby, those relatives listened to the excitement and added fuel to the fire. At the height of the argument, no one noticed when the door of the Gao family was pushed open. An old man in a white short-sleeved shirt walked in. What's all the noise? You can't even have a peaceful meal. Are you trying to kill me with anger? This person was the old master of the Gao family. The moment old Master Gao appeared, everyone immediately quieted down. In front of old Master Gao, his status was the highest among the older generation. Chapter 117. Seeing her grandfather arrive, Gao Manuel felt a wave of relief. Because, for the sake of the company's interests, her grandfather would definitely not allow these people to act recklessly. Manuel, it's not that your grandfather wants to criticize you. I've already said that the company's affairs should be handled by Xiaobin. You've been interfering all the time. How can Xiaobin feel at ease? Hearing this, Gao Manuel was completely stunned. She didn't expect her grandfather to take their side. Grandpa! Gao Manuel called out weakly, wanting to say more, but she was stopped by Elder Gao's scolding. Enough! Elder Gao's voice was extremely intimidating, instantly silencing Gao Manuel. The scene became quiet for a moment. Elder Gao then sat down on a chair and looked at Gao Qingbin beside him. I recently heard from a few of my old friends that the Oriental Group will be selecting a real estate project partner company in the coming days. The Oriental Group's reputation has been very good in the past 2 years, and many people still can't get on their good side. If I'm not mistaken, this time the Oriental Group's real estate project has internal personnel manipulating it behind the scenes. If nothing goes wrong, the profit could be 1 billion. Elder Gao spoke earnestly. Everyone who heard this gasped. They had also heard of the Oriental Group, a famous group in the neighboring Dragon City. They had always wanted to expand their business to Hangzhou, but unfortunately, there was not much of a market. Unexpectedly, as the Oriental Group's influence increased in the past 2 years, they also gained a position to speak. After finally obtaining a piece of land from the government that could generate billions, many people were scrambling to cooperate. So much. Chen Lanxiang, upon hearing this, revealed her money-loving nature once again. Xiaobin, if you can cooperate with the Oriental Group, if your sister disagrees again in the future, you don't have to be polite to her. After Chen Lanxiang finished speaking, she didn't forget to glare at Gao Manuel. She had just lost all face because of her. This daughter was really infuriating. Sa, I came here today just to mention this matter so that you all could pay attention. Although our Gao family's development has been all right in the past 2 years, there is still a long way to go before we can reach the Oriental Group. Elder Gao said with a dejected look. Everyone also gave up on this beautiful dream. Carefully thinking about it, it was indeed unrealistic. There are many groups and families in Hangzhou that are very trustworthy. Why would they choose the Gao family? Just as everyone was dispelling this thought, Gao Manuel's voice sounded again. Grandpa, there is still hope. Some time ago, I negotiated a real estate project with the Oriental Group. They even called yesterday and said they chose our company. Gao Manuel's words, like fireworks, blossomed in everyone's hearts. Are you telling the truth? Elder Gao stood up directly, looking at Gao Manuel with deep suspicion in his eyes. Would I lie to you? With that, Gao Manuel took out her phone, found an electronic version of the cooperation project document, and handed it to Elder Gao. After Elder Gao took the phone, he squinted and looked at it, his expression instantly changing. Hey, this is real. Elder Gao immediately looked at Gao Manuel and asked excitedly, Manuel, tell me quickly, when did this happen? Just a few days ago. I originally wanted to wait until the contract was signed today to tell you all. If I remember correctly, Gao Qingbin was the one who received the people from the Oriental Group today. As Gao Manuel's voice fell, Elder Gao remembered that Gao Manuel was no longer in charge. However, upon hearing that it was just signing a contract, it meant that the matter was basically settled and in the bag. Beside him, Gao Qingbin, who heard this, his eyes darted around rapidly, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. It wasn't until Elder Gao's aged gaze fell on him, and he asked in a deep voice, Xiaobin, how is the matter progressing? Tell us quickly. I. Gao Qingbin's eyes darted around, and finally, he squeezed out a sentence. Grandpa, don't listen to her nonsense. I've been in the company all day today, and I haven't seen a single soul. What Oriental Group? They must have played Gao Manuel, and she doesn't even know it, and she's here lying to you. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Elder Gao said calmly, Your sister showed me the contract. How can this be fake? Gao Qingbin, you said you were in the company all day today. Gao Manuel's suspicious gaze couldn't help but turn to Gao Qingbin. Did you say something wrong today, offend the people from the Oriental Group, and they didn't sign the contract? Suddenly, the scene fell silent, and everyone looked at Gao Qingbin expectantly, waiting for his explanation. Because this matter concerned the entire Gao family. In short, if the project with the Oriental Group was successful, then the status of the entire Gao family in Hangzhou would be raised to the same level as the Han family. From then on, they would no longer need to rely on other big families, and at the same time, they could also have a small position in Hangzhou. These were just secondary. The most important thing was that cooperating with the Oriental Group could relate to the future development of the Gao family. The Oriental Group is from Dragon City, and the Gao family can follow the vine and expand their business to Dragon City. In the past 2 years, Dragon City is a developing city. Many entrepreneurs from outside the city have tried their best to squeeze in. What exactly happened? The contract was almost signed. How could such a problem occur? Elder Gao couldn't hold back any longer and questioned Gao Qingbin sternly. Grandpa, Gao Qingbin said with a wronged look, I really didn't see anyone from the Oriental Group. Seeing that Gao Qingbin refused to admit it, Elder Gao looked at Gao Manuel again and said with a frown, Manuel, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Grandpa, I can call the people from the Oriental Group right now and ask about the situation. Okay, ask quickly. Is there something we didn't do well? At Elder Gao's urging, Gao Manuel picked up her phone and dialed the phone number of the shrewd man who led the Oriental Group today. This person's words were quite representative. Hello, I'm Gao Manuel. When the person on the other end of the phone heard that it was someone from the Gao family, his tone immediately changed. President Gao, is there any point in calling us? What do you mean? Gao Manuel's delicate face was filled with confusion. Your Gao family neglected us. If you don't want this project, there are plenty of people who do. Chapter 118. Before he could finish, the phone on the other end was hung up. At the dinner table, everyone looked at Gao Manuel with a complicated expression. A long silence. At this moment, everyone's mood seemed to have fallen to the bottom. What on earth did you do to the people from Dongfang Group? Gao Manuel looked at Gao Qingbin sternly and scolded. This project was about to succeed. Why did something like this suddenly happen? And because of an attitude problem? Gao Qingbin's eyes spun rapidly, as if seeking help. The next moment, he stood up straight and pointed at Gao Manuel. What kind of bullshit attitude problem? Gao Manuel, this is all your fault. Gao Qingbin turned the tables and blamed Gao Manuel. At this moment, everyone looked at the two with puzzled eyes. What do you mean? Gao Manuel raised her eyebrows and asked doubtfully. I specifically instructed you today. Why are you blaming me? You clearly knew how important this project was. Why didn't you handle it properly before letting go? Gao Qingbin pretended to be aggrieved and said to Gao Manuel, it's clear that you were jealous of me taking control of the company and deliberately set up this situation to take back the power of the group from me. Hearing this, everyone present was shocked and stared at the two in disbelief. Gao Manuel was so ruthless that she could frame her own brother for her own position. Sure enough, there are no relatives in the face of power. However, Gao Manuel should not have used the opportunity of Dongfang Group to exchange for a chance to rise to the top. You know, this is a project worth more than $1 billion. This woman is really too hateful. For a moment, everyone at the dinner table glared at Gao Manuel. Gao Manuel, I didn't expect you to be so ruthless to your brother. Chen Lanxiang exploded and rushed up like a shrew to question Gao Manuel. You were the one who handled this project, and the contract was about to be signed. Why did something go wrong when it came to Xiaobin? Me? Gao Manuel's words were stuck in her throat. She looked at Chen Lanxiang in disbelief and didn't know how to refute this woman. It's you. Chen Lanxiang's fingers, adorned with large red nail polish, almost poked into Gao Manuel's eyes, roaring. You vicious woman, you are going to drive me crazy. Chen Lanxiang clung to Gao Manuel like a mad dog, and even the people around her were so frightened that they didn't dare to breathe. They knew that Chen Lanxiang was a complete shrew. Don't be fooled by their family's wealth. Chen Lanxiang is the most unruly person, and this moment fully embodies her rascality. And, as a daughter, Gao Manuel's face was full of grievance, and no one stood up to speak for her. Enough! Old Master Gao's voice sounded, scolding Chen Lanxiang. What's the use of you yelling here? The project is already in trouble. The most urgent thing is to find a way to make up for it. Humph! Chen Lanxiang, in a fit of anger, folded her arms and turned her head away. The scene returned to a brief silence. Yeah, you have been following up on this project. Old Master Gao took a deep breath and said with a relaxed brow, try to contact Dongfang Group again. As long as they are still willing to cooperate, even if we take a little less profit, it's not impossible to make some concessions. Grandpa, that's obviously impossible. Gao Manuel refused outright. There are at least hundreds of groups bidding this time. How could they take the project back just because of a few words? Old Master Gao said earnestly, yeah, you know the importance of this project. If we can get on the line with Dongfang Group, the entire market in Longqing will be greatly opened up. This is a historic turning point for our Gao family. Hearing this, everyone also understood the importance of this Dongfang Group. Yeah, just listen to your grandfather. Your grandfather is doing this for your own good. What's wrong with you feeling wronged? You have to do something for the Gao family. The relatives all tried to persuade her. In their eyes, as long as they could get benefits, Gao Manuel's feelings were irrelevant. Grandpa, it's not that I don't want to do this. It's simply impossible. Gao Qingbin has already offended everyone. If I go and try to smooth things over, people will think we're doing it for fun. Gao Manuel's eyebrows were squeezed into a frown, and she was equally helpless. So what? Chen Lanxiang raised her eyebrows and exploded again. What do you mean your brother offended everyone? It's clearly because you're incompetent and made them look down on us. I'm telling you, you have to take this matter whether you want to or not. In short, don't drag your brother into this, or I'll fight you to the death. Gao Qingbin hid in the crowd, revealing a smug smile. Don't be so dramatic. If this matter could be salvaged even if you fought to the death, I would thank you. Gao Manuel was not falling for Chen Lanxiang's act at this moment, and said calmly, even add me to it if you can plus my life, and we can salvage the deal, I will. Gao Manuel spread her hands, a look of helplessness on her face. But the key problem is that they have already lost confidence in us. How could they possibly turn back? As soon as the words fell, Chen Lanxiang sat down on the ground and burst into tears. She cried like a lion's roar, truly shedding tears in front of everyone. Gao Manuel, look at what you've done. Gao Qingbin rushed to Chen Lanxiang's side and said pretentiously, Mom, you gave birth to an unfilial daughter. Just consider yourself blind. For a time, all the relatives pointed fingers at Gao Manuel. All right, stop crying. Old Master Gao directly smashed the glass on the ground. Bang! The sound of shattering immediately silenced Chen Lanxiang. He frowned and came to Gao Manuel's side, saying, "Yeah, just give it a try. Even if it's not for this family, even for yourself, you can't let Dongfang Group fall into the hands of others." Sigh. Gao Manuel sighed and nodded silently. She was really on the verge of a mental breakdown from the scene just now. "I can try, but I don't know if I can succeed. Don't get your hopes up." With that said, Gao Manuel picked up the bag on the chair and left the Gao family without looking back. Looking at Gao Manuel's departing figure, Old Master Gao was also helpless. Chapter 119. After Gao Manuel left, Chen Lanxiang immediately stood up. She touched the tears on her face and acted as if nothing had happened. "Mom, are you all right?" Gao Qingbin had thought Chen Lanxiang had really gone mad, but seeing her like this now, he was also confused. "What could be wrong with me? If I hadn't done this, you would have taken the blame for your sister. You're my only precious son. I can't let you suffer." Gao Manuel, having left the Gao family, walked alone under the dim streetlights. The cool breeze blew the hair on her cheeks, and her eyes were filled with tears. At that moment, a taxi drove up from behind. Tang Yi, sitting in the car, had just returned from the Song family. After resolving the issue of the Song family's medicinal herbs, he had dinner with Song Qin, which is why he was busy until this time. Tang Yi lay back in his seat, looking out at the streetlights. The deep yellow streetlights in the dead of night always seemed like symbols of loneliness, seemingly forever illuminating the path forward for those who didn't know their way. As the car slowly moved forward, Tang Yi's eyes trembled. A figure under the streetlight came into view. It was Gao Manuel. In Tang Yi's eyes, she held her arms, her whole body like a lost dandelion, about to shatter. Perhaps the company was facing some difficult problem, Tang Yi thought to himself. Every time Gao Manuel's company had problems, she would be alone, solving the problems by herself. She valued the company more than anything, and it was precisely because of this that she would divorce Tang Yi at all costs. Thinking of this, Tang Yi took a deep breath and clenched his fist. Under the streetlight, Gao Manuel looked completely lost and dejected. As she walked, she squatted down, covering her face, her weak sobs echoing in the empty street. At this moment, the taxi stopped in front of her. She raised her tear-filled eyes and looked over. In her blurry vision, another figure slowly walked towards her. Although she couldn't see his face clearly, she vaguely remembered this figure. If it wasn't Tang Yi, who else could it be? "Here." Tang Yi held a pack of tissues in his hand and handed it to Gao Manuel. "Don't get me wrong, I just happened to be passing by." Gao Manuel took the tissues from Tang Yi and didn't say anything. After taking out a tissue and wiping the tears from her face, she stood up. "What happened?" Tang Yi asked with an expressionless face. According to Gao Manuel's usual temper, she would definitely scold Tang Yi and tell him to mind his own business. But this time she didn't. "Grandpa asked me to resign from the position of general manager. Now, like you, I am nothing." Gao Manuel said this in a calm tone, her eyes dull. Upon hearing this, Tang Yi's brow furrowed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. What he didn't expect was that although Gao Manuel was a person of little affection, her ability in the Gao family was undeniable. In the Gao family, if she said she was second in managing the company, no one dared to say they were first. This made Tang Yi curious, and he asked, "Who took over your position?" "My younger brother." Gao Manuel bit her lip and said it very reluctantly. "Huh?" Tang Yi was stunned. It was actually that useless good-for-nothing? Gao Qingbin's abilities were well known. He was a useless freeloader. If it hadn't been for his sister's constant hard work over the years, perhaps the Gao family would have long been ruined by Gao Qingbin. Sigh. Tang Yi sighed in his heart. He had helped the Gao family reach where it was today. Unfortunately, he didn't expect it to be on the verge of collapse soon. The two walked together in silence, not saying a word. Gao Manuel was so sad that she actually forgot her dislike for Tang Yi for a moment. Then, Gao Manuel seemed to remember something, looked up at Tang Yi, and asked, "By the way, what are you going to do so late?" "I just came back from the Song family." "The Song family?" Gao Manuel raised her eyebrows and asked, "Is it the famous Song family in Hangzhou?" "Yes." Tang Yi nodded. He thought Gao Manuel would lecture him as she had before, even feeling that his character had reached a new low. But this time, she didn't. A hint of curiosity appeared on Gao Manuel's face, and she asked, I often see you interacting with the eldest daughter of the Song family. Do you really have a relationship? Not really a relationship, just cooperation, Tang Yi said calmly. But to Gao Manuel, it was incredible. If she listened to Tang Yi's words without suspicion, Gao Manuel's heart would be very excited at this moment. That was the Song family, the family with the widest business coverage in Hangzhou, involved in various industries. Just directly rejecting their Dongfang group, in the eyes of the Song family, they were just an ordinary company. You're still so unreliable. You should think about what you're going to do in the future. Gao Manuel was not angry, but spoke very gently. Hearing her say this, Tang Yi curled his lips. I have my own plans for my affairs, but I think you should hurry up and get back the CEO position of the company. Otherwise, it won't be long before Gao Chungbin makes it impossible for you to eat. Tang Yi looked at Gao Manuel, reminding her with a half-smile. Sigh. Gao Manuel sighed and lowered her head. It's too late now. Our cooperation with Dongfang Group failed, and we may have lost credibility in the industry. In the future, no group will choose our Gao family. Gao Manuel said very despondently. Dongfang Group? Hearing this name, Tang Yi's eyes lit up. He seemed to have heard of it before. Song Qin had mentioned it to him. Dongfang Group originally wanted to cooperate with the Song family on a real estate project, but Song Qin didn't think highly of this group. Even though it was worth tens of billions and Dongfang Group gave the majority to the Song family, for Song Qin, it was just an ordinary profit. It was not necessary to share Hangzhou's resources with groups from other cities for this profit. However, Song Qin later contacted Tang Yi, intending to use this tens of billions project to further improve a relationship with Tang Yi. But Tang Yi also didn't think highly of it. He didn't know what happened after that, but it turned out they approached the Gao family. Go to the bank and try to solicit bids for the bank. Increase the market value further, and perhaps they will agree. Tang Yi raised his eyebrows and said. Gao Manuel was stunned for a moment. This was a way, but it was a bit risky. Saying that it was asking for help from the bank, it was actually borrowing a loan from the bank to add to the market value. On the surface, the market value increased, but in fact, the Gao family made a big concession in the project. If the project did not achieve the expected benefits, then the group would be at a loss. Chapter 120. Gao Manuel's gaze unconsciously shifted to Tang Yi. Her brows furrowed, and her eyes, filled with a complex mix of emotions, fixed on Tang Yi. Tang Yi, she said, what are you up to? Are you trying to use this opportunity to ruin our Gao family? Hearing this, Tang Yi couldn't help but frown. A disdainful smile appeared on Tang Yi's face. If that's what you think, there's nothing I can do about it. This is your Gao family's only chance. Whether you cherish it or not is entirely up to you. Gao Manuel wore a worried expression. She stared at Tang Yi, unable to speak for a moment, because what Tang Yi said was indeed true. At this point, the Gao family had no choice but to take a risk. Gao Manuel took out her phone and once again dialed the number of Dongfang Group. Hello, President Gao. Wasn't what I said earlier clear enough? Your Gao family's attitude is very disappointing to us. Don't even think about the cooperation. Just as the man was about to hang up. Wait, Gao Manuel quickly stopped him. There was a second or two of hesitation on the other end of the line before the man spoke again. What is it? Is there anything else? Hello. Our Gao family is willing to give up half of the profits in exchange for this opportunity to cooperate. I know that our previous actions were rash, but that was all my brother's fault, and it was also a mistake by the group. Now, I am in charge of the group, and such problems will absolutely not occur again. Please give me a chance to prove it to you. Gao Manuel finished speaking in one breath, without pausing for even a moment. However, the person on the other end did not rush to answer, but instead asked a question. Do you realize that giving up half of the profits means that you will not make any money from his project, and may even lose money? I know. Gao Manuel's tone became firm, and she said calmly, we are doing this only to express our apologies and our determination to truly mend the misunderstanding between us. Money is not the issue. The issue is that we cannot let our business partners down. All right, I understand. President Gao, you are a person who does big business, unlike your brother. I hope you will keep your word this time. I guarantee that our group will help you earn even more profits than this project." The man's tone was full of appreciation and anticipation for what was to come. Only then did Galmanua smile, saying, "Let's look forward to our cooperation and its brilliant success." After the two hung up, Galmanua's worried expression returned. "Sigh." She sighed and said, "The most urgent thing now is to hurry to the bank to secure a loan." The amount of investment required for this project was the largest in the Gao family's history. The key to success or failure lay in whether they could secure a loan from the bank. "We can only wait until tomorrow. The banks are already closed at this hour," Tang Yi said calmly. No bank would be willing to lend us such a huge sum, especially in such a short period of time." Gao Manua took a light breath and slowly said, "Come with me to a place. I know of an underground bank we can try." "An underground bank? Are you talking about the Black Dragon Triad Bank?" Tang Yi's expression was very gloomy. A hint of surprise flashed across Gao Manua's face. She hadn't expected Tang Yi to know about the Black Dragon Triad Bank. This was a bank that operated in the shadows of Hangsheng with a set of illegal rules. If the borrower couldn't repay the loan, their entire family would be used as collateral. The trade of human organs was very active at present, and just one kidney could be sold for around 500,000. But these people weren't completely without rules. Only when someone owed a huge amount and was completely unable to repay would they resort to such tactics. Looking at Gao Manua's calm face, Tang Yi knew that she had reached a point of desperation where she wouldn't be taking such a risk. "What? Are you scared?" Gao Manua revealed a playful smile. "Not really, but what obligation do I have to go?" Tang Yi's face was as calm as a blank sheet of paper, and he spoke lightly. But Gao Manua still said, "You were the one who suggested the solution. Don't you want to see if I can do it?" "Then please lead the way, President Gao." They arrived at the entrance of the bank. For safety reasons, the Black Dragon Triad made Tang Yi and Gao Manua wait outside for a while. While waiting, Gao Manua suddenly turned her head to look at Tang Yi behind her. "When we go inside later, don't talk out of turn. Watch my lead in everything. If you mess this up, I'll never forgive you." Gao Manua's brows were furrowed, and she spoke to Tang Yi with a serious expression. This was her only chance, and she didn't want any more mistakes, especially from someone like Tang Yi, who never said a word of truth and thought he was so great. If he said one or two wrong words in front of the Black Dragon Triad leader, there would really be no turning back. Tang Yi revealed a meaningful smile and said softly, "You asked me to come, and you're afraid I'll say something wrong? I don't want to bother with you. But remember, otherwise, I'll never forgive you." Just as Gao Manua finished speaking, the iron door behind her swung open with a clang. A bald man with a large gold tooth stepped out, grinning broadly, followed by two younger men in suits. "Ha ha ha ha! President Gao, long time no see. The last time you were here was 3 years ago." The bald man immediately extended his hand to Gao Manua for a handshake. Gao Manua also extended her hand, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, the bald man invited them inside. Just as they were entering, the bald man suddenly noticed Tang Yi behind them and asked Gao Manua with a raised eyebrow, "President Gao, is this your boyfriend?" No. Gao Manua quickly waved her hands in denial, smiling. "This is just a friend of mine, here to take a look." "A friend? Friends are good. I didn't expect President Gao to be taking care of my business." Tang Yi behind them also smiled after hearing Gao Manua say the word friend again, but he didn't react in any other way. The three of them walked into a narrow corridor. Tang Yi walked behind the two of them, watching them chat and laugh. He breathed a sigh of relief. The bald man's attitude was pretty good, so there shouldn't be any major problems this time. At this moment, the two stopped in front of a door. The bald man pushed open the door and gestured for Gao Manua to enter. "President Gao, it's better if we discuss the loan in private." Finally, his gaze shifted to Tang Yi, seemingly hinting at Gao Manua. Chapter 121. Gao Manua immediately understood and, turning to Tang Yi behind her, said in a commanding tone, "Stay here and don't wander around." Tang Yi's eyes flickered. However, he didn't make any move, watching as the two entered the small room. With the door closed, Gao Manua was invited to sit in the chair opposite the desk. while the bald man also settled into his chair. Pouring a cup of tea, he said with a smile, "President Gao, you know, I, Duan Tiancho, am a man who understands things. Personal relationships are one thing, but when it comes to money, I'm generally not one to easily back down." Hearing this, Gao Manuel gave an awkward laugh and nodded. President Duan is right. Since it involves profit, personal feelings shouldn't be considered, Gao Manuel echoed. That's good. Duan Tiancho's eyes lit up, and he then put down the teapot in his hand, clasping his hands on the table. He scrutinized Gao Manuel with a sharp gaze. President Gao, let's just be frank. How much money are you planning to borrow this time? Silence. The narrow room instantly fell silent. Gao Manuel slowly picked up the teacup on the table and took a gentle sip. 500 million. Gao Manuel's demeanor was extremely calm as she put down the teacup, her gaze finally meeting Duan Tiancho's, hoping to detect something from his eyes. As expected, when Gao Manuel mentioned such a huge sum, Duan Tiancho's expression instantly became complex. Quickly, it was followed by calm, revealing a comfortable smile. President Gao, you really know how to joke. For your Gao family currently, this figure, whether it's outstanding debts or project needs, shouldn't reach this amount. He paused slightly, then said with a smile, "Could it be that Gao Jia has recently taken on some prosperous project? Can you tell me about it?" "What prosperous project? If there were one, would I even need to come here?" Gao Manuel's expression didn't show much fluctuation. She didn't want to tell others about the Eastern Group matter, because there had already been a misunderstanding, and she now had to be extremely careful to avoid any other unnecessary trouble. Duan Tiancho said with a hint of a smile, "It seems President Gao is unwilling to say. We are all straightforward people. You should know that I won't do any business without certainty." Gao Manuel's face suddenly turned ugly. Duan Tiancho continued, "I have countless examples here. President Gao, you also know the fate of those who can't repay their debts. Business is getting harder and harder these days, and the investigations are getting stricter. I don't know if President Gao's kidney is worth 500 million, but if President Gao can't repay this money, who am I supposed to ask for it?" The atmosphere in the room became tense, and Gao Manuel seemed to hear the underlying meaning in his words. She sighed softly, looked at Duan Tiancho, and compromised. "I wonder if President Duan knows about the Eastern Group next door, the project we are about to cooperate on, the one about real estate development." Hearing this, a glint of greed flashed in Duan Tiancho's eyes. He had also heard of this Eastern Group, which was like a big tree that these small and medium-sized entrepreneurs wanted to cling to. Whoever could reach a cooperation with them would have a truly bright future. Duan Tiancho changed his cautious demeanor and quickly picked up the teacup, pouring a cup of tea for Gao Manuel. "President Gao, why didn't you say so earlier? If you had said from the beginning that it was a cooperation with the Eastern Group, let alone this figure, even several times more, I would be willing." "So, does that mean, President Duan, you are willing to help?" A relaxed expression finally appeared on Gao Manuel's face. "Of course." But after Duan Tiancho said this, his eyes darted around quickly, and he narrowed his eyes and said, "It's just." Duan Tiancho spoke halfway, then suddenly stopped. His gaze slowly turned to Gao Manuel, and he asked softly, "I wonder how many points the Gao family can get from this project?" As soon as these words came out, Gao Manuel's face instantly became awkward. She was obviously gambling this time, so as for how many points she could get, that was simply impossible. He has already stated to the Eastern Group that he will not strive for any profit, just wanting to build a relationship with it. Clearly a losing business, he insisted on. If she said this, it would definitely make Duan Tiancho immediately give up funding the Gao family. Gao Manuel was very embarrassed at the moment. Her face was very pale and weak. This time, the Gao family is not doing business for money. Having said that, Duan Tiancho's face immediately changed from puzzled to disdainful. He directly interrupted Gao Manuel and said, "We are all old foxes. Don't play any tricks. If it's not for money, does that mean this project won't make much money? President Gao, you wouldn't be putting on a brave face just to get in with the Eastern Group, would you?" After being exposed, Gao Manuel's face was very flushed, and she was speechless for a moment. She said excitedly, As long as we get in with the Eastern group, the business will be continuous. President Duan, you must understand this. Don't you? Gao Manuel then changed the subject. If this business is successful, then Black Dragon Way can join our group as a shareholder, and you will have a share of the profits from every project in the future. Hearing this, Duan Tiancho narrowed his eyes, feeling that Gao Manuel's words were quite good. He looked at Gao Manuel with a scrutinizing gaze. If he could really become a shareholder of the Gao family, then he might be able to launder all their ill-gotten gains. He thought about it carefully, and joining the Gao family might not have any disadvantages, only advantages. However, if he agreed to her so easily, it would make them seem too cheap. His eyes looked at Gao Manuel, who was sitting with her legs crossed, and he couldn't help but be captivated by the beautiful scenery in front of him. He said with a lewd smile, "President Gao, people who come to me to borrow money have to pay a price. It can't be that just with a few words, one can get a huge sum of money." Gao Manuel obviously hadn't realized that Duan Tiancho had already begun to size up her figure. "I naturally understand this rule. I wonder, what kind of price does President Duan want?" Chapter 122. Duan Tiancheng narrowed his eyes and said with a malicious smile, "I think Miss Gao is still quite charming. I heard that Miss Gao is divorced. It must be very lonely at night, right?" "Huh?" Gao Manuel's expression was complex, her face full of confusion. "Mr. Duan, what do you mean?" Gao Manuel frowned and looked at Duan Tiancheng. Duan Tiancheng stood up directly, came to Gao Manuel's side, stared at Gao Manuel like a hungry wolf, and said eagerly, "Miss Gao, isn't my meaning obvious enough?" One of his large, rough hands reached out towards Gao Manuel. Just as it was about to touch Gao Manuel's fair arm, Gao Manuel retracted her arm. "Mr. Duan, please don't joke around, okay?" Gao Manuel stood up and said quickly. Duan Tiancheng still persisted, his face darkened, and the smile on his face was terrifying. He gradually approached Gao Manuel. "You know very well how important this money is to you. If I can't help you, no one in the entire Hangqing Bank will lend you a second sum. Which is more important, I don't need to say more, right?" Gao Manuel kept retreating until she reached the wall. Her back was pressed tightly against the wall. Looking at Duan Tiancheng's lewd smile, she said fearfully, "Don't be impulsive. I'm just here for a loan today. If you don't want to lend it, I can leave." Duan Tiancheng laughed, looking at Gao Manuel, who was like a sheep, and revealed his gold teeth. "Do you think you can still leave today? Today, no matter what, you have to sleep with me. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave." "Huh?" Duan Tiancheng pounced on Gao Manuel, grabbed her arm, and reached out a dark hand to grope her dress. Slap! But in the next moment, a loud slap landed on Duan Tiancheng's face. Duan Tiancheng was stunned, and Gao Manuel was also startled. She thought it would end there, but unexpectedly, Duan Tiancheng became even more excited and directly lewdly laughed a few times, pawing Gao Manuel's body, and said, "Ha ha ha, I like women who resist me, otherwise I would find it boring." Gao Manuel panicked completely. She used all her strength, but she couldn't push away this disgusting man. Just when she thought she was about to lose her innocence, the next moment, bang! The door to the room was kicked open. Tang Yi's face was as dark as an abyss, his eyes blazing with murderous intent, his fists clenched, and his teeth gritted. "You motherfucker, are you tired of living? Get the hell out of here." Duan Tiancheng grabbed Gao Manuel's fair arm and roared at Tang Yi. But Tang Yi didn't waste any words. He instantly appeared in front of him. There was only a flash of a dark shadow, and another figure appeared behind Duan Tiancheng. "You!" Before Duan Tiancheng could react, he was kicked in the waist. His whole body was like a lump of dead meat, flipping over the table. "Ah!" Duan Tiancheng stood up, clutching his waist. His facial expression was full of pain. This was his territory, and this kid dared to attack him. He really didn't want to live anymore. "You motherfucker." But before he could finish speaking, Tang Yi came directly in front of him. He grabbed Duan Tiancheng's face with his 5 fingers and slammed his head onto the table. "You want to play so much? I'll play with you." Tang Yi pressed down with his arm, and a long crack appeared on the desk under his face. A heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the office. But in the next second, the table shattered and broke in half. Duan Tiancheng's face fell heavily from the table to the ground. The left side of his cheek was completely mangled. Tang Yi. Gao Manuel was shocked and quickly stepped forward to pull Tang Yi back. If he continued to hit him, someone would die. She grabbed Tang Yi's arm, terrified and wanting to stop him. For Gao Manuel, she knew very well what kind of identity the person being beaten in front of her had. Even if he didn't make a move and offered a high-price loan, this person was someone the Gao family couldn't afford to offend. If Tang Yi was lucky enough to escape the last time with Lu Qingyun, the person in front of him was Duan Tianqing, who was involved in the underground banks of Hangxing. As long as this kid used his power a little, dealing with Tang Yi and Gao Manuel would be as easy as crushing an ant. Even easier than that. Although this person had just done something very excessive to Gao Manuel, and Gao Manuel was also very angry. If he was really beaten up today, the two of them might not be able to walk out of here alive. Tang Yi, stop hitting. Gao Manuel tightly grasped Tang Yi's arm, and he finally stopped. However, Duan Tianqing was already beaten beyond recognition. When he raised his head, half of his face was already a bloody mess. If his face was a white bun before, now it was undoubtedly half covered in mold. Duan Tianqing spat out a mouthful of blood, and he staggered to his feet. Damn it! How dare you hit me in my place? Kid, do you know who I am? Duan Tianqing's gaze turned to the two of them, his eyes filled with murderous intent, wishing he could kill them immediately. I don't care who you are. Bang! Before Tang Yi could finish speaking, he punched Duan Tianqing hard in the face again. His fists sunk in, and his entire face was beaten beyond recognition. Like a bowling ball, he flew 2 or 3 meters and fell directly onto the door. You! Gao Manuel was about to stop him, but the words caught in her throat. She took a deep breath, knowing that she definitely wouldn't survive today. She immediately stepped forward and went to Duan Tianqing's side to check on the situation. Fortunately, he was still alive. The sound of the fight had already attracted a group of security guards and some underlings. They were all holding weapons and rushing towards this place. Clang, 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 clang. The surging footsteps soon stopped at the door. The door was slowly opened, and they saw Duan Tianqing lying in front of it. One of the underlings immediately fell to Duan Tianqing's side and shouted "Big Brother" twice. Seeing no response, he immediately turned his sinister gaze to Tang Yi. You dare to hit my big brother? I think you're tired of living. The security guard glared at Tang Yi, and a few words squeezed out from between his teeth. Swish! He quickly got up and rushed towards Tang Yi with the stick in his hand. But just as the stick was about to hit Tang Yi's shoulder, everyone saw a blue figure flash by. The security guard flew directly out of the crowd. Gao Manuel was also startled. Her gaze had been on Duan Tianqing just now, and she hadn't even reacted to what had just happened. Chapter 123. The commotion here quickly attracted the attention of others. Suddenly, 2 familiar figures appeared in the crowd. Chen Lanxiang, carrying a gold bag, and Gao Chengbin beside her. Gao Manuel, what are you doing here? Gao Chengbin emerged from the crowd and questioned Gao Manuel, who was still in a state of shock. He was astonished to see Gao Manuel, clearly caught completely off guard. In particular, Chen Lanxiang, who was hiding in the crowd, seemed to have a flicker of guilt in her eyes. However, it didn't appear to be guilt about siding with Gao Chengbin and the Gao family at that time. Gao Manuel's words were on the tip of her tongue, but she swallowed them back, looking at Duan Tianqing on the floor. If she told them that she was here to mortgage the future of the Gao family, these two would definitely go back and tell everything to her grandfather, and she would be the one who got scolded. Even if Gao Manuel didn't say anything, Chen Lanxiang had already noticed Tang Yi standing in the office. Tang Yi. She went straight past Duan Tianqing's body, came to Tang Yi, pointed at him, and said, You again. You jinx, are you not satisfied with the harm you have brought to our Gao family? You dare to instigate our Yeye to come to this place. Are you up to no good again? Mom, this has nothing to do with him. Don't misunderstand Tang Yi. Even though Chen Lanxiang was present this time, it was true that Tang Yi had protected her, so she was still willing to stand up and explain for Tang Yi. Shut up! Since this guy was released from prison, our family hasn't had a single day of peace. You still speak for him. I think you've lost your mind. Chen Lanxiang looked disgusted. After saying that, she immediately went to Duan Tianqing's side, helped him up, and said ingratiatingly, I'm sorry, President Duan, this kid is a convict and has nothing to do with us. Don't take it out on us. Get lost. Duan Tianqing stood up and kicked Chen Lanxiang beside him hard. You brought these people, you hit me, and you still want to leave? President Duan, it really has nothing to do with us. Chen Lanxiang wanted to explain further, but Duan Tianqing interrupted her directly. It doesn't matter anymore. None of you will leave here alive today. Duan Tianqing waved his hand, and dozens of his men rushed in. He grinned and said angrily, anyone who sees me like this today, I will not let them live. These men came in one by one, holding weapons and forcing the enemy into a corner. But Tang Yi's eyes still didn't mean to let Duan Tianqing go. Tang Yi, you bastard. Chen Lanxiang was so anxious that she was about to cry, pointing at Tang Yi and saying, how did our Gao family get stuck with a jinx like you? Why don't you kneel down and beg for mercy for us? Beg for mercy, Duan Tianqing said with a smile. Now, let alone you begging for mercy, even if you kowtow until your heads are broken. I will take out your kidneys and exchange them for money. Then he came to Gao Manue's side and grabbed her arm directly. This woman will spend the night with me tonight. Tomorrow, I will sell her to a brothel. With that, Duan Tianqing dragged Gao Manuel towards the door. Before leaving, he gave his men a do-it look, seemingly not intending to spare any lives. Tang Yi saw that Gao Manuel was about to be taken away. He clenched his fists, ready to act. Don't be fooled by the dozen or so security guards and underlings. In his eyes, they're not even worth a finger. But at this moment, a voice sounded outside the door. Wait! Everyone's eyes turned to the door, where a man in a purple suit, with a refined hairstyle and a tall stature, stood. He emerged from the crowd and walked straight towards Duan Tianqing. President Duan, I think you should think twice about this matter. After all, she is also the president of Hangzhou. No matter what, it will not look good if things get out of hand. This person spoke very politely, came to Duan Tianqing with a smile, and then raised his eyes to look at Gao Manuel on the side. Speaking of which, President Gao, it's been a few days since we last met, and you've encountered such a big problem. Why didn't you tell me? Maybe I could help you, right? Zhang Wenliang. Gao Manuel raised her eyebrows and found that the person in front of her was actually the young master of the Zhang family, who had pursued her before. This man's name was Zhang Wenliang. As the eldest son of the Zhang family in Hangzhou, Zhang Wenliang could basically be regarded as the next generation leader of the Zhang family. And since the strength of the Zhang family far exceeded that of the Gao family, before the Gao family received the support of the Han family, most of the cooperation was carried out with the Zhang family. Even Zhang Wenliang had pursued Gao Manuel. However, after being sternly rejected by Gao Manuel, Zhang Wenliang gave up. In the past few years, Zhang Wenliang was sent abroad by the Zhang family for training and only recently returned to China. Manuel, it's been a long time. Zhang Wenliang smiled faintly, appearing polite and gentlemanly. But before Gao Manuel could speak, what are you? Duan Tianqing's voice suddenly rang out, his face filled with anger. What right do you have to speak here? I am Zhang Wenliang. Zhang Wenliang's smiling eyes looked at Duan Tianqing on the side. Duan Tianqing was stunned. The young master of the Zhang family? As someone who operates in the underworld of Hangzhou, he naturally knows every adult of every family very well, and even their heirs are not spared. That's right, Zhang Wenliang nodded and said in a rather grand manner. Since you know who I am, then for my sake, let this matter go. Humph! He thought that Duan Tianqing would stop here. Gao Manuel on the side already showed a look of secret joy. But who knew? The next moment, Duan Tianqing's gloomy face said to the people outside the door, close the door. Bang! Just when a few people were secretly rejoicing, the door behind them was suddenly slammed shut. President Duan, do you know what you were doing? Don't you even give face to our Zhang family? Zhang Wenliang's brows suddenly furrowed, and he instantly felt embarrassed. If it were any other matter, it would be fine. But today, let alone you, young Master Zhang, even if your father came, it would be impossible to end this. Duan Tianqing's voice was cold, and the bloody half of his face looked very scary. He said with a fierce look, Don't blame me for not giving you face. If your Zhang family experienced such a thing, you certainly wouldn't let it go either. Chapter 124. Boss Duan, What do you mean by this? Zhang Wenliang was immediately stunned. He frowned and said, "The Gao family is my friend now. If you make an enemy of the Gao family, you make an enemy of me. You know my status. Why bother?" Bah! Duan Tianqiu showed no respect at all. He spat directly at Zhang Wenliang and pointed at him, saying, "Damn it, I'll call you young master if I give you face. If I don't give you face, I can bury you. Do you know where you are?" Duan Tianqiu's fingers swept across his underlings. He glared and said, "This is my territory, the Black Dragon Path. I have hundreds of men under me. Don't think you're so great just because your Zhang family has some stinking money. Let me tell you, the most I can do for you today is to let you go. Get out of here with your tail between your legs." The crowd saw that the situation was still not turning around. Chen Lanxiang was really scared now. She gasped, almost fainting from fright. She scrambled to Duan Tianqiu, knelt down with a thud, and wailed, "Boss Duan, this really has nothing to do with our Gao family. Please spare us." Bang! With a fierce look on his face, Duan Tianqiu kicked Chen Lanxiang directly. "Damn it! You'll be the first one I deal with, old hag." Without another word, Duan Tianqiu pulled out a dagger from one of his underlings. The sharp dagger gave off a chilling aura. Ah! Chen Lanxiang was truly scared now. She lay on the ground, kowtowing to Duan Tianqiu continuously. Bang, bang, bang. Blood started to appear on her wrinkled forehead from the kowtowing. Gao Manuel was scared silly watching this. She wanted to go up and pull Chen Lanxiang back. But Zhang Wenliang grabbed her arm. Even though Chen Lanxiang had previously protected Gao Chengbin so much, no matter what, this was still her mother. She still didn't want to see a scene of life and death. However, Zhang Wenliang's grip was very tight, and Gao Manuel couldn't break free. "Zhang Wenliang, what are you doing?" Gao Manuel looked at Zhang Wenliang with a puzzled expression. She was very confused as to why he wouldn't let her go. After being asked, Zhang Wenliang just glanced at Ly at Chen Lanxiang. "Yeah, if you go over there, you might die." When Zhang Wenliang said, "might die," he thought Gao Manuel would be afraid. However, she didn't understand Zhang Wenliang's good intentions and still wanted to rush over to save Chen Lanxiang. As for Zhang Wenliang, Chen Lanxiang's life didn't matter. He looked at Gao Manuel with a strange expression. In short, he wouldn't let Gao Manuel go to her death. Yeah, leave this matter to me." Zhang Wenliang forcefully pulled Gao Manuel, bringing her to his side. Hearing this, Gao Manuel was also stunned for a moment. However, she didn't rush forward again, but stood obediently aside. She thought Zhang Wenliang would intervene, but even when Duan Tianqiu came to Chen Lanxiang's side with the dagger, he didn't make any move. "No, no, no, please don't." Chen Lanxiang lay on the ground, crying her eyes out. Looking at the gleaming dagger, Tang Yi took a deep breath. As the saying goes, it takes a bad person to deal with a bad person. Chen Lanxiang, who was usually arrogant, was now like a stray dog, howling constantly, hoping to find a way to survive. "Mom!" Gao Manuel's pale and weak cry instantly attracted Tang Yi's attention. He looked in the direction of the sound, and Gao Manuel's eyes were full of worry. For a moment, she was about to shatter. Sigh. Seeing this, Tang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Although the woman he hated the most on a daily basis was Chen Lanxiang, she was still Gao Manuel's mother. With him around, he definitely wouldn't let anything happen to Gao Manuel. But if Chen Lanxiang died here, Gao Manuel would definitely be heartbroken. It was all because of him. There was no need to go this far. He took a step forward and was about to intervene when a deep voice sounded from the crowd. "Boss Duan, why get angry?" As the voice sounded, everyone's gaze trembled, and they unconsciously looked towards the door. Several security guards made way for a very serious-looking man with a stern face, sharp eyes, and a square jaw. His tall figure walked out from the crowd. After seeing his appearance, everyone's faces instantly became dull. Even Chen Lanxiang, who was crying, stopped her tears and looked at this person. Li Zongren? A trace of surprise flashed across Gao Manuel's face. Why would he be here? Li Zongren was the highest inspector and commander in Hangzhou. It could be said that both the legal and illegal worlds in Hangzhou had to give him face, and some even avoided him. Although this underground bank was not open in his name, Li Zongren took the largest share of the annual dividends, and the rest was distributed to the people below. Along with him came a group of policemen in blue uniforms. Without saying a word, they rushed in and surrounded everyone. "Inspector Li, why are you here?" Duan Tiancho instantly became amiable. He trotted to Li Zongren's side and said with a smile, "Something happened today. I didn't know you would come personally. Please forgive me. Why aren't you getting Inspector Li a cup of tea? You useless things!" Duan Tiancho shouted angrily at one of his underlings. The underling shivered and immediately led everyone out of the room. "No need." Li Zongren waved his hand and let everyone retreat. His gaze turned to the Gao family, and he asked softly, "Boss Duan, what happened today? Not only are you injured, but you're also so angry at these people." "This?" Duan Tiancho looked embarrassed. He rubbed his hands and then said with a smile, "Inspector Li, these people are plotting against your money. They came to borrow money, but because the loan amount was relatively large, I thought it was risky, so I didn't lend it to them. Who would have thought that these people from the Gao family would start making trouble?" As soon as Duan Tiancho said this, Gao Manuel's expression became complicated again. This guy clearly wanted to defile her, yet he was turning the tables? "Inspector Li, that's not what happened." Gao Manuel's emotions suddenly became agitated, and she stepped out from behind Li Wenliang. "He clearly set a trap for me. If it weren't for him..." When Gao Manuel stepped forward to speak, Li Zongren's face had already changed drastically. "Insolence!" With a shout, Li Zongren's eyes flashed, and Gao Manuel took 2 steps back. "Since when is it your turn to speak here?" Li Zongren's voice was as cold as an iceberg. Just one sentence was enough to scare Gao Manuel into shutting her mouth. Chapter 125. The Gao family is really getting out of line. Do you know where you are? If you dare to say another word, I'll have you chopped into pieces and fed to my hunting dogs. Li Zongren's powerful eyes contained a hint of the urge to inflict 1,000 cuts. At this moment, Gao Manuel couldn't help but shiver. She knew deep down that these words were true. She immediately shut her mouth and said nothing more, just silently watching Li Zongren from the side. "Uncle Li?" Just as Li Zongren finished reprimanding Gao Manuel, Zhang Wenliang approached with a smile. A trace of surprise appeared on Li Zongren's face. Looking at this young man, he didn't find him familiar at all. "You are?" Li Zongren asked in a deep voice. Zhang Wenliang stepped forward with a smile. "I'm the eldest son of Zhang Yukai from the Zhang family. Uncle Li, have you forgotten? 2 years ago, you had dinner with my father." Zhang Yukai? There was no change in Li Zongren's expression, and he constantly recalled this name in his mind. After thinking for a long time, he finally remembered that it was someone from the Zhang family. "What is it?" After learning that he was from the Zhang family, Li Zongren still didn't react much, but was even calmer than before. In his eyes, the Zhang family was completely at his mercy. Not to mention a mere Zhang Yukai. Even if the entire Zhang family was here today, Li Zongren wouldn't give them a second glance. Instead, they would have to curry favor and greet Li Zongren. Conversely, if Li Zongren smiled at them, it would be like New Year's for the Zhang family. But Zhang Wenliang didn't seem to realize this yet. "Uncle Li, these people from the Gao family are all my friends. Everything that happened today was a misunderstanding. I hope you won't ruin our friendship. For my sake, please let them go." Looking at the smile on Zhang Wenliang's face, Li Zongren's expression suddenly became complicated. His eyes slowly narrowed. He had a doubt about this kid's brain. Was there something wrong with his brain? What kind of thing was their Zhang family that he should even consider his face? It wasn't a big deal, but if this kid said that today, it was obvious that he didn't take Li Zongren seriously. If he just let him go, how would Li Zongren establish himself in the world in the future? He would actually give face to a brat. Was his face made of gold? Li Zongren didn't speak for a long time and was thinking about how to crush this kid. The people of the Gao family saw this scene, and they were all relieved, thinking that Zhang Wenliang could really persuade Li Zongren to let them go. At this moment, Chen Lanqiang's heart seemed to see a glimmer of hope. Fortunately, she learned that Zhang Wenliang had returned to the country today and called him over. Otherwise, he would have gotten them killed. Gao Manuel was also quite surprised. When did Zhang Wenliang and Li Zongren get along? Could it be that the development of the Zhang family in the past 2 years has been so rapid that they have already taken the lead without anyone knowing? But the fact is, the Zhang family is nothing in front of Li Zongren. Are you going to live? As soon as Li Zongren's words reached his lips, his eyes glared fiercely, and then he suddenly noticed a figure in the corner of his eye. At the same time as he saw this figure, Li Zongren's eyes became erratic. He quickly stopped what he was about to say and looked at the corner of the office. At this moment, a figure was standing in the corner. With a calm expression, he looked at him with a casual look, and it was this look that stunned Li Zongren. His thoughts were instantly pulled back to a night 3 years ago. It was a night of torrential rain and a bloody smell. He was arresting an escapee, and because of the escapee's extremely ruthless skills, he had killed all 20 or 30 of the police officers he had brought with him. The whole alley was full of corpses, and in the end, he was the only captain left. If he could win this battle, he would be infinitely glorious when he returned. But he was holding a gun with no bullets, knowing how cruel the enemy was. Just when he thought he would fail the mission and lose his life, a loud thunder flashed across the sky. The roar of thunder was like hundreds of wild beasts, and suddenly a sharp dagger flashed past the corner of his eye. It directly hit the heart of the murderer, and the murderer's figure fell straight down. But when he turned to look, the figure had disappeared. Later, he checked the local surveillance and found that a camera happened to be aimed at the face of the person who saved him. At this point, this face coincided with Tang Yi's face. Li Zongren couldn't speak for a long time, his eyes trembling. Instantly, his mind was full of thoughts. Thinking of this scene today, he knew it was not the best time. He waved his hand and said to Zhang Wenliang, "You guys go." Huh. As soon as these words came out, a trace of surprise appeared on Duan Tianchu's face. Not only him, but even the Gao family on the side obviously didn't react. "Thank you, Uncle Li," Zhang Wenliang said excitedly. He didn't expect Li Zongren to let them go at first, he just wanted to try. But he didn't expect that when he mentioned his father's name, Li Zongren would actually spare them. Could it be that his father has done something big recently that he doesn't know about? Although this was not the case, in the eyes of everyone in the Gao family, it was Zhang Wenliang who helped them. The few people didn't speak, but they left the room one after another, but their curiosity was not put down. "Inspector Li, I'm afraid this is not appropriate." Duan Tiancho thought that Li Zongren hadn't figured out the problem, and he wanted to repeat it. "Inspector Li, it's the Gao family. They want to commit a crime in the bank. If you let them go—" "Shut up!" Li Zongren interrupted him directly. "Didn't I make it clear enough?" Li Zongren's gaze was like an uncorrupted blade, pointing its edge at Duan Tiancho. "Or, are my words not effective here? Hear the words." Duan Tiancho knelt on the ground with a thud. He quickly said, "How dare I?" In front of Li Zongren, Duan Tiancho's life was lighter than that of a dog. It would be better to say that he was a dog, or even not as good as a watchdog in Li Zongren's house. And Zhang Wenliang, who was on the side, saw this scene. His heart was also unable to calm down for a long time. Chapter 126. Zhang Wenliang's heart was in turmoil. He hadn't expected that in the short time he'd been abroad, the Zhang family had undergone such a drastic transformation. Even someone like Li Zongren would show him this much respect? Duan Tiancho, kneeling on the ground, was equally bewildered. Li Zongren, normally so imposing and intolerant of the slightest infraction, was letting the troublemakers in his territory off the hook. Even if he, Duan Tiancho, wasn't entirely in the right, Li Zongren didn't know that. He'd been the one to flirt with Gao Manuel first. Seeing Duan Tiancho still kneeling, Zhang Wenliang, not wanting to offend anyone, politely said to Li Zongren, "Inspector Li, I've already said, this was a misunderstanding. There's no need to involve anyone else." He then glanced slightly at Duan Tiancho, who was still kneeling on the ground. "Let him get up. There's no need to punish him further." Zhang Wenliang stood at the door, speaking to Li Zongren's back. He hadn't noticed at all that Li Zongren's face had already darkened, and his entire body was trembling slightly. Li Zongren had selectively ignored Zhang Wenliang's words. Instead, his mind was racing, thinking about how to face Tang Yi. He had previously inquired about Tang Yi from various factions. In the entire Hangzhou, to be able to hit a top expert with a dagger from over 10 meters away in the dark of night, one must be exceptionally skilled. Therefore, after that, Li Zongren had searched various martial arts schools and finally learned of Tang Yi's reputation from Lu Qinyan. It turned out that this person had saved Lu Qingyun's life some time ago. For someone like Lu Qingyun to call him an old friend made Li Zhongren even more respectful. Li Zhongren remained silent, not answering Zhang Wenliang. In fact, from the beginning to now, he hadn't even paid attention to Zhang Wenliang. Young Master Zhang. Chun Lanxiang stepped forward and took Zhang Wenliang's arm, fawning. Why are you wasting your breath on someone like him? It has nothing to do with you anyway. We don't need to get involved in this mess. Wait! At this moment, Tang Yi, who had been silent all along, spoke up. As Tang Yi's voice rang out, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. Li Zhongren's eyes twitched, and his whole body trembled 3 times. Actually, Li Zhongren was filled with dread at this moment. He had already offended Tang Yi. All he wanted to do now was to leave this place quickly and find a suitable opportunity to apologize to Master Tang next time. Could it be that Master Tang wasn't giving him that chance? He didn't even have the courage to look up at Master Tang. Even more so, the members of the Gao family, whose hearts had already jumped into their throats, almost vomited. Tang Yi. Chun Lanxiang's eyes widened, and she pointed at Tang Yi, her face red with anger. You damn bastard. Do you want to die? Don't drag us down with you. Are you addicted to being a jinx? Do you have to rush to your death? Seeing that Tang Yi didn't answer her, Chun Lanxiang's curses became even more vicious. If young Master Zhang weren't here today, do you think you'd be able to walk out of here alive? In Chun Lanxiang's eyes, all of this was thanks to Zhang Wenliang. If Zhang Wenliang hadn't stepped forward to communicate with Li Zhongren, they might have already been chopped to pieces and fed to the dogs. Now this dog bastard Tang, he dared to be so presumptuous. She was already looking for a chance to settle the score with Tang Yi, and now he had dragged the Gao family into it. She wanted nothing more than to tear Tang Yi apart, but she held back because of Li Zhongren's presence. The others held their breath, not daring to even breathe loudly, as they watched Li Zhongren. What Li Zhongren did next shocked everyone even more. You, speak. Li Zhongren didn't know how to address Tang Yi at this moment, and simply used the respectful you. His mind was so flustered that he didn't even know how to address him. Tang Yi glanced at Duan Tianqiu, kneeling on the ground, a flash of killing intent in his eyes. Since you were the law enforcement team and brought so many constables, I hope you can handle this case impartially. At the very least, this kind of illegal industry and this kind of bully should not be allowed to exist in the future. What do you think? Tang Yi raised an eyebrow and looked at Li Zhongren. Understood, understood. Li Zhongren nodded, then glared at Duan Tianqiu, who was kneeling on the ground, and said sternly, Since you have offended someone you cannot afford to offend today, you must know that I cannot save you. Man! As Li Zhongren's voice fell, 2 more constables entered from outside. These 2 constables directly lifted Duan Tianqiu. At this moment, Duan Tianqiu still thought that Li Zhongren was just putting on an act for him. But in the next second, Li Zhongren spoke directly. Today, immediately seal off this underground bank, execute Duan Tianqiu on the spot, strengthen the management of Hangzhou, and from now on, if there are any more underground businesses, they will not be tolerated. Li Zhongren's eyes had never been so resolute. Upon hearing this, Duan Tianqiu's mood plummeted to the bottom. If he was only to be shot, it could be said that he had indeed gone too far. But to shut down all the underground businesses would undoubtedly cut off a large portion of Li Zhongren's assets. Before this, he had originally thought that Li Zhongren, fearing the Zhang family's power because of Zhang Wenliang's appearance, had made such arrangements. Until a figure behind him, in an extremely calm tone, instructed Li Zhongren. And Li Zhongren still did not dare to disobey in the slightest, and even did more than 10 times better than he was instructed, with a bit of fawning. Only then did he realize that the person behind him was the real big shot. As the 2 constables carried Duan Tianqiu out, he glanced at the composed Tang Yi. A ray of setting sun shone through the window onto his back, and Tang Yi's eyes seemed to be flashing with a golden light. This golden light was like a golden sword, and in an instant he was so frightened that he quickly looked away. Not only that, but when his gaze slowly returned, he did not dare to muster the courage to look at Tang Yi a second time. Instead, it was Li Zhongren beside him, who kept his gaze fixed on Tang Yi's feet. Only then did Duan Tianqiu realize that the truly powerful person in this room was not Li Zhongren, nor was it the Zhang family or the Gao family. It was the seemingly insignificant person behind him, who possessed the absolute power to shake Li Zongren. Chapter 127. After Duan Tianqiu was dragged out in front of everyone, he was completely stunned. He had thought that they would escape punishment due to the Zhang family's influence, but he never expected that Li Zongren would obediently listen to Tang Yi's words because of the Zhang family's backing and directly execute Duan Tianqiu, whom he had personally brought up. Everyone was still in disbelief for a long time, especially Zhang Wenliang, who was still in a daze. He didn't expect his father to have reached this level. It made him even more arrogant. "All right." Zhang Wenliang, with a look of arrogance, beckoned with his finger and said to everyone, "Stop looking, let's go." Everyone saw that the matter had come to an end, and they didn't want to stay in this troublesome place any longer. Gao Manuel opened her lips, wanting to say something. Her purpose in coming here today was to apply for a loan, but after thinking about it, with such a thing happening, it might not be appropriate for her to talk about the loan. The Gao family members followed Zhang Wenliang and left one after another, not paying attention to Tang Yi, who was left in the room. After confirming that they had left, Li Zongren raised his head and glanced at Tang Yi, then moved his body to the side. "Master Tang, please." Li Zongren made a gesture of invitation, bowing at a 45-degree angle with a sincere expression. After he made this gesture, the police officers behind him were full of question marks. These people were all well-trained subordinates of Li Zongren, and they had seen Li Zongren fight in countless battles, big and small. They originally thought that Li Zongren was really afraid of the Zhang family's power, but they didn't expect that Inspector Li really cared about this person in front of him. These police officers didn't know what was so special about Tang Yi, but since he was someone that even Inspector Li was afraid of, they couldn't say anything more and immediately made way, leaving a wide path in the middle. "Oh!" Tang Yi raised his eyebrows. His gaze turned to Li Zongren, who was respectful beside him, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. "You know me?" Hearing this, Li Zongren straightened up and stood at attention. His back was straight, and his face was full of determination. "Master Tang, I don't know if you still remember. One night 3 years ago, you saved me with a flying knife, and that's how I achieved my current position." Li Zongren's voice was powerful, and his eyes were bright. He spoke very affirmatively. His gaze turned to the ceiling, and his memory quickly returned to that night 3 years ago. Every time he thought of that night, when Tang Yi saved his life, he secretly vowed that if he found this person, he would be willing to bow his head to him for the rest of his life. "Is that so?" Tang Yi said with a faint smile. But this seemingly casual sentence made Li Zongren very excited. He instantly turned to face him and then bowed 90 degrees. "Master Tang, you may have forgotten, but for me, I am not the kind of person who forgets favors, especially a life-saving grace like this. I've been looking for you for 3 years. Some time ago, it was Lu Qinyan, Senior Lu, who told me that he met you in Hangzhou. I wanted to take this opportunity to thank you properly, but Senior Lu said that you are not a person who likes to be disturbed. So I have been suppressing my excitement, hoping to meet you one day." Li Zongren lowered his head, looking sincere. But in Tang Yi's eyes, saving someone was just a small effort. He also quickly remembered that night 3 years ago. He just felt that helping a police officer casually was also for the sake of social stability, but he didn't expect to create a remarkable person. It was unintentional. You don't have to take it to heart. "No." Li Zongren became even more excited, straightened his back, and said generously, "I know you may have done it unintentionally, but I will definitely repay the life-saving grace." "Whatever." Tang Yi walked past Li Zongren with a calm expression. At this moment, a look of loss, loneliness, and a trace of impulse appeared on Li Zongren's face. But it was quickly put away because he knew that a person like Master Tang must have his reasons for doing things. However, there is indeed no need to continue these underground businesses. As soon as these words came out, Li Zongren's eyes trembled. Could it be that Master Tang thought his power was too great? Okay. Li Zongren nodded quickly and said, "When I go back, I will dismiss all my subordinates, leaving only some for household use, and I will definitely not show off excessively." "That's not what I meant." Tang Yi's footsteps suddenly stopped at the door, and then he turned his head to look at Li Zongren, who was lowering his head, and slowly said, "It was not easy for you to get to this position. These underground businesses will harm you one day. At this age, you still need to proceed steadily." Can you understand what I mean? This. Li Zhongren's words stopped at the tip of his tongue, but the excitement in his heart was already written all over his face. He originally thought that Master Tang really disliked him for having too much power, but he didn't expect that he had already started to think about his future. He lowered his head and hummed deeply. I understand everything. Li Zhongren's voice was very sincere, and he said, Master Tang, you are right. I also realized long ago that this underground business is not legitimate, so I will close it all down in the near future. Ma'am, it's good that you understand. Tang Yi's voice fell, and he walked out of the room. Watching Tang Yi's departing figure, Li Zhongren finally breathed a long sigh of relief. He felt a chill in his heart. He didn't expect that his meeting with Master Tang would be in this situation. He almost offended him, all because of this damn Duan Tiancho. Beside, the police officers looked at Li Zhongren's anxious appearance just now, and cold sweat had already broken out on their foreheads. They had never seen Li Zhongren like this. Even during the most dangerous missions in the past, he could handle them very calmly. What are you all looking at? Li Zhongren waved his hand and said to these police officers, hurry up and do, as Master Tang said, and notify every underground business to close down. If any one of them disobeys my orders, you should know what to do, right? Understood. These police officers said in unison, and finally left quickly with uniform steps. Chapter 128. You little punk, I dare you to kill me. With a single phone call, Zhang Wenliang instantly summoned a horde of his lackeys. Tang, he was truly furious this time. Every time he tried to do something for Gao Manuel, someone would swoop in and steal the credit. Who wouldn't be upset? Zhang Wenliang's expression was one of utter terror. He could clearly feel the immense power in Tang Yi's grip. It felt less like a hand and more like a steel vice, capable of crushing his throat with the slightest pressure. He hurriedly cried out, calm down, Master Tang, I don't want things to get ugly. Tang, he let out a mocking laugh and said, ugly? Don't you think it's already too late for that? Zhang Wenliang was scared out of his wits and completely lost his temper. He immediately conceded, Brother Tang, I was just trying to show off in front of Gao Manuel. Please don't be angry. Give me some face, okay? And at that moment, one of Zhang Wenliang's lackeys suddenly jumped out, rushing towards Tang Yi at top speed. He pulled out a machete from his waist and viciously said, Damn it, let go of Master Zhang right now, or I'll kill you. A flicker of disdain flashed in Tang Yi's eyes. He held Zhang Wenliang in his hands. If this kid dared to act recklessly, he couldn't blame Tang Yi for being ruthless. So, Tang Yi lightly patted Zhang Wenliang's cheek and said with a smile, Kid, do you want Zhang Wenliang to die? Zhang Wenliang was so frightened that he hurriedly shouted, Kid, what the hell are you doing? Get back right now. Then let him go quickly, otherwise I'll kill you today. This lackey's eyes were filled with a ruthless glint, but he stopped in his tracks, showing no intention of advancing. Since when is it your turn to speak here? Get down on your knees. A mocking smile appeared on Tang Yi's face, and he said with a final laugh, If you don't kneel down right now, I'll strangle Zhang Wenliang. You son of a bitch. The lackey stood his ground and cursed, but he still lowered his knife. After a moment of thought, he still decided to kneel. But Tang, he had no intention of letting Zhang Wenliang go. He simply squeezed his fingers slightly, and Zhang Wenliang's neck snapped instantly. Everyone watched as Zhang Wenliang breathed his last, stunned, especially the members of the Gao family. They hadn't expected that Tang Yi would actually kill the young master of the Zhang family. Tang Yi, what the hell are you doing? At the entrance of the bank, Chen Lanxiang couldn't stand it any longer and burst into a tirade, but she would regret it in the next second. However, Tang Yi merely glanced at her casually, his eyes filled with a thick murderous intent. The Gao family members were so frightened that they took several steps back and fell silent. Tang, he said coldly, You blind fools, I've done so much for your Gao family, and I still get scolded on Monday? I think we should lay all our cards on the table. There's no need to pretend anymore. Tang, he casually tossed the corpse in his hand to the ground and slowly walked towards the Gao family members. At this moment, Chen Lanxiang still didn't know what was happening. She still thought Tang, he was the same easily bullied person he used to be. Damn it. Which normal person would put up with being wrong for so long? Especially someone like Tang Yi. who was respected by so many. And today, he had to be humiliated like this in front of the Gao family. Tang, he couldn't take it anymore. Gao Manuel, I've done so much for you, but since you can't see it, then you won't have any more chances in the future. As soon as these words were spoken, Gao Manuel didn't know what was happening, but from Tang Yi's eyes, she could tell that this was a very serious problem. Tang Yi calmed down. Gao Manuel wanted to stop Tang Yi, but Tang Yi didn't give her that chance. He took out his phone and made a call. Soon, dozens of cars surrounded the area. Not only cars, but also dozens of planes and dozens of tanks. And at this moment, all the big and small figures in Hangqing appeared. They stood in a line, in order of rank, and one by one, they came to Tang Yi's side and bowed to him. Seeing this scene, Gao Manuel was completely stunned. So her previous guesses were true. Tang Yi was a very powerful person. She just hadn't realized it. Tang Yi, I still love you. We can still go back to the way things were. I beg you, please don't do this. Gao Manuel pleaded continuously. But Tang Yi didn't give her that chance. He glanced at her and then said, "There's nothing more to say between us. It was your Gao family that abandoned me first. When I was released from prison, I thought about how I could do something for your Gao family. But I didn't expect that the moment I stepped out of prison, I was greeted with a divorce agreement. Even if it was a divorce agreement, that would have been fine. But you were so distrustful of me. Everything I did for you was, in your eyes, just nonsense." Upon hearing these words, remorse appeared on Shun Lanqiang's face. She slapped herself hard, then knelt on the ground with tears streaming down her face and said to Tang, "Master Tang, I was wrong before. Please forgive me." What right do you have to apologize to me?" As soon as Tang Yi finished speaking, he instantly appeared in front of Chun Lanqiang and slapped her to death. The crowd watched this scene without any pity in their eyes, because they had long heard of Chun Lanqiang's character. Killing someone like her was not a pity. After this, most of the people began to actively curry favor with Tang Yi. The accumulated power in Hangqing was constantly being dismantled by Tang Yi. From then on, he never looked for Gao Manuel again. Later, Tang Yi dealt with the Zhao family, Master Shun, and a host of other old and new enemies. In the process, many new enemies joined in, and he witnessed even more conspiracies and schemes. But all of this was insignificant in the face of his absolute strength. Of course, he also met many beautiful women of all kinds, each with their own charm, and he had many unforgettable and beautiful experiences with them. At the end of the story, Tang Yi stood at the very top of the world, surrounded by beauties, becoming a winner in life. Looking back on his journey, everything was fleeting. If someone asked him what had brought him to this point, he would answer, "Don't dwell on the past, don't question the future. Just take each step in front of you well."